all of those instruments.
Totally.
It's cool.
And did you feel like that process and like exercise kind of informed how you were writing the next record after that, or do you feel like you want to go back to that?
I don't want to go back to that.
No.
Not for now.
I think it definitely lent itself to the more stripped down kind of stuff.
Okay.
Not so heavily loop based, and you know, I feel like Keith used to have a couple songs where it was like a lot of clicking and looping live guitars and stuff, and definitely brought it down. And that's eventually what brought us to bringing on a second guitar player, was because all the stuff became so guitar oriented, instead of either not necessarily synths, but like organs or loops. Just became more guitar parts.
More of like a rock band.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, for the moment.
Yeah. And how is that exercise in like working with different members of your community and like bringing in a harp player? Did you feel like that helped you like become more connected to your music community in Brooklyn? It seems like you don't want to return to that process.
Oh, it was just, it was hard. It was like, it was weird to do the most stripped down basic thing. Was actually really hard. Because like, you don't rely on all your trickery of like, effects and loops and pedals and stuff. It's just like pure songs. And then like having people add to that and like with organic instruments, like flutes and stuff like that. It was weird. It was like very simplistically complicated, but in a very gratifying way.
Yeah. Also, sometimes getting 3 people to rehearsal is kind of difficult.
Right.
All of a sudden it went to 7.
Right.
To try to rehearse for the 2 shows that we played with that full setup.
You imagine like Afrobeat bands.
I can't even imagine.
Like 11 people in a band.
Yeah, we just played a college last week, and there was like an Afrobeat band. And then what was that, like 45 people in that band?
At least.
Jeez.
Yeah. There was like 9 of them. Yeah, it was pretty strange.
It was a lot.
That's
I had a really big bass cabinet though. That was fun to play out of. He let me borrow it.
That's pretty good.
Somewhat reluctantly, but.
Like, I hope you guys get along.
You guys want to go into the next one
Sure.
for us here?
It's chartreuse. Kelly, it's all you, baby.
I could like pick your vocals out of anywhere.
Thank you.
So good.
I think. Thanks.
Yeah. So Nicholas,
Yo.
the quiet one over there. I'm gonna pick on you first.
All right.
So what were you? So you're the newest member to join Monogold.
Correct.
And what have you been doing before Monogold? Like playing in bands or
Yeah, I was
projects?
working with. Haven't played with a group in a few years since I moved to New York, so kind of looking forward. And Keith and I have been really good friends. Well, I've been friends with all of them for a while, and they asked me, and I was really stoked, so jumped on board.
Cool.
Yeah.
And do you guys generally like all have different influences, or are you guys all kind of the same music fans of things, or are there any bands that Keith likes that Jared you just are like, why? How can you listen to this? The disparities.
Sometimes
between-
in the tour van, they listen to things that I don't know how they listen to. And like I love Primus, and I don't think any of them do. Maybe Nick does.
I like
Nah,
this.
Keith does not like classic rock radio.
Yeah.
I don't consider Primus classic rock.
No, I know, but I'm just saying our differences.
No.
Yeah, we definitely have a lot of things that we like, and a lot of things that we. I think we get also like on the tour, we'll give each other like, all right, you can get one album of whatever that thing is that we don't necessarily
An
like,
album.
but you know, you're taking 8-hour drives, you gotta. There's compromises to be made.
And it's,
Yeah.
it's really all over the place. We'll be like listening to the Sundays, which is like she has like such a like pixie-ish like beautiful like voice, and then it's Converge.
What's like the compromise album? What's everybody's like? Oh God, I know he's gonna play this. Let's let him just play this. Get
Oh,
him
what-
out of his
Oh, you
system.
mean
Well, I
like-
think we'd all have different ones.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think maybe me would be like Guided by Voices or something like that. They're not really big fans.
No, I mean,
Make them sit through a doom
They're
metal
watching
song at
this right
some
now.
point.
Are you guys ever listening to hip hop or R&B or something?
Yeah,
It's just like
definitely.
totally
I
different.
like old hip hop. I don't know what's going on anymore with that stuff.
I'm still listening to the new Tribe record like it just came out. So
Yeah, but see, that's new old stuff.
yeah, that's true.
The good stuff.
Right.
About any like Michael Prince, any of the classics.
I guess we'll probably hit a couple tracks here
You
and
know
there.
some
Michael
Jackson
Prince
5
or
bass
Michael?
lines?
I do.
Prince.
It's the best bass.
Prince or Michael? You guys go Prince?
Oh, was that the
that
question? Prince
well,
or Michael?
no, we're just
That's
talking.
I think I would
about
go Michael.
I get it. I think I go Prince.
it. You're a guitar player.
I don't know. Yeah.
Hey, I'm going Michael.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Depends on the mood.
Really? You're that up the
I
middle?
could go either way.
Smart
I mean,
answer.
they're
Okay.
two equally amazing.
Well, let's make a mood. Let's think about the mood.
What do you guys think about the Prince? Embody the Prince mood and play the next song.
All right, release the doves.
Wait, what
What are we doing? One at a time. Oh yeah, this one. This I'm not exactly sure what's gonna happen right now.
I love that one.
That was like
So 80s or something. It's like
Cool, I'll take that.
80s to me.
cool.
I love 80s.
That's a new,
Very new.
new one.
Newest.
Newest.
Gosh, just so much newness, guys.
It's like a month old, I think.
We got Restless Brains.
That's all right. Speaking of newness, so what's on the horizon? You guys are hitting the road in February, retreating to the south.
Yep. Going south.
As far down as we can go.
Yeah. Probably skipping South by.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you guys been going to South by?
Yeah, we went for 6 times or something like that.
No.
What do you think?
Been
Done?
increasingly
It's crazy.
unimpressed.
Yeah. I always feel so bad for bands.
Yeah.
Me too.
They're just playing, they're so tired and they're playing so much and they're not getting paid.
Yeah, the logistics of it is
Yeah.
kind of wonky too. It's like, we all know what this is. It's a lot of bands, and so it's like the logistics of it just don't really make sense. Like, yeah, you can't drive your van to like within like a mile of where your venue is. Like, oh,
really?
all right.
Jeez.
I guess we're carrying everything.
What's up for after, next year? Do you guys have any plans and recording and all of that?
Yeah, we might go up to his lake house in Maine, record the new record.
Very nice.
Hopefully,
Yeah.
yeah.
Hopefully, new EP. We're playing all of it tonight.
Awesome.
Yeah,
You
we pretty
heard
much
it
did.
here first.
Great. Good. And then when would that come out? I mean, are you guys going to just kind of continue on this kick of like
Yeah.
Yeah.
record,
We kind of
put
have
out a
no
record,
choice.
tour? Yeah.
I mean, we keep on writing. We're just gonna sit on 15 songs. It wouldn't make any sense.
Yeah,
So-
it's always one of those things where it's like the newest thing is the best thing, which I guess is, it's exhausting, but it's awesome because it's something to always look forward to, and you kind of like keep striving towards something new that's better than what you did last, which
Yeah.
I think it's good evolution. It's good for change,
Yeah. And do you feel like Brooklyn's kind of like indie music rock landscape is conducive to that right now, or do you feel like it's changed since you started putting out music?
I mean, there's still a lot of bands. There's still a lot of people to be inspired by. But I mean, in terms of being an artist, no.
Yeah.
New York is not conducive to being an artist anymore. Like living in Williamsburg was, you lived there because it was cheap, and that's why it became what it was, which is not what it is anymore, like by a long shot.
Yeah. What are some of your favorite neighborhoods that like you feel like a more kind of organic, like underground scene is forming again?
Well, we just went to Elsewhere the other night for the first time.
Yeah.
Have you been yet?
No, I saw it before it opened, but I haven't been there for a show yet.
It's amazing. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
it's beautiful.
Yeah, it's
We were
awesome.
hanging out with Rami. It was really fun.
Yeah, he's got the right idea.
Yeah.
Those are the the Glasslands guys. So it's like they're coming with that like sense of community that kind of got bulldozed with condominiums. So community versus condos, I guess is.
So you feel like it's really like thriving in Bushwick now, especially with the.
It is, and I think there's like everyone's kind of open, like genres. Like no one's genre specific, where it's like there's the group of these kids and then there's the group of everyone kind of melds in and out. You know, like you'll see a lot of shows, even like the shows that you do. You know, it's just like it's really eclectic and exciting, and I think people have like a lot more musically a much more open mind for like what they like. It's so broad, you know, which is cool. I think it's exciting because you can have a bill with a lot of different, like multiple genres, and everyone's stoked, you know.
Yeah.
Those
Reminds
are
me of, like growing up, you'd go see like Converge and Saves the Day, and like the same bill.
Right.
Really?
Yeah.
Totally.
One
It's just
hardcore
more
band mix,
interesting
yeah.
that way,
Yeah,
right?
totally.
I mean, it's not the same
Yeah.
monotone kind of sound throughout for hours.
Yeah. 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 It's weird because it's like if you look at like pictures of yourself, obviously you dress different and you change, and like that's and you listen to different things as you progress as a human. So it's like, of course, that's what we do. So it's like when people like stick to the thing, like it just doesn't make any sense. It's like, you know.
Yeah. What venues do you feel like? So Elsewhere, obviously a new venue that Pop Gun just opened in Bushwick off the Jefferson stop. I mean, I feel like,
Elsewhere?
yeah,
That's Morgan.
Morgan.
No.
Like actually Montrose.
Jefferson.
It's Jefferson.
Oh, what's the one on Johnson?
Oh, you thinking of what was it, Alphaville?
No.
Alphaville.
Sorry.
Place-
Alphaville, Sunnyvale.
That's-
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like I really like Trans Pecos, and I feel like
Yeah.
Trans Pecos is a really special space, and Secret Project Robot, and
Yeah.
those spaces feel very communal to me.
It's cool that they reopened.
And those are like really far out, you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
So that's kind of the middle space right now is probably between the like Jefferson
Right.
L and Halsey L. And then things will probably
Yeah.
change again in the next year or so.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I live like next to Pratt. I've come full circle now. I'm like back at art school. And I'm seeing it over there now. I'm starting to see like all these like loft shows popping up, and it's cool because like everybody went that way. No one realized they could just go that way,
Right.
like straight down Kent. It's like, so yeah, it's popping up all over the place. It's cool. It seems like people know where the line is to like authentic stuff. and what
Yeah.
isn't.
Yeah. That's great. Yeah, and I think also a few neighborhoods that are really missing like this scene are neighborhoods that aren't just in like North Brooklyn, like Crown Heights and Bed-Stuy, and even
Yeah.
Ditmas. You know, there's like a huge artist community hanging out in Ditmas. And I'm wondering why things are just like
Cool.
floating up here and nothing's trickling back down into Brooklyn yet. But
Yeah.
maybe that'll happen.
Yeah, we're-
eventually.
People are afraid of the commute.
I guess so.
We're playing at a theater. I guess it's like a new, old theater.
Murmur?
Murmur.
Yeah.
I'm really excited.
Have you
for
been?
that. I've never
I
been.
have. I have a show coming up there
Oh,
in
nice.
March. Nick
I'm stoked on
Hakim
that.
and Adrian from Big Thief.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, so wait, you haven't been there, you said?
I've been there.
Oh, cool.
Another venue I've been to but haven't seen a live show yet. When are you guys
oh,
playing
nice.
that show? You wanna
December 2nd.
Promote it.
With Teen Commandments and Salt Cathedral.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, it should be cool. It looks amazing.
It's a synagogue, I believe.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. Apparently it sounds very good.
Sweet.
Cool.
Do you guys want to go into the next song
Sure.
here?
You doing Love Freaks?
Oh yeah, this is like this is another new one.
No. So good. Okay, well, that will just about do it for tonight's B-side, but before we go, I'd just like to give a huge thanks to Mono Gold for doing what they do here tonight and for keeping the party going all of these years. And thanks to all of you for tuning in. To watch this and all past episodes of B-Side, head over to youtube.com/BRIC TV and check out the podcast version on soundcloud.com/B-Side podcast. I'm Rachel Pasden, and it's been a pleasure rocking out with you this evening. Until next time, good night.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, dream slow.
real rap time, no metaphors or punchlines. I was eating food while you was still on the lunch line. While you was in the schoolyard having your little fun time, I was in the box, just 1 hour of sunshine. Headphones in the wall jack, watching the months climb. Listening to cracker music, hoping to hear a pun rhyme. Something you never understand in that little young mind. School of hard knocks, my nigga, I'm an alumni. I am not these ducks. Ask about me, I done left niggas Mach 3'd up. Humble nigga, but I bring it to y'all cocky fucks. Give it to you, then I slide like a hockey puck. I'm the general, the soldier, and the shooter in my team. That's a fact. Matter of fact, man, that's truer than my jeans. I don't smoke, but you know I keep some Buddha in my jeans. Get you dimes that resemble the Buddha on my jeans. You see, I grew up on the scene where the movers got the green from the hoovers and the fiends. Good doers weren't seen, just polluters in the scheme. Man, my whole way with a party had your sewer looking clean. Brooklyn versus everybody.
Battle rap, New York City, the mecca of the culture, and the leading force behind it is known as URL.
It's about to get a little crazy in a few. Everybody's lining up, the fans getting there. The movie begins, the first part, man. We're gonna see what's up. Summer's officially started for us, man. Ready.
What's going on? Boy Smack, man, right here we live, Double Impact 2, Urban Plaza. Double Impact is like the all-star game of battle rap. You know, we got some of the best MCs teaming up to basically go up against other teams and put a piece of material together to perform in front of the crowd. So
I don't want to say a word. I just want to get on stage. I just want to get on stage. That's it.
Street Star Norms, URL TV, .TV if you don't know what that is. You know, the ultimate barbarian sport, you know, dudes battling against each other, verbal warfare, and alongside Beasley, Chico, Smack. Smack and Beasley are the founders of it. You know, I happen to be one of the co-owners, stuff like that, you know.
it's your boy Schmidak. You can copy the format, you can copy the style, but you can't copy respect. Follow the innovators, not the imitators, you heard?
Smack took it to another level and actually put it on video and actually you got to see before VH1 and MTV would even dare go in these hoods. Smack really changed the game. When you battle on Smack, it's a different respect level you get. You're looked at as a great, you're looked at as a legend. I tell people all the time, when it comes to being a legend, you have to play with other greats. From everybody from Murder Mook to Loaded Lux to Calico to Math Hoffa to Cortez. These are the greats of battle rap, you know what I mean? To be stamped great. They've all had to come through here. I don't even think he understood how far he was gonna take it. And he was just making history. The representation of hip hop and battling is just corny. Stuff that you see on the radio now, I can't relate to this shit. It doesn't make no sense. I'm tired of hearing about Molly Percocets and all this stupid shit.
Y'all don't even move me. It's the Gottis and the Boosies to the Nas's and the Tunchis. Big Papa and the Coogee to these Yachties and these Uzis.
The boy chest, yo.
All the way, real Brooklyn. It's easy. Math all day, Cortez.
Brooklyn, New York, Bedford-Stuyvesant to be exact. It's been a blessing when someone can actually do for a living what their dream is, you know? I do you greasy. I do you greasy. You asked for this, so I'm blasting clips. I asked Yeezy. The K put holes in your clothes. These fashion tips.
I think Cortez arguably has the most bodies out of anybody in battle. I'm talking about just clearly destroying people.
When that camera's on, you have to let people know, like, yo, bro, I'm that nigga. Like, I'm really that good. You know, I'm really that great. I'm the most underrated, underhanded, but I oversaw, because being overlooked creates a pen that's over all. Like,
I brought a lot for you niggas. Shots dropping you niggas. Dominican style. You going out without the socks on you niggas.
I like being the bad guy. There's perks to it. Like when I walk in a room, people step the fuck out of my way. If I go to the bar, I don't gotta ask nobody for nothing. I don't have to say please or thank you to nobody. It's cool. They accept that about me, and I like that.
When his four is fired, you better call Smokey the Bear. I shit on the side of his crib, Smokey the Bear. I had you eat a whole shell, nigga, Yoshi the Bear. They done gave you a basket case, nigga, Yogi the Bear.
There's authors or poets or whatever who they're very creative with their words. Because it takes a certain level of intelligence to even put the words together. So you gotta give credit to where it's due. It's impressive. Oh, you stretched a part of my imagination to some place where it wasn't before.
Rather than trying to beat the mind as deep as a mine in African, digging passages halfway into China to reap a diamond, let me be honest. When they break down every round that I've sketched bouts, there's nothing tougher than smooth as the rusty tools in a shed house. You niggas came here playing. It's cool. But y'all gonna leave giving head counts. They didn't even book you niggas rooms. I told them Harlem Hospital giving beds out.
It's brutal, but it's entertaining. And it's crazy how the fans follow the storylines like wrestling. These fans actually follow these guys' everyday lives. So if you say something personal about Shotgun Suge, everybody knows what they're talking about. It's crazy. People are really following the characters of these individuals.
What we do is like a Shakespearean type of experience.
When you go to a play, like a Broadway play.
Yeah. You
But
know,
for the
it's
streets.
no beat. It's no beat. A good 1,000 to 2,000 just standing in a room,
staring,
listening to every word that you're saying.
I will hit your folks when I'm spraying. Your whole family get in the clip like the Wayans. I'll even go to black church where the pastor ratchet, the deacon be singing, let us pray. Bow your heads and we amen. Slow it down, I just dissed you. I said Pastor Ratchet, the deacon be singing, let us pray. Well, bow your heads when we amen.
You gotta wait until they calm the fuck down to see if you can get your shit back.
Let you fuck up. Boo! Like, it's not what it is the Apollo.
And it's not even like you could run over their opinions.
A lot of people shit on Math Hoffa, but I feel like he's
A lot of people shit on Cortez, but he killed it in the last battle.
I'm gonna go for Math Hoffa and Cortez.
To continue to travel the world and live the way I want to live, I understand that hard work has to be put in to be able to do that. I'm dozing off, but every line I give to y'all, it's potent, y'all, so I overcharge. Oshkosh bagash. You're looking at the best, baby, overall. That right there, like, the play on the words, everything, like, that signifies everything about Cortez. When people mention what the exception to the rule is, I try to be the definition of that and live by that code each and every day. And when you have that type of mentality, no one can beat you. No one can beat you. Eventually, you're gonna get your shot, and you'll be ready for that opportunity.
Right. Math turns up in situations when the 2-2. Yeah, that Millie Rock, that was the shit.
So from the Fight Club, I got some of my footage, and we passed it to Smack. Smack saw the footage, and he was like, yo, I want you to come through, battle T-Rex. So I show up to this battle in Harlem, and this young boy from Philly, his name is Dose. I had no intention of battling Dose. I figured T-Rex is standing right here. I'm gonna get up on the stage and start some shit. But before that, they had a battle. There's another Philly dude versus a dude from Harlem. Now the Philly dude was getting in this dude's face so much that he backed him down to the end of the stage. I'm from Brooklyn. I'm not about this life, man. I'm like, look, I saw what just happened. I know that's your man. Let's not do that. Keep our distance. It's Smack. It's a good look. You know what I mean? Let's be respectful. He gave me a dap. He was like, you all ready? I was like, all right, cool. When I started rapping, first thing I said is, I was supposed to battle T-Rex, but he was scared. He's right there. But he doesn't get on the stage. So I say it again.
I was supposed to battle T-Rex, but he was scared.
They're like, oh, Rex ain't moving. So I'm like, damn, I really gotta battle this dude.
Cook mine fast, keep a sword off like woodshop class. Crook might blast, chrome to your cranium. Boom, turn his dome to a stadium.
We had a contract. We breached a contract. you know, it's penalties to the situation.
There's two types of niggas in life. The niggas that find bitches and fuck them, and the niggas that... Yo, son, get on my face, son. Get on my face, son. It was just rules back then. As a man, you don't violate another man's space. You keep your distance. And after that, it was the league. All the best rappers in New York City, all the best rappers in St. Louis, it just started to grow. And I've always wanted to be the person that opens doors for everybody. I had a rap crew called the Union. They called me Hoffa, because Hoffa started the Teamsters Union. Hoffa was basically a dude that showed people how to eat. Everybody eat, everybody good, everybody taken care of. We went from venues that held like 150 people to Webster Hall that holds like 2,000 plus. And then I started traveling around the world because it didn't just explode in New York City, it exploded everywhere. But at the end of the day, where it started at, they'll always need that authenticity because that's what it was built from. Last time I battled a nigga hungry, I got fucking banned, but that's cool. Cause smacking bees, they hit me on the call ID.
First battle back, it was a 2-on-2. And the call was like, yo, you should just, look, I know you ain't been on the stage in a minute, just run, bro. I said, you know what? I'm gonna do that.
Talk to him, ain't done. Blowing out without the socks on you niggas. I flew to the room just to get the drop on these niggas. Knocked them out, stood on their block, and then we rocked them.
They didn't see it coming.
My Millie Rock was stiff as a motherfucker.
You know what I'm saying? Like, but it was just...
I had the Millie bot.
It was a terrible Millie Rock for Mav. I was ashamed for it to be a Brooklyn move and him be so stiff in that.
You know, all in all, it was just like you captured a moment. Like, it didn't even matter about nothing else. It just shook the building.
Like you actually can feel the energy in the building and everybody hanging at the last word.
Man, I don't know. You got Rum Nitty with you, though. You got Rum Nitty. Ill Will, Rum Nitty. That's Ill Will and Rum Nitty.
Me and Ill Will versus Math and Cortez. You know what's going down. We finna cook.
Pulp Fiction. If I whip the piece, your family fucked.
I don't care if I'm in the yak, wherever. If you getting money, then eel all over raw chicken like salmonella.
Headshot your mom's sister. They gonna have to MOP your auntie up.
2 Desi's, double D, squeeze tight in brazier. You know double D, squeeze tight in brazier?
Shit like that. Long rounds for cousin. Big rounds I'm stuffing. They stay ill in the lobby. I grab the nose running. I'm coming down with something.
You can't step to me. Nice weaponry. Words heavenly. I told my niggas what I be doing when I got here. What's that? Body in this bitch like a pregnancy. I come to go.
Oh, I'm ready. I ain't finna play no games. You know what I mean? Y'all ain't seen me on the stage in a minute. I came to cook. You feel me?
It's gonna be real dope. I'm excited. And you know what I'm saying? I'm here, man. You know what I'm saying? We making history and shit. You heard?
URL, Ultimate Rap League, Double Impact 2. The next matchup on tonight's card features Cortez and Math Hoffa representing Brooklyn, New York versus Ill Will and Rum Nitty representing Yaktown, Pennsylvania and Arizona. This is an exciting matchup. Let's see who has what it takes, who's built to survive in the world's most respected MC Battle Arena, the URL, Ultimate Rap League.
Hey, y'all hear me?
Chopper, shred niggas.
It can stop the blob. Will, I got the scope on this nigga.
Yeah, I got the second interview. I think I got the job.
Caught his ass, body bag. Nigga, give me the shovel.
Go!
Get the biggest Beretta.
Go!
You can get it whenever.
Go!
Something loaded, shut down the room.
Hold on, let me get it together.
When I peel,
see what the perks
oh, it's 1 round. He laid flat.
See what the earth like.
Baby boy, hit him in his back.
What the burp like. The grip of dig will in the mud. That's a dirt bite.
That's 4 hammers, dripping on them. Same hammers, twinning on them.
First we pull a fifth on them, then we pull a smithin' on them.
I'm lifting on them, and on the side like some Pippins on them.
Switching arms, looking like we synchronized, swimming on them.
Hey, these niggas came out with some little simple shit I like. You can get the shit tonight.
On the real though, I just seen two bitches swimming for their life. Same shit.
What's the meaning of E equals MC squared?
Energy, mass, and the speed of light.
Nah, these MC square are energy with the mass on it, the speed of light.
You gon' see.
You wanna try us tonight? You must be high as a kite. Like these guys wanna fight. Nigga, I'll knock you both out. Go to your crib and Chris and bias your wife.
Bro, you told Briz your mouth crazy?
Pause.
I'm just stating out facts. As a matter of fact, Math, what you think his Jamaican plug had to say about that? He called him out, yo.
Wagwan.
You saw my battle with Charlie and Briz? Them shits was tough. Nigga, I'm a killer.
Yeah, but brethren, let me ask you.
What's up?
You was drunk off the liquor?
Nah, nigga.
So wait. You tell Briz Rothstein your mouth crazy after you tell Charlie Clips your finger fucking a nigga?
Let me talk to you niggas. I brought the hawk for you niggas. Top, rock, Briz.
Cave your shit
It
in.
get dark for you niggas. I got more heart than you niggas. Street smarts than you niggas. 100 shots and you drop. Young dog for you niggas. I'm off for you niggas. Pull up, park on you niggas.
Knocked him out.
Stood on his block.
And see walked on these niggas.
Last week was Father's Day.
I feel away from you niggas.
Why we ain't getting no gifts from y'all?
Look at what we gave to you niggas.
These niggas claim they from the streets.
Look at the way we paid for you
Nigga,
niggas.
we built battle rap in the streets.
We even built this stage for you niggas.
Through the blood, sweat, and the tears.
Look at how we slaved for you
we
niggas.
We put clothes on their back, food, shelter.
Even fake J's for you niggas.
Won that battle, you heard? It's URL Double Impact.
It's what rejuvenated hip hop. It's just like that Game 7 in the finals, that everything's going its way and you know it's gonna end with a last second shot. Michael Jordan pushing off Byron Russell, hitting a jumper to win the game. That's literally the feeling you get when you're in the middle of a classic smack battle. Like I said, this is where legends are made. If you're trying to be a legend in this battle rap game, and respected by your peers, by Nas, by Jay, by M, this is where it gotta happen. So it just speaks volumes of how major Smack URL is.
My name is Jim. I cooking for Hibachi 11 years. This is my job. I like to cook.
When you work here, you think that it's not a job because you see all these people screaming, you know, like people laughing. It's a lot of fun, especially when it's a birthday party. You can't eat hibachi by yourself. You can't. You have to have friends over with you. The most exciting thing when you eat hibachi is you can catch food on your mouth. They're throwing you the food. They love doing that. And especially the sake squirt too. People love it. When they're over 21, of course. When you go to Italian restaurant, they never throw meatballs or spaghetti to your mouth. That's different here. They throw food at you. Another restaurant, when the food's on fire, people get out from the door and they say it's fire. But it's in hibachi, you love it. You like the fire.
Volcano fire, right? Okay, volcano fire.
If you go to other restaurants, not hibachi, then you just sit and eat without enjoying, how the chef cooked the food for you. That's the difference. The eggs, the hibachi chef trying to break it with the spatula right in the middle. Sometimes they throw it to the head. Sometimes the funny part is sometimes when they throw it to the head, it's break inside the head. And that's why Jim has short hair, mostly bald, because he don't want to get the yolks on his hair. What can go wrong? Some chefs get his eyebrow burned. The eyebrows, it's fun. It's like, oh, I lost my eyebrow. It's like, oh my gosh, it's gonna grow again. I see a lot of hibachi chefs. Some people think it's only a job, but Jim, as a hibachi chef, is different. He enjoy what he do. Some hibachi chef, when you request a lot of stuff, they can't do it because it's too many stuff to do on that small table. But for him, he always try to his best. Jimmy is a great hibachi chef too because he learned everything from YouTube.
I just tuned in myself because I watched it, You Crew, right? You know You Crew?
Whoa!
Some people worry they can catch food in the mouth. They trying to, but they scared. That's why they say no when the chef throwing some zucchini or broccoli in the mouth. But it doesn't really matter. You catch it or not. It can be, oh no, squirting. Oh no, this. You have to accept everything. When the chef throwing something, you just accept it. Either you can catch it or not. Just do it.
Thank you very much.
Joey is 7. I guess we started homeschooling him when it was time for kindergarten. The structure of the normal public school may not be as best for Joey, and he's more of a creative, independent thinker, does things at his own pace.
A lot of families are turning to homeschooling, which is a highly personalized, more affordable option for their children.
I think it's really nurturing and helps them develop at this pace that they need to develop.
This is the main area, it's the main, where all the leaders are.
So homeschooling laws definitely vary from state to state. In New York City, for example, if you want to homeschool, you just have to send a letter of notification to your local superintendent within 2 weeks of when you start homeschooling. And then you have many options available to you. There are homeschool co-ops, such as Brooklyn Apple Academy, where you can send your child 2 or 3 days a week. You can also search for really cool micro schools near you on Cottage Class. And then you might decide that you want to supplement your child's education with online learning or with a private tutor. There is, once your child reaches the age of 7, that you do have to send quarterly reports talking about what subjects they've studied. However, it is your right to educate your child as you see fit. So you're really free to teach them what they're passionate about and what you're excited about them learning.
Brooklyn Apple is a homeschool resource center and community center here on 5th Avenue in Brooklyn. And we offer part-time classes and clubs and meetups and community events to the homeschool community. We have a few specialties here at Brooklyn Apple Academy. One of them is just having a lot of tools around.
Kids love to come in and use real tools. We've got electric drills, saws, hammers, mallets, heat guns.
Right now we're in the wood shop here, so we have a big range of wood shop tools and materials.
I'm running for president here, so that should be nice.
In other rooms we have a radio station, a sewing machine, art, tons of art materials. We have a 3D printer. We have some kids that are really, really excited about Hamilton. We're helping them be producers and directors. The kids and the parents have a lot of control and say in what goes on in their school.
You get to learn what you need to learn, what you want to learn, how you want to learn it, at the right time. So it's not moving to a bell every time.
This is all I know, but it's in my heart. I've been here all my life.
Without this kind of barrier in the middle.
This is in my blood, man.
My thing is more about the image.
It brings joy to my life.
Applying them to the world seems really important too.
I love the neighborhood.
A type of storytelling you don't really hear about.
Taking some of those creative ideas and getting together with a community, which is the central core of our work.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
We're gonna keep this thing going and give it up for Norvis Jr.
Because there's been so much propaganda and education around creating a certain thought process that we have lined ourselves with, the only way in which to disseminate them is to create things that disrupt the pattern of the algorithm that informs us to act a certain way. So rather that be just through like raw like artistic creations, or rather it be through like inherent propaganda that educates us through the ridiculousness of the things that we can now exist underneath. I'm not of the belief that like one unified effort is going to get rid of it, because Ninja Rule says if you put all the ninjas in one room, then everybody can kill all the ninjas. Ninjas spread out and do different ninja shit. There's too many ninja tribes. That's the reason why the ninjas are still out here. Like.
I exist and that's a problem. You insist that I don't solve them.
When I make a beat, it's a feeling thing. And I say like, I like tap out random shit. Like that's literally just me like feeling how I feel in the environment and using what devices I have to create something that is melodic and has a certain definition in terms of the way like the beat hits. I was like drawing something, I was like, wait, this is literally the same process as some shit I did like an hour and a half ago when I was making that beat. And I was just throwing a collection of chords or a collection of melodies, and then bringing in some like emphasis to it with like a beat that's rhythmically inclined. I draw rhythmically. I draw it within like a context of like a beat, so to speak, within like a constant like a constant metronome, more or less. I guess maybe there's like one in my head that I can't turn off. But yes, there's that correlation. So I just feel like I'm a musician or a beat maker or a singer or a songwriter who makes visual things. A part of what Shiva does is that like when Shiva like has a level of awareness, it opens up its third eye and destroys in order for new things to be created. It's my form of destruction, you know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people did that shit, you know, like Gigi Allen was doing that, like TV on the Radio was doing that, Bad Brains was doing that, Dilla was doing that, you know what I'm saying? Like all these people were doing that shit, like making things that destroyed that then became a form, you know what I'm saying? And in a way of both observance to the forms existing and also in a way, and also in blindness of, like they didn't see those forms because of, it's like, oh, I'm just doing what the fuck I want to do. And I see that's the same shit I'm doing with my art, you know what I'm saying? I'm aware of the forms, but I'm blind to them when I'm making, so that in hopes, like new forms will be made. And I don't care if it's my form or whoever's form, you know what I'm saying? There needs to be more shit.
I exist and that's a problem. You insist that I don't solve them. And I done tried evolving, but every day I'm walking from my past to provoke all this talking. Toss it around and pretend it ain't true, cause I don't even think about you. So SWIM stands for, or swimmer's ear. There's like 3 M's in it, and it stands for music, math, and mechanics, like social mechanics. Or like, you know, engineering or whatever. That like music is like my art, like medium. It's like, and music it's like the waves. Thinking like a sine wave. I was trying to make it go from being like the swim to just being like a sound wave. And so I came up with the logo like that.
The first rule of time travel is don't time travel because you fuck shit up. But because we do time travel, once we have an awareness of that, that's like the present state. And that's like, as I am coming into the realization I am a time traveler and whatnot, and how to like deal with that, it's frustrating most days, you know what I'm saying? Like, the last thing I want to do is be like, oh, why am I over here when I can be here and I should be here, but I'm still over here. Place could be in the future, that place could be in the past, you know what I'm saying? But I have access to a more fruitful place that is literally right in front of me, but I am not able to like stop time traveling enough to like be present for my own self. to allow like whatever is in front of me to like flourish. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm so stuck time traveling. I'm either in the future or I'm in the past.
Maybe we ought to think twice.
I've always been interested in jewelry. I wore lots of jewelry throughout like junior high school. My dad actually hated it. I would have like, be 11, 12 years old, rings on every finger. I was always into metal. I didn't really understand it at that point. It wasn't until I got older when it was like, aha, that makes sense. There was like a personal epiphany that happened that I retreated into this darkness, but what I would call it was me retreating into this void. There's a level of darkness that has to happen to me for creation to happen. So in that personal going into and retreating, it also reflected in my creativity, because at that point of darkness, then this creation was happening.
I spend a lot of time studying and researching in many different forms, not just like reading, but also experiencing nature and listening to a lot of music that resonates with me. I'm an artist, and my medium and form of expression is textiles, clothing design, and building collections off of a concept. I'm also an alchemist.
We're born in Brooklyn, we're first generation. Our parents aren't. So our Brooklyn is seen through a different scope than I think people who go back generations and generations of being in Brooklyn. And it's because the way that our mother moved us around through Brooklyn, growing up in different schools and different districts, it all sprouted from my mother, like, oh, you're not gonna go to your zone school, you're not gonna go to Erasmus. You're gonna go to some school in Midwood. You know what I mean? You're gonna take a test to go into a school. It was just, I don't know, being in Brooklyn, where we were, how we were raised, our parents, and what they thought about our education, it just taught, I don't know, it just took us to another level.
I was just reading this quote that Michael Jackson said, to be immortal is something major. He wants to live forever, so he puts a piece of his soul in all of his music and he feels it fully. And that's, I think, where immortality lies, like to have that vibration and generations upon generations. Is not just about being rich and even about being so-called wealthy, but having that piece of your soul, because your soul is immortal. So Michael Jackson, the physical sense is gone, but that immortal soul is always going to be there. So if you put your soul into it and your soul is immortal, then it makes what you've created immortal.
I think every day, from like the time that I wake up to the time I'm asleep, I'm either researching or thinking about the next way or phase to transform what I did yesterday into something a little more like has a little more magic in it. These things that you walk outside and it's like a rush of the world happening to you, and that's the same thing I think in the creative process. It's like a rush of ideas that come, but you still have to stay like, okay, I'm gonna breathe in, take this one. Like it's a mechanical thing, but it's like automated. Our brand is to plant the idea and bring back artisan, craftsmanship, and also empowerment through our art form. We want to empower people through connection, you know what I mean? And empower people through our work, and empower them when they put a piece on, they actually feel like they have a glow, or that they're receiving our energy through our pieces. It's showing that, energy never dies, it's just transferred.
We want to kind of bring ourselves to higher levels of understanding, because the world is changing, the world is transforming. We kind of got to get with it or get lost. You know what I mean? Get lost in the sauce. And I think what we're doing is kind of putting our input into the whole story of the earth, and kind of we just want to help, you know, infinite spiritual helpers and guides and stuff like that, in a nutshell. That's about it. LE, baby. Fit for life.
Saturday sun. Oh, come and see me today. So Saturday sad in the Saturday sun, and wept for a day gone by.
Are you nervous on stage when you go on stage?
Yeah.
Yeah?
A little bit.
Every time? Well, yeah. I guess
Well, before I'm nervous. Like, I'm not nervous to the point where, like, I don't want to do it. It's just like a nervous energy that I think when I get on stage, I kind of forget about it and then channel that into what I'm doing. And it's, I don't know. It's like a moment of, I don't know, a moment of like freedom, or a moment of just like energy that you just, I don't know, that you possess, that you're like possessed for like that fragment of time, you know? Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's. I mean, wherever I'm asked to play, I will do it to my best ability. And it's like, well, obviously, like, when you get on stage, it's like, I don't know, you kind of forget that you're on this, like, crazy stage sometimes, and it just becomes your little playground, you know? All the things that bothered you so, made me smile and go crazy. I wanted to start it with you. Someone said we ain't ready. And inside me lived fear. Fear never wanted to show you. They won't haunt my dreams. The green twins with your eyes. Oh, in high school, I definitely had a hard time with school, and just in general. Like, I got in trouble a lot. I just was really behind on a lot of things in terms of like just academic wise. I mean, when I started getting into music, I like really decided that's what I wanted to do, and it just, you know, I was like 11th grade, I think. And I mean, my mom especially was like really like supportive. And I mean, both of them were really supportive, but she was like really like relieved that I found something to kind of like focus on. Because before that, I didn't really, it was just kind of all over the place, I think. Or I am dyslexic, and I had, you know, I was like put in like special ed for like most of my schooling, which was, you know, it's kind of weird, but, so I don't know, I was always just kind of getting into stupid trouble.
there are people who are invisible and who are made to be invisible, who are forced to be invisible. And I think the greatest form of social justice is to acknowledge them and the power that we have as writers. It doesn't have to be a book as pressing as like, look, there's an issue and we're gonna tackle an issue. Sometimes it's just writing a character that hasn't been written. If I walk into a white establishment, right, the cop in the corner is gonna know his Spidey signal is going off for me more than it goes off for anybody, and that's something that we all know. It's always been that way. It's not a new thing. But in the meantime, I think that when it comes to like invisibility, I don't think like here's a prime example. A prime example is Black people are in the news all the time. Black people are in books, never. Or why aren't there any Black people in Harry Potter, right? One of the biggest books in history that shifted the entire literary industry, right? The only reason I have a career as fruitful as I do is because of J.K. Rowling turning it into a bigger thing, right? And there are no characters of color. We just don't exist in Hogwarts. There was the one Asian one. There is the Asian girl. Shout out to the Asian girl. But I think about all those things, and even when I'm working with, like, when I think about what I'm gonna write next, right? I'm always like, yo, where do we not exist? And let me like, all right? I'll make us fly. I mean, I work every day on things, right? I typically do about 6 hours a day of writing. I have multiple projects happening at the same time. So whether it's I'm writing a new novel, I'm editing a novel that's for the publishing company that's due, I'm writing some sort of essay or review or something like that, a blog for somebody.
How good are you at deadlines?
I don't. They never have to even give me deadlines because of this, right? There's a famous quote by W.H. Auden, famous poet, one of the dead white guys, and he said that to discipline your passion is to discipline your time, right? And so his theory was if you do the same things every single day, specifically when it comes to like your art or like doing the creative thing, that the brain will know what to do when that time comes every single day. Between the 80s, 1980 and 1999, besides Walter Dean Myers, for young people, I mean, there's a gap, right? There's like a 20-year gap, right? So if you were a Black kid in this country, especially if you were a poor Black kid in this country, and you were living in a poor Black environment, where the three biggest sort of like movements, so to speak, in your community was, crack cocaine, HIV, and hip hop music. And none of those things exist in literature at all during my entire childhood. None of it exists in any childhood literature that I could ever find. My life wasn't mirrored. Like to read about Scout, right? To read To Kill a Mockingbird it's brilliant, right? But Scout wasn't me. Signed some books. So my newest book, which I co-wrote with a buddy of mine, Brendan Kiley, called All American Boys, which is, it's one of these books. It's like it's a dual POV book about police brutality and white privilege, right? Written for teenagers.
How did your collaboration come about?
Brendan and I?
Yeah.
Brendan came to me and said, I want to write a book about police. We had been talking about police brutality a lot over the course of like a year or so, since Trayvon Martin. And I had been really angry. We were at a bar, right after Trayvon Martin, we were at a bar, and I had like lost it. Like I just like lost my whole shit. And we talked about it then, and then a couple months later, something else had happened, and we talked about that, and then Michael Brown happened, and that was a thing. And then Brendan's like, hey man, we should write a book about it. And I hadn't thought to write about it at all. Because I live in this body, and so I don't intellectualize my life as a Black person in America. Mm-hmm. I don't think about it that way because I live in it every day, and this has always been my existence. And so when he came to me with the idea, I was like, oh. And then we had like an honest conversation. I was like, look, dude, I'll do this with you. We can do this thing together, but we've got to do it, and we've got to do it even if they don't publish it.
Yeah, good.
And so we did it under wraps. We wrote the whole book without our agents or editors knowing. No one knew except for his wife. Wow. Yeah. no matter where I am in the country, 9 times out of 10, there are students who are so surprised because they didn't think that any writers could look like them, right? Like, oh, he's got crazy, hair, and he's got tattoos, and he wears sneakers, and he's got on jeans, and they can't understand how it could be possible that a guy that looks like me can do this, right? Can do something other than play basketball or be a musician or a rapper, right? All of those things, which I actually think are awesome, right? That as much as you practice basketball, as much as you practice freestyling, practice like telling yourself your own truth, because sometimes it's that truth that is your golden ticket. Your story in and of itself is worth a gazillion dollars. So yeah, it's cool. I've written 11 books, and they're all coming out, and hopefully by the time the 11th one hits, I won't have to write so much. I love writing and I love storytelling, but I want to get to a point where I'm not afraid of the door being closed. There are 2 books on the shelf, 3 books on the shelves, and a book coming out in a couple of weeks. But there are 11 books in the can because of the fear that if I didn't, the dream would be over. And I want to get to a place where I feel secure in my career, where I really feel like, I write a book once every couple of years. I write a really good book, be comfortable and respected by my peers, and that there are a lot of little black and brown kids who become adults and who have had a life with a relationship with literature because of the springboard of Jason Reynolds novels.
Going upstairs to the 4th floor, and we will walk through the. The word curator really means the Latin root is to care for. It's not just choosing things, but it's also actually being a steward in some ways of the collection. I think that sense still of being kind of just caring for these objects, caring for these ideas, caring for these artists, these people, and the public is really central to it. So I think that gets overlooked a lot, and just especially as the word becomes very popular outside of its kind of original realm. So something that's super, super exciting is actually this work by Elena Tsui that's behind me. In terms of this idea of the human body, when you kind of first look at it, obviously you don't really see a representation of a person or a face, but Elena Tsui, the way that he works is he collects bottle tops from liquor bottles. So if you get close up to it, you can see that even though it looks like kind of a giant tapestry, it's actually made out of like 10,000 individual pieces of flattened metal that he kind of connects. And so obviously human hands have to touch these things in order to make the work, literally to flatten out the bottle caps and then to kind of weave them together. You can also think about this connection to the consumer, to like actually to someone's mouth, to somebody's hand. They really carry this like bodily ephemera, this really bodily like connection, even though when you look at it, it's obviously a very abstract work. So this is how these things kind of work together. I really grew up going to the Smithsonian museums. We went to those museums because they were free. And because, we were a young family of, immigrants and didn't have a lot of money. And it was a thing to do that was really educational, that I liked, that my parents liked, that was not being at home and not being at school, not being at work, not spending money, like, out of the house, which is obviously important when you have a small child. And I think that is something that I think we really can't discount how important those spaces are. I think that there's all sorts of different types of people who have felt excluded from this sort of institution. Obviously, you know, we can think about it in racial terms, we can think about it in class terms, but I think we can also just thinking about it in terms of affinity, exposure. Like, you might be privileged in all sorts of ways and just not be conversant in art, for example. And I think that there's those multiple levels of trying to speak to very different kinds of demographics, different kinds of people with different experiences in the arts, people with different interests in the arts, is something that we've done really successfully. We are creating this space for the public to come into that is, you know, it's not your home, it's not your work, it's this other third space. It's this other space to just be. Like, you're not being, no one's asking you to do anything, no one's asking anything of you. You're just there to kind of to learn things and to look at things. And I think that's really valuable. We like work with artists all the time, and that is actually, to me, one of the most amazing, like the deepest privileges of the work that we do of being contemporary curators, that you work with artists, that these people like invite you, both literally and metaphorically, into their space, like into their personal space, whether that be their studio or their home or just like their mind, you know, that you get to be there with them and to hear about their ideas. I think fundamentally it's a really kind of baseline thing that I love and that I really appreciate and I'm, you know, very grateful for. And so, yeah, I love working with artists. But as I said, sometimes they're hectic. Yeah. But sometimes museums are hectic, so I understand, you know.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
From BRIC in downtown Brooklyn, I'm Mackenzie Fagan, and this is Glitter and Doom, a show about artists and cultural creators who are responding to the most pressing issues of our times. In the days after Charlottesville, 3 weekly news magazines ran shocking illustrations on their covers, tying the sitting American president to white supremacy. The Economist featured an image of Trump shouting into a white megaphone that looks unmistakably like a Klan hood. The New Yorker depicted Trump in a sailboat, his hand on the rudder, blowing wind into the boat's triangular white sail. The billowing sail, which has 2 holes cut in it, resembles a Klan hood. Overseas, the German weekly Der Spiegel showed a figure in a suit with a signature red tie, his face hidden by, you guessed it, a Klan hood. A fourth weekly, Time magazine, didn't take on Trump directly, but played with similar themes. Its cover featured a figure in profile, but you can only see the top of this man's head and his black boots because he's cloaked in an American flag, which drapes dramatically from his outstretched arm, raised in a Nazi Sieg Heil salute. The last 2 of these illustrations, the ones featured on the covers of Time and Der Spiegel, were done by the same artist. Adele Rodriguez is a Cuban-born American illustrator, and he has emerged as one of the sharpest visual critics of Donald Trump's presidency. You've almost certainly seen his work, whether at a protest or on Twitter or just in line at the grocery store. Trump's orange face, always the same, featureless except for a screaming mouth, melting into a puddle. Trump painting himself into an orange corner. Trump with arms aloft, holding a bloody knife in one hand and the severed head of Lady Liberty in the other. Rodriguez's images pull no punches, and they remind us that these are extraordinary times that call for extraordinary artistic responses. I sat down with Adele Rodriguez to talk about fascism, communism, and the Irish Mafia. Adele Rodriguez, thank you so much for joining me today. Welcome.
Thank you.
Talk to me about why Charlottesville was sort of this catalyzing moment for political magazine cover illustration.
I had been working with this kind of imagery for like a year or 2 and sort of thinking like, maybe am I going too far with this stuff, with this KKK racism thing or neo-fascist or whatever. And then there it's like it finally, like it was right in front of us. As an artist, you're always sitting around, you have a lot of time on your hands thinking about what's the worst that can happen. But when it finally happened, the tiki torch parade, the attack from the car and someone getting killed and all the injured, it was way more, and I think it shocked everyone because it's not just a bunch of white supremacists, they're getting encouragement, and you see that all the time from this president. They're getting encouragement.
And you had the magazine covers responding to that link between the president and white supremacy.
Getting a Nazi salute on the cover of Time magazine. But it has to be a difficult and complicated time for that to actually get published because that goes through many people that have to go, okay, we're going to publish this.
Yeah, I'm curious about that process. Like, how do you work? Do you come to your editors and you're like, hey, I have a concept?
No, they kind of work differently, but in that week, they both assigned me, like Time magazine reached out to me and says, we want you to do something about Charlottesville. We don't know what, but, send us ideas. So I sent a lot of ideas and we talk back and forth, and it's the same with Der Spiegel later in the week. What I was trying to do about 3 years ago when I first started doing this kind of work is change the way that the media treats the president. Because for many years, it was this even-handed treatment, both sidism.
Good people on both sides.
Yeah, we've got the Democrat have their point of view and the Republican have their point of view, and we're going to present them as the media in a neutral way. During the debates with Hillary Clinton, I put Hillary Clinton on one side debating a guy in a Klan hood on the other with a red tie. So that was 2 years before that Der Spiegel cover came out. But that's just me and my personal opinion. But I thought if I put this out there and I start putting it out there, the people that follow my work, which includes a lot of editors and art directors, people that I've worked with in the past, it's going to get kind of in their bloodstream. They're going to think, well, maybe this is a right way to treat this person.
Right.
And I was doing that for about a year until finally I got the first call from Time magazine and said, hey, we're watching what you're doing. We want to, work with something like that, something strong for our cover. And that was the first cover I did for Time. So I think that you don't wait. If you're an individual and you're an artist, there are things you can do to try to affect how the media tries to cover something.
I mean, I remember right after Trump was elected, the rallying cry again and again was, this is not normal.
Right.
We all have to remember this is not normal.
Right.
But you do get used to it, right? Like everything is relative.
Yeah. That's the danger of this, and my wife's family are from Prague, and they were killed at Auschwitz. So I've spent a lot of time talking to the survivors and people that left right before the Nazis came in. And for about 5 to 8 years, her great-grandparents, they didn't want to leave. And they're like, they're not going to come here. This isn't going to happen. And then they burned the synagogues. Well, that's it. It's not going to go further than that. And none of them would leave. And then eventually the worst happened, So what I learned from that is, as soon as you see something that's, fascist or has that kind of outlook, then you have to confront it right away in a really direct way and be outraged by it. It's what happened in Cuba where I grew up, which has a lot of influence in the way I think about dictatorships, is people just accept it and then they find themselves in a trap, basically.
I'm reminded of a Dutch political cartoonist whose name escapes me, and even if I could remember it, I probably couldn't pronounce it. He was active during World War II. And he started putting out these political illustrations depicting Nazis as skeletons and drinking blood. And people were like, whoa, like, isn't this a little extreme? Right. But actually he was showing, no, these are extreme times and we need to depict it as such.
We have this tradition in the United States of free speech and free thought and this and that. But as soon as you start killing people of another race or saying that your race is greater than the other one, that's where you draw the line. Germany has a really good way of dealing with this stuff. They've banned swastikas, they've banned Nazi rallies. That's it.
Some of your most famous recent covers have appeared on Der Spiegel and also Time magazine. I'm curious about if their editorial approach is different. You mentioned that Germany has a really strong, hard line on white supremacy. Do you feel like you can present Der Spiegel with more controversial images or images that wouldn't fly in the U.S.?
Yeah. But it also depends on the editor. The editor that I was working with at the time at Der Spiegel, Klaus, when I finally met him and we were talking, it was like talking to myself. Like we felt this same strong way about everything. So I was the image, he was the text. So it takes someone making that decision and defending it.
And was he the editor on the Der Spiegel cover that depicts Trump holding a bloody knife in one hand and the severed head of Lady Liberty in the other?
Yeah, it was the same editor.
Talk to me about the process behind that cover. What was the inspiration and what was the back and forth like on that?
The Muslim ban was announced overnight, and there were people on their way to the United States, little kids, grandmothers that were stuck at the airport, and I became very angry and frustrated by this because I don't believe the United States should be in the business of dividing families. That's what the Cuban government did to my family. We were split up, and we're still split up. So when I saw that there were kids and all that split from their families, it angered me. So I created, I popped in my head, the real extremist, the real, terrorist here in a way is Trump with what he's doing to families. He's terrorizing families. So I had been working on images about ISIS about 2 years earlier. And one of the images that I had was an ISIS figure sort of beheading himself. Like they had become so extreme that they were bringing their own downfall. So I literally just took that image from 2 years ago and put Trump's head on it and the Statue of Liberty in one hand and published it on my Twitter and Facebook feeds and all that. And then about 3 or 4 days later, Der Spiegel called and they said, we saw what you did a few days ago. Is that available? Can we publish that? Yeah. And I was like, well, you guys really want to publish that image? Really? And they're like, yeah, we really like it. We just, I had him in a terrorist tunic, and he's like, why don't you change it to a suit? So I put a suit on, a little small change. They just picked up what I had already done.
Makes your job easy.
Yeah. and it's the most direct opinion piece that I've had published. That image really was gigantic. In many ways, it really reverberated. And when they started doing research, they realized, oh, I'm an immigrant too. I came from Cuba, and it just, the storyline became sort of David and Goliath kind of thing, where Trump is this big force and this small cartoonist is making these images.
You came over from Cuba when you were 9 as part of the Mariel boat lift, and your family in the United States chartered a boat to go and get you.
Right.
But also on that boat were prisoners,
right.
And Castro sort of emptied prisons and put them on boats to the United States.
Right.
that became part of the narrative in the U.S., right? That Castro had sent all of these criminals and dangerous people, and he'd emptied the insane asylums, and that they were coming to the United States. And that sounds very much echoed in the current rhetoric, right? About like rapists and murderers coming across in the caravan, or terrorists, you know, coming from these Muslim countries. And as a 9-year-old who was not a criminal or a murderer who was coming over, how has that informed the way that you think about this right-wing rhetoric about immigration?
Yeah, I think it's one of the things that sets me off. The way I look at it is, if you look at any immigrant exodus, you know, you look at the Italian exodus from Italy back in the 20s or 30s. Yes, many Italians came here, brought food and all this, but what did they also create? The Italian mafia. The Irish, the same thing. They have the Irish mafia and all sorts of things. But those are romanticized, you know, in a weird way. I don't know why. Is it because they're white?
Probably, yeah.
Is that there's movies made about them, Scorsese, all this kind of stuff, and it's sort of this like aura of that's what made America. It sort of that was part of the fabric or whatever, and then Hispanics or Latin Americans come here and the Mariel boat lift, and it's all about the delinquents and the prisoners. There's a lot of strange sort of associations with migration and who's coming and why they're coming. And these people, they can bring so much to this country, but we're going to be scared because there could be a possible terrorist in the group. No, that is not what you're scared of. You're scared of something else. You just don't want to say it.
Right. You mentioned the Irish mafia. Boss Tweed, who is the head of Tammany Hall, the Irish mafia, said this of Thomas Nast's illustrations. I don't care a straw for your newspaper articles. My constituents can't read, but they can't help seeing them damn pictures. So in the heyday of political cartooning, it was often because audiences weren't literate.
Right.
And now we do have literate audiences, but maybe our attention spans are shorter. Do you think that we've sort of come full circle when it comes to the importance of representing the day's events in graphic form?
If you look at my work, it is meant to be understood in about 2 seconds, you know, especially magazine covers. I know people that are illiterate. They don't read. They can't read. They're farmers and people in Cuba that they never went to school or whatever. So I know how to communicate with people like that. And then I also gone to school here. So I'm trying to create work that is understood by that whole, you know, from one side to the other. That's a successful image to me, is when it can tap into everybody. I feel that journalists and writers sometimes are talking to other writers. I love reading, you know, a 10-page article in The Atlantic on, you know, whatever. But not many people are going to be doing that. My job is to get someone to wake up and go, oh, I have to go read that article now. What are they referring to on this magazine cover? Oh, let me open it and look inside. That's the point of magazine cover. It's something that grabs your attention, doesn't give you the full story, but makes you want to read more. And that's, I believe, part of my responsibility as an illustrator is to get people to want to learn more about every topic. It's the least I can do as part of my job as a citizen and an illustrator.
And I think that power of the image is what makes people perceive political cartooning as particularly dangerous. Like the New York Times recently did away with their daily political cartoon after the image that depicted Netanyahu as a guide dog and a blind President Trump behind him. And that was viewed as largely anti-Semitic. But, you know, what strikes me is that if they had run a written op-ed that people said that was an anti-Semitic op-ed, they wouldn't be like, well, we're never running op-eds again. Instead, the New York Times decided to entirely do away with daily political cartoons. I'm curious about your response to that.
I think it's because it's something that editors can't control. You can go in there and talk to the writer and sort of massage it so it's a little bit less strident. But cartoons are not like that. You can try in the editing process, but you can't go, you know, publish it and go back and make a correction on a cartoon. Their mistake, I think, is that they just picked up a cartoon from some other place.
Right, that was syndicated.
Yeah, so don't get in the business of that. Don't syndicate. Why don't you hire people and sort of like learn who you're working with and what their point of view is. But that's, it's sometimes just easier to just go, hey, we're not going to do that anymore.
Right.
And move on. Art and illustrations create a gut level reaction in people. And, there's a lot of power in that. There are things that I've made that are wrong or inappropriate, and I go, or an idea that pops into my head, and I'm like, nope, not gonna finish that one.
How do you know? I mean, David Remnick, the editor of the New Yorker, has said that the job of the magazine's cover artists is to go too far enough. Like, how do you know what that line is?
So I won't do things that are that make fun of people unnecessarily. There's like so many real issues that we're dealing with, that things that are about how someone looks, I don't enjoy, and I think it's kind of rude to like make fun of people's looks.
It's low-hanging fruit.
Yeah, and sex is this tricky one. Anything that makes me cringe, I go, I'm not gonna do that. But you might get the idea and go, oh, wouldn't it be funny if, whatever, Trump and Putin are kissing, and then I go, that's kind of wrong, because it just sort of makes it that being gay is inappropriate.
Well, coming back to Charlottesville, you said that you sit around thinking about the worst case scenario,
right.
And then the worst case scenario kind of did happen,
right?
And you had the opportunity to publish some of these images that I imagine perhaps you had been thinking about before. Like, do you sit around thinking like, oh man, if this really terrible thing happens, this is something?
Yeah, there's things that I won't publish because it freaks me out that when I publish them, then they happen.
Oh, you're a Cassandra.
So then I'm like, no, I'm not putting that up, because there was a time where I was doing something, and like 3 weeks later, something would happen, or he would do that, and I'm like, wow, this is weird. And I would do it as kind of like, wouldn't it be funny if situation.
This is a great plot for a movie, maybe, that you're like a cartoonist and whatever you draw comes to life.
Yeah, I was feeling a little bit like that.
So at this point, President Trump is kind of your muse, which is a weird way to think about it.
I spend a lot of my time doing other things. Like I paint other things. I'm doing a book on Jimi Hendrix right now, an illustrated book for children. I'm doing the memoir. I've got so many other projects, going on.
You're a fine artist, you're an illustrator, and your style, if you go to your website, your political illustrations aren't even up.
Right.
Your style on your fine art is more painterly, you're using acrylics.
Right.
But the style that you use for cover illustrations is very graphic and pared down. And I'm curious about why you've developed that specific style.
I see illustrations and especially covers as something that needs to be read right away. That if you're looking online, that scroll that you do on Twitter, you're like, blah, blah, blah. And you're like, oh my God, that first reaction, that's what I want.
Will you describe what the Trump figure looks like for people who maybe haven't seen it?
Oh, it's basically kind of a roundish orange head, a yelling mouth, and then just yellow on top. Once it's established, you can then just stretch it and do other things, and people will just see this little screaming mouth and recognize.
And that's the only facial feature.
Yeah.
How did you arrive at the way that you depict Trump?
The idea for me from the start was to create a brand, almost like Pepsi or Coke or whatever. And then once that brand sort of gets into people's mind, they can look past the visuals and just get to the idea really quickly. So when you see this brand of this orange face, you're like, okay, this is about Trump. You normalize something when you forget about it. But if you're constantly reminded of the problem and in a bright orange hue, it doesn't get normalized. Bright orange is always a warning. Stay away from this thing or pay attention. And that was part of the idea of the branding. Create something that's bright orange that people associate with danger or caution or whatever. Once you've developed the brand, you can then destroy the brand by taking it into pieces, cutting it, slicing it, whatever. And then you still recognize what it is.
Do you know we know that Trump is obsessed with his own image and the way in which the media covers him. I think it's safe to assume that he has seen your covers.
It's funny that he sees, he retweets everything, but he will not touch the Time covers that he's on.
He hasn't tweeted
He hasn't
at you.
shown it. It's sort of like this quiet thing. But yeah, of course, a friend of mine is an illustrator, He wrote me and he's like, I am so jealous of you because I do know that every time one of these things comes out for about 5 seconds, Trump looks at it and is disappointed. You're doing that to him. Like it's the one power that I have that my friend doesn't have. Like, I'm so jealous. I want that.
You get 5 minutes of his day where he's feeling like shit.
He goes, yeah, you've just ruined his day. And I'm like, oh, wow, I hadn't thought about that. But it's true because it's that, hey, you're on the cover of Time. Oh, God. My friend Tim O'Brien has also done some strong Trump coverage for Time. But without us two kind of working on this stuff, it might have been a portrait of Trump, kind of looking serious or whatever. Trump in profile, just his face, whatever. That stuff becomes very normalized. Like he's the president, he's on the cover of Time. He would probably show that, in his office. But he's not going to show my work.
You've made him ludicrous.
Right.
He's orange and he's a screaming mouse.
Right. And you can't, you can't massage that,
Right.
And that's the other thing is he's excellent at twisting words. So you can massage words or take quotes out of context. You can't change meaning of an image. It's there. That's it. So
I'm curious about your take on what I see as one of the most iconic pieces of political illustration, both as somebody who teaches illustration and as a Cuban American. I'm thinking of Jim Fitzpatrick's image of Che, which is on college dorm rooms everywhere. What is it about what he did to that photo and creating this graphic illustration from it that is so powerful?
Yeah, I mean, actually, it's taken from a photograph by Corda, who's a Cuban photographer, and then the Irish artist sort of posterized it. It's like Jim Morrison of the Doors or something. It's this very young, fresh, idyllic image, but at that time, Che was really jailing homosexuals and putting people in work camps and all sorts of things. So I don't really have the same associations with that image. When I went to Ireland, someone offered me to meet the artist that created. I'm like, no, I don't really want to. I don't really know what I'm gonna say to him.
Right.
It's still, the Cuban Revolution in general is seen as this sort of very idyllic thing by a lot of lefty people, and it's destroyed so many lives. And so I'm always in a funny spot where everybody just assumes I'm. Like online, people that hate me just go, you lefty communist. I'm like, nope, I'm not.
Not super down with communists, actually.
So that's the weird thing is that people assume that if you believe one thing, then you're against something, you believe in the other. And I'm like, no, I'm a weird, extreme centrist. The reason I'm doing this is because what's happening here is reminding me of that, and I was against Cuba and communism for such a long time. I still am. And what's happening here is reminding me the way insults are hurled at people at Trump events is the same insults that were hurled by Cuban mobs, state mobs against people that were leaving during the Mario Bote. People would be called scum, garbage, all these kinds of things. It's the same things that Trump writes on his Twitter feed are these things that Castro would say. The press is the enemy of the people is something that Castro said. So. If any, like imagine now if someone did a very positive, beautiful image of Trump looking idyllically into the sky, what would you call that?
Do you have a political illustrator, a historical political illustrator who you think is the greatest of all time or whose work you really look up to?
Yeah, there's a few, but I would say Kathy Kollwitz, who's a German artist, did a lot about poverty in the 1910s, 1920s. It was great. Emory Douglas, he did posters for the Black Panther Party, did great work. Leon Golub is a great painter that deals with politics.
Is there a unifying theme among all of these political artists?
I think, the thing that I see and the thing that I talk about now a lot is risk. Taking risks. My father took a risk, getting on a boat and with my mom and all of us, because my mom didn't want to do it. It's a risk to put your family on a boat. It's a risk to confront Hitler in the 1930s. It's a risk for Diego Rivera to paint the, communist, to paint Lenin at Rockefeller Center, and that was torn down. But with risk comes reward, you know? What's life worth living if you're not going to stand up for something? I'm not going to shut up. I didn't risk everything. I didn't leave behind my family and all that stuff to come here and just shut up, you know, and see things happening and think, I mean, what's going to happen to my career? Nope. I just do what I do, and I continue to do so.
Thank you for not shutting up. Adele Rodriguez, thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
That's the episode for today. Thank you so much for watching. And a reminder that Glitter and Doom is also available as a podcast. You can find it wherever you get your podcasts.
I love wintertime in Coney Island because it's quiet and you can hear the ocean and you can hear the seagulls. I can commune with nature. It's cold. Hi folks, I'm Dick Ziggin. People sometimes call me the permanently unelected mayor of Coney Island. I don't run for office, therefore I don't have any salary, but I don't have any term limits. I am founder of Coney Island USA, a not-for-profit arts organization. I also get involved in a lot of community work and activism, so it is an honor to be able to do that work in my neighborhood that I love. Patrick, you up in the booth? Yeah. We haven't done a show here all winter. Can we just make sure all the lights are working? Okay, this first row, there's ones off stage right and stage left. On. I am not a native Brooklynite. I grew up 60 miles outside of New York City in Bridgeport, Connecticut. It's a clue to my personality that Bridgeport was the hometown of the world's greatest entertainer, P.T. Barnum. By the time I was 7 years old, God damn it, I was a Barnum scholar. I knew everything about P.T. Barnum and knew that the circus was the key to American entertainment, to American popular culture. So when I'm moving to New York, I had this totally wacky idea that Coney Island could be a staging ground. I rent a loft in 1979, which a few months later, after I've done substantial renovation, the loft burns to the ground, but by that point, I've got the sand in my shoes, and I catch on very quickly that in Coney Island, the salt air preserves the body even though the salt air rots the mind. And if I want to be a healthy, wacky 80-year-old, Coney Island is the bohemian neighborhood I decide to join.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Bindlesif Cavalcade of Youth. Are you ready to start the show? Yeah! Please welcome the Cavalcades.
I like that act. We also, in our venues, do family-friendly programming. We're not always wacko and bizarre, just most of the time. This is hard for me to believe, but I'm probably, as a director, the most experienced living human on earth in terms of circus sideshows. So what is a Coney Island circus sideshow? They do things for a living you and I wouldn't do for all the money in the world. Putting a sword down your throat or putting fire in your mouth. It's a different type of entertainment that you have to experience, that you have to see to believe, and this is where you come to see and believe. Hey, I'm getting hungry. Let's go to Kitchen 21. I want lobster roll. Our resident artist, Marie Roberts, does these sideshow banners. You normally can tell Coney Island's ready to open when they put the cars back on the Wonder Wheel. By this weekend, they'll be putting the cars back on. Charlie, it doesn't feel like spring yet.
Someday it will warm up.
But not today. April has always been an exciting month for me in Coney Island. It begins with spring cleaning. Like the swallows coming back to Capistrano, trucks are bringing in supplies and restaurants are loading food into their freezers. The people of New York City who've been cooped up let loose and explode. It's about mechanical rides. It's about a soundtrack. It's about dancing in the streets to the music coming off. It's a melting place that would be hard to find anywhere else in the world. People interact in Coney Island. It's a place where Hasidim are sitting next to homeboys on roller coasters. Coney Island is the museum of people. There's changes happening here. They're ripping out something, and it's exciting to see changes, especially where nothing was happening for decades. So what are you doing out here today? A job fair, right? Good luck. Is the job fair in the Carousel building? Should we peek in? If we're quiet, I want to show you this Lincoln Centennial course. We should get out of here. But one tip for the viewers, the bathroom here at the B&B Carousel is the nicest bathroom in Coney Island. Shh. Being a performance artist, I guess I'm inspired by turning myself into a Mickey Mouse kind of mascot. When I started doing public appearances leading the Mermaid Parade in 1984. Unfortunately, the story would always be murder, arson, gangs, murder, arson, gangs. It was important to me to change the visual image, the media image of Coney Island. I started wearing derbies or straw hats, antique wool bathing suits, hipster sunglasses, and before there was such an official thing as a New York City in hipster, I was trailblazing an alternative Coney Island. I'm gonna eat a lobster roll. And I'm so proud of what's happened to that building, which was derelict, falling apart. It's been fully restored as a restaurant with some of the amazing terracotta artwork from the 1920s. It's a gorgeous building. And I hope the kitchen is open. Hi there, sir.
What do you feel?
I'm just getting old and sometimes like a foot stops working.
I have other things that stop working.
Just in case.
Come on in, we got it ready for you.
Great. Where am I sitting? Well, this is the fun part of the shoot, getting to eat.
Yeah.
Where does your lobster come from? Is it Maine lobster or Brooklyn lobster?
It's the Gowanus Canal lobster.
It is so wonderful that Coney Island got around to renovating and appreciating its history and its landmarks. We're on our way up to the roof bar. Is drinking allowed in the elevator?
As long as you're not driving the elevator, I think you're all right.
In a deep way in my soul, I really believe that art has an ability to work within its neighborhood and make a difference in the spirit of its neighborhood. If you've taken any kind of class in literature, you've heard the phrase, a sense of place. Well, for my entire lifetime, my adult life, I've really enjoyed my sense in place because I enjoy the beach and I enjoy the sky and I enjoy the ocean and I enjoy the museum of people and popular culture that Coney Island in general is. And I have such a good time and have so much inspiration. And as a writer, I have so much local color and so many unique stories and characters to deal with. I've been nothing but blessed to be the unelected mayor of Coney Island.
You can pull anybody aside here and there's a good chance they're probably related to us. My grandfather started the business in 1968.
I guess because it's a family business, I always had train in my blood. When people think trains, they're just thinking of their grandfather, you know, in their basement or around their tree. I think as a business, you have to, no matter what industry you're in, you have to evolve with the times. And if you're not changing, you're going to be out of business.
A lot of the companies are doing things in a smart way to try to engage the younger kids, whether it's using the Bluetooth technology or the handheld remotes, or if it's an app that they're using on their iPad or iPhone. I feel that model trains does foster kind of either the father-son or the grandparents and the grandchildren. It kind of fosters that relationship because you do need someone with experience to pass on this knowledge. That's how my son actually learned how to crawl, because he was so interested in looking at the train that he pushed himself up to prop himself up to see it.
You see a lot of people that they can't find any other train stores in the area anymore. There was a point where there were so many back in the day, but now we're the last one standing.
Wow, that's gorgeous. Son of a bitch. This one right here, $3.99, look at that. That is beautiful. Come here, I come here all the time. I've been coming here for years. It's just like collecting stamps. How you like that?
You know, people love trains, and they don't just come in once a year. These hobbyists, they build these massive layouts, so they're coming in to get scenery, they're coming in to get trees, they're coming in to get buildings.
I might go for this guy right here. See the olive green one? I might get that today. I think I'm gonna grab that. Yeah, that's pretty. Look how nice that looks. Yeah, it's like it brings out the kid in you. It does. Yeah, it definitely does. You know, I retired about 4 years ago. And this is a great way to not only pass the time, but just makes you real happy.
A lot of people find it therapeutic even, if I may, to set these things up. People like to create this different world. The creative part is something that I think is very important. And probably the last part that is actually, out of all the things that the reason why people are involved in this, is that trains represent a different time in this country. Just stirs up something for their nostalgic side.
Put it this way, if there were no trains, what would the world be like? It'd be very different. The trains actually built this country. They did. And this is going back pretty much before there were automobiles, there were trains. I mean, yes, the trains built this great country we live in.
We're in the Puppet Works Theater at 338 6th Avenue in Brooklyn, lovely Park Slope.
Tell me who you are and why you have come here.
I'm Mike Leach, and I'm a puppeteer. There are worse jobs. I'm playing with dolls for a living. I mean, come on, how much am I going to complain? I show up for work, I get applause. The mailman doesn't get applause when they show up for work. I guess I make kids happy, maybe even educate them or show them something interesting. So it's okay.
By my striped flank, you will be my dinner!
This particular theater, this spot goes back to like 1990. The company goes back quite a bit further than that, under a few different names. The company's roots go back to the 1930s, WPA project.
I started out doing my own shows as a child, having seen a group called the Cesare Marionettes when I was attending PS 200 in Benson Avenue, Brooklyn. And they used to come every year, and I thought, what is this stuff? You know, it embodied all the things I liked. I liked to write, I liked to make things. When I was 19, I was hired to tour with the Cesare Marionettes. We went to all the schools in all the 5 boroughs, and every spring we would go upstate, and in the summer we would go to New England and play in summer camps. We would come in and set up our show and do an evening show and then pack up and leave the next morning. A big hit we took was when TV came along with the Sesame Street and with Mr. Rogers. It implied that puppets were only for the littlest children. Schools, whereas we used to perform up to the 8th grade, started stopping us at 6th grade. And now it's down to the 3rd and 4th grade. The kids want to come, but the parents and teachers think, oh, that's too kiddie for you. That was a big problem for us that we try to overcome, because our shows are not really geared for the littlest child. We developed to the point where we had like 4 or 5 companies and special jobs like doing things for the Smithsonian. And we started at Macy's every Christmas, and that ended up running 38 years. We were there for 38 years. But we did Christmas shows, and early on we did summer shows and other special shows for them. What we did in the 50s, 60s, and 70s is amazing. I look back now and I said, how did we do that? I mean, I can't imagine doing it now. I was having trouble finding people who could survive these tours. And I'd always wanted a theater so you can control a lot more of what's going on. We came here to Brooklyn. First, we were in Old First Church on 7th Avenue, just for weekends. We still were touring. And then I found a space on 3rd Avenue and Carroll Street. We had our theater finally. Around that time, the space was empty. It had been a former Mexican restaurant. We moved in, and we've been here since.
Calm down, it's just a puppet show.
Mike Leach has been with us for many, many years. He started out working at Macy's as an elf, and he got intrigued with what was going on backstage.
So there I am in an elf suit, and I was assigned to the puppet theater. We snuck backstage during lunch, and that was 26 years ago. I was just going to do this for like a couple of years and then go back to the real world and whatnot. And I don't know, time flies.
Was you like working the puppet by yourself or other people were helping you?
Was I working by myself back there?
No.
No, this guy Nico, he was in my way. But yeah, no, there's 2 of us back there working the puppets back and forth. The audience sees these characters run around the stage. You don't have any puppeteers involved. They just see animals and people telling these stories, and the curtain closes and there's a scene change, and we open up and it's a whole new act. And so it's really like Broadway in 1/3. Great. That's what they perceive. From backstage, it's a little bit different. First off, we see from top down, so we're only looking at the tops of all these characters' heads. This is old technology. Marionettes, strings, wood, cloth. That's what we do. The audience is watching your every move, whether something's tangled or you're trying to adjust something. You're acting with an inanimate object. Like you see a painter paint a picture of an angry man. They do not stand there, shake, and throw their coffee. They calmly sit there and paint.
Come, my loyal subjects, follow your king.
This is kind of guerrilla puppetry. It's 2 people back there in the dark.
Up you go!
Multiple characters are going to come on and off. You're not sticking to one character. You're playing 2 characters at the same time often, and you're passing the characters back and forth often, so you're not going to stick. And so we want to have the same kind of body action between the puppets, no matter who's walking them across the stage. We throw in the scene changes. Someone's got to close the curtain. We have to jump down to the bridge, and you're getting the scenery on, changing the backdrop, and we also control our own lights. It's like a dance up there between 2 puppeteers. It's not just what's going on the stage. We're moving just as much as the puppets are, and we're crossing each other and handing stuff off. And we multitask enough. Having the show pre-recorded is a big help. Everyone associated with the company will do voices, and we do the recordings ourselves. We had one particular fellow named Bruce Hack who worked with us as a pioneer in electronic music. We've had a few incidences during shows. I've had people fall off the bridge. We don't stop usually. Usually my reaction is, are you going to get up and get the curtain?
Way too many holes in everything.
I'm not a puppet fan. Never have been. It's what I do.
I'm your king.
Oh, no, you're not. You're just the man cub.
I think the audience comes in and I assume they're not amused by puppets. They may be creeped out by puppets. They may think they're going to be bored. And then I try to change that. I try to amaze them and do things that you don't expect puppets to be able to do, or subtle movements that they don't expect. So I expect to entertain people. I don't assume they're puppet fans. So I like working from the other way. So let's see what we can do with puppets today and do something interesting.
Welcome to the Montauk Club. This is one of the oldest, if not the oldest, membership clubs in Brooklyn. We're right off of Grand Army Plaza on 8th Avenue and Lincoln Place. The Montauk Club dates from 1889 and the building from 1891, and it's been our clubhouse continuously ever since. This is a great Park Slope institution. When I was a little kid, I was told in hushed tones about the Montauk Club. It was great walking into the building for the first time about a dozen years ago for a meeting. And after that, I thought, you know what, I'm back living in the Slope. I should become a member, and I did. It's really a wonderful place to meet people, to have events. I can honestly say that the Montauk Club has become my second home.
You walk around the neighborhood and weave all of these beautiful brownstone bucolic streets, and we spent our first year and a half walking by this place. What is that building? Who lives there? What's going on?
The club was organized in 1889. The members of the club, who were among Brooklyn's gentry at the time, bankers, lawyers, and such, politicians, raised the $250,000 or so to hire a star architect, Francis Kimball, to design the place and then to have it built. And so the clubhouse opened in 1891.
Charles Arthur Moore, the first president and the founder, happens to be my great-great-grandfather. I was unaware of him and this club. My sister happened to come to a talk on architect Francis Kimball several years ago and noticed his picture in the stairwell. It was a different time back then. It was a larger club, that's for sure. It was the entire building. There was bowling in the basement and rooms to rent, and this entire room was billiards rooms. It was more of a general city club, places to go and entertain and do some reading, get some entertainment. And it's still very much like that today. A little bit smaller, which, you know, isn't too bad because it makes it more of a cozy environment.
When you walk up the stairs and open the double mahogany doors, the first thing that you notice to your right is a beautiful tiled fireplace. And then when you look up, you see a very exquisite chandelier. And when you look to the windows, you see a lot of stained glass in this grand ballroom. And that ballroom downstairs also has a nice bar on the left side, which is used for our new member night party, which is probably one of my most favorite nights of the year.
It's a warm and inviting place. When we decided to get married, there was no question about where we would do it. We had it here. Right away, when you walk into this room, you see the stained glass windows that front onto Plaza Street. The sofa and chairs that are by the windows are a terrific place to just read a book, have a drink. There's a long balcony on the Lincoln Place side where people can have drinks or dinner when it's warm enough. And there are elements of the Venetian palazzo architecture that Francis Kimball used to design the building. And you can see in the columns and in the friezes above the windows, really amazing details. On the Lincoln Place facade, there's a frieze of Dutch and English settlers purchasing land from Chief Wyandanch, who was one of the leading Algonquin chiefs on Long Island. Many of the old line clubs in New York City, not just the Montauk Club, but the L Club, New York Athletic Club, and others, had accommodations for their members. The reason was the male membership would be deserted by their families and children and domestic help during the summertime. And so they would be left unable to fend for themselves. Well, these clubs were able to provide a certain number of accommodations for them to be fed and have their laundry done and so on. Those apartments in the Montauk Club are now part of the condominium, which is upstairs. The Montauk Club's fortunes have mirrored almost exactly those of Park Slope. The club was at its peak probably in the years between 1889 and 1929, when Park Slope was at its most prosperous. And there weren't many alternatives by way of entertainment or social activity to what a private club could provide for people who could afford to be a member. The club almost went out of business in the 1930s during the Great Depression. We've seen the membership dip and then rise again in the last 20 years, and we're attracting a lot of younger members. And that really mirrors what Park Slope has become.
The Montauk Club is open to everybody. The ideal candidate for the Montauk Club is someone that appreciates what is here, is respectful that there is a wonderful blend of old guard members and new guard members.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
My name is Augusto, and I'm one of the chefs at Chavela Restaurant, and I'm here at my favorite supermarket, which is Brooklyn Fair. Let's find out what ingredients you have chosen for me today. So what we have today is shashito pepper, the shrimp, paladia onions, yuca, and cilantro. I already see the onions. Let's get started. This is the yuca. A nice way to find a good yuca is to go for the white one on the root. The one is getting darker, might be getting a little more dry, the other ones. Yuca is normally coated on wax, which is something to prevent of the yuca to get dry. As you can see, they have a big variety of peppers. We're gonna start with poblano pepper. When you roast it, you can get a really nice flavor. Over here we have the shishito peppers, which are the ones you have chosen for me today. It's really, really sweet, so don't be afraid of biting it like that. Finally, we got the shrimps. One other thing about the Brooklyn Fair Market is that you always find good people willing to help you. So today we're gonna choose eagle shrimp because it has the peel on it, and I'm gonna show you how to utilize everything on the dish. Thank you so much. Hi, so we are here back at Chavela's restaurant, one of the greatest restaurants in Crown Heights. Our cuisine is focused more on the central and south of Mexico. We focus more on home cooking. That's why if you come, you might find our tacos a little different from the other places, but it's what we eat at home. The dish that I'm choosing to do with the ingredients that you give me, it's camarones al ajillo. It's one of our specialties here at Chavela's. And also will be doing chicken enchiladas mole. Okay, so I will be performing the two dishes at the same time, and I hope you liked it. We're gonna start by peeling the yuca, and we will go alongside, and then just go alongside with the mandolin. Okay, so now we have enough chips. I'm gonna send it to fry. Today I will be smoking onions, so you can see that our normal onions will become something more than onion. Keep your eyes always on the onion. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna lay the onion on these little racks. Okay, so now we're gonna use some walnut wood, a couple of pieces in here. So we're just gonna cover it, and we're gonna create some sort of breathing hole in order to keep the smoke on. And then we're gonna proceed to do the rest. The next thing that I'm gonna work on, it's gonna peel some shrimps, because I wanna do the base. And as you can see it, we're gonna peel it, and then we're gonna discard the little vein on the back. And then we're gonna start doing our base. So we're gonna start by heating some oil. We're gonna put our shrimp shells. We're gonna deglaze it with a little white wine, and we will let it simmer for a couple of minutes. So now we're gonna go ahead and peel our shrimp. You're always gonna get the back of the shrimp, slightly peeling it. When I first came to this country, I came because I want to try something new. Back in the days, I was at the military school. I wanted to become a pilot. But when I came here, I saw a big opportunity. I started working as a dishwasher, and when I became a sous chef, I decided to drop out of school and keep this career, which is a chef. I don't know if I did the right choice, but I'm happy with it. We're gonna start doing the other dish, which is the chicken mole enchiladas. Mole, it's a little complicated to explain. There is thousands of moles, and the ingredients can go from 17 to 65. I divide the mole in two categories: dry ingredients and fresh ingredients. Our fresh ingredients will be jalapeno, onions, garlic, tomatoes, but also fresh plantains. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna start roasting our fresh ingredients. And for the rest, we're gonna slightly fry them. And then we were just gonna turn it into a mix. I left two of the ingredients out. One is piloncillo or panela, which is raw cane sugar, and we have Mexican chocolate. Okay. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna wait until the very end, because if I put sugars now, they will stick to the bottom, and my mole will take the risk to get burned. We're gonna start working on the chicken enchiladas. For that, you already have our chicken breast. You don't wanna shred it all away. You wanna leave a little chunks. just to make sure that when you eat enchiladas, you still have some nice texture to it. I like to use some of the chicken stock because somehow we need some liquid to moisturize the chicken. We have our mole that has been blended. We're just gonna use some of the mole to cut the chicken. So our chicken mole is ready. We're gonna let it dry and let the chicken absorb the mole, the flavor of the mole. So we're getting close to plate the dish that, with the ingredients that you have chosen for me. First ingredient, which is the shrimp. As you can see, we have the cilantro, onions, which I already smoked, and the fourth ingredient, it's yuca. We have done yuca chips. In this little bowl, I'm gonna do a little rubber, which is a little bit of oregano, salt, and paprika. So we're just gonna go and slightly season it. The last ingredient that I haven't done anything yet, which I'm about to do, is the shashito pepper. I'm just gonna slightly roast it, and I'm just gonna put a little bit of vinegar to it. Again, I'm gonna use my one of my favorite tools, which is the blowtorch. And like so, just gonna slightly roast it. By doing this, I'm gonna make sure that you're gonna get something fresh, but also it'll get this charky flavor from charring it. That will do it. I'm gonna slightly slide those peppers so I can use them as a garnish on the dish. So the next thing is gonna be just go ahead and cook the shrimp. So we're gonna start some olive oil. I'm gonna put some guajillo shredded pepper. The next thing will be garlic. So the onions have been smoked, and the reason to smoke the onions is to give a little smoke contrast to the dish as well. So now, this is where our shrimp meets the pan. We are ready for the wine. We're gonna dump some of the base. This is the consistency that I'm looking for. So just gonna toss some of the cilantro, which is another ingredient that you have chosen for me. It's ready to go. I wanna toss some of my yuca in here. And then we're just gonna finish it with some of the shashito pepper. It'll give a nice freshness to the dish. Here is our first dish from the secret ingredients that you have chosen. So we're gonna start doing now the enchiladas, chicken enchiladas. Tortillas is a big thing in our culture. If you don't eat tortillas, you won't feel like satisfied. You won't feel like if you have eaten. My grandmother likes to eat taco with double tortillas. I don't like that, but I respect what she does. What I like to do is slightly fry the tortilla. Once the tortilla has been fried, we're gonna proceed to fill it. Start to rolling it. And there are our enchiladas. I'm gonna use one of our traditional plates, which is made out of the barro. I'm going to use mole to cut it. I like my enchiladas swimming on sauce, so I'm sure you like to. And then we're just gonna go to our final touch, which is garnishing the enchiladas. Our second dish, enchiladas de pollo, Chabela style. Shredded chicken, roll it in tortilla, top it with mole, garnish it with crema, queso fresco, lettuce, and onion rings. And obviously, we accompany this with black beans and Mexican rice.
Hi, I'm Maura, and I work in the neighborhood, and I'm about to try this dish by Chef Augusto. This is the camarones al ajil, prepared by Chef Augusto, and I'm gonna try it.
What's up, Brooklyn? This is Jerobi White, founder and chef of Eat Rhymes of Life. We're here at Brooklyn Fair for Chef's Roulette. We're gonna see right now the 5 ingredients you chose for me to cook for you today. So let's get shopping. Okay, the 5 ingredients are lamb chops, white asparagus, graffiti eggplant, chipotle onions, and black plums. White asparagus are white because they're grown underground and they don't get any sunlight, which doesn't give them a chance to produce chlorophyll, so they turn white. Just want to make sure they're firm and not a lot of marks and bruises on them when you're picking them out. Graffiti eggplant, beautiful graffiti eggplant. Smaller than the normal variety of eggplant, high sugar content, very sweet and delicious. Chipotle onions. Again, sweet. They're small, just like regular onions, yellow onions, I should say. The shape makes them great for roasting and doing roasts and things like that. Hey, how you doing? How are your lamb chops today?
Awesome, really good.
Yeah? Let me get 2 of the lamb loin chops right there.
You have a nice day.
Great, thank you. You too, man, thank you. Last but not least, some sweet black plums. We are at Food Works today, and let's see the ingredients that you chose for me. Lamb chops, white asparagus, graffiti eggplant, chipotle onions, and last but not least, black plums. And for my special dish, this is something I like to make all the time, barbecues and whatnot, grilled fruit salad. The secret to tender lamb, I think it's all in how you cook it, to be honest with you. First, I'm going to season the lamb chops. A little salt, pepper. Both sides. I'm going to clean these cipollini onions because I'm going to saute them for a little while and then stick them in the oven to finish. Growing up, my parents got divorced and it left me with a lot of time in the house by myself. And so out of necessity, I learned how to cook. I wasn't really allowed to watch TV per se, but I was allowed to watch PBS. And on PBS were all the cooking shows. So that's really where I learned to cook. Once I got to culinary school, we started going on tour, and then it always became a 1A, 1B situation. When I wasn't on tour, I was in the kitchen. When I wasn't in the kitchen, I was doing something music related. Just like music, when you're in the kitchen, you're only as good as your last dish. And when you're a musician, you're only as good as your last song. What I'm gonna do with these, I'm gonna take these and put these in the oven, let them cook down. And when we cook down, we're gonna puree them and make a nice little sauce for the bottom of this lamb dish we're gonna make. So now, what I'm gonna do is put a little oil in the bottom of this pan. Throw these in here. A little salt. A little garlic. I'm gonna put these in the oven. So I think now, we're gonna put these in. We're just gonna give them a little toss once or twice, and we're gonna put these in the oven as well. I'll let them do their thing, so we don't have to think about them. The white asparagus Aside from the color, they'll have a much milder flavor than the green asparagus. What I like to do with the white asparagus, I just like to just take some of the end off, just take some of the bottoms off. Since we have our lovely grill there, I'm going to grill these white asparagus. The contrast with the white and the grill marks will be nice. It'll look nice on the plate. Graffiti eggplant, aside from the size and the color, they are sweeter and have, I think, a little bit less of the eggplant flavor that you are familiar with. Okay, let's take these onions out of the oven right now. Perfect. Set those there. We cook the plums all the way down. For a piece of lamb this size, this thickness, medium rare would be probably 4 minutes on each side. I'm not even going to tell you how to cook it more than medium rare because I want you to cook it medium rare. That's what you want to hear. Can you hear that? Can you hear that? We're going to let those cook about a minute each side before we stick those in the oven and finish. We're going to take our white asparagus, grill these a little bit. Perfect. Perfect, 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 perfect. Now, this oven is up pretty hot. It's a convection oven. This is going to go in the oven for maybe 7 minutes. Let's set these here because we're about to plate. Take a little bit, a little smear, a couple onions, a couple asparagus. Beautiful, 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 beautiful eggplant. And the chops that have been cooked to temperature and let them rest for a little. Always let your meat rest. Just want to finish it off with a little green because we love green. So here we have like a confit puree-ish thing that I made with the plums. On the bottom is chipotle the onions, the graffiti eggplant, we got the white asparagus, and all of these flavors are going to tie in well together. And here you have it. So now we're going to start making my grilled fruit salad. We have yellow pepper, orange pepper, peach, white peach, nectarine, red onion, and red plums. This salad works with any kind of stone fruit. I found this is the best that works with this salad. This grilled fruit salad goes excellent with seafood. Olive oil, some salt and pepper in here. So we're just gonna put these on the grill and let them grill. Not too soft, just to get some grill marks on it. We have this grill here on high. Now I think we should take our fruit off of the grill. I want them to look like they've been touched by fire. See, that's exactly what we want. To finish our fruit salad, place it in the bowl. That looks fantastic. To finish, we have lovely, 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 everybody's favorite goat cheese. Sprinkle that over the top. Pistachios and goat cheese, to me, just go so well together. There we go. Little green onion. Bam. We're done. Hey, Sam.
Hey, Jerobi.
I understand you're tasting the food today.
Yes, I can't wait.
Okay.
Wow, this looks great.
Tell them what you think. Tell them what you think.
All right, we'll see. I'm going to try the lamb first. Oh my God. Wow. The lamb is so juicy and soft. Mixed with the plum, you have that tangy, tarty, but earthy kind of taste with the lamb, which is amazing. Great combination, great balance. Jerobi, you did your thing on this one. I love it. I recommend it to everyone. This is an amazing dish. So now I'm going to try the grilled salad. Wow. The combination of the goat cheese and the nuts is amazing. I think this is one of my favorite salads.
Hi, I'm Chef John Keller, AKA Chef John Cooks, and I'm here at the Union Square Market. And what we're gonna do is I'm gonna pick 5 random ingredients out of this bag, and we're gonna go back to Cherry Izakaya in Brooklyn, Williamsburg, and I'm gonna cook a meal. So let's see what is in my fate. Okra, nice. Squash blossoms. Candy cane beets, watercress, and survey says duck. All right, let's go make a great meal and head out to BK. I love it. We just got back from the Union Square Market where I had my 5 mystery ingredients. We're at Cherry Izakaya in Williamsburg, Brooklyn, on North 8th between Bedford and Barry. One of my favorite things is exactly what we're doing today. Going to a farmer's market, I have no idea what I'm gonna cook. We come back and we figure it out. So what I have here is a nice mallard duck. Here's a breastbone right here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take my knife and I'm gonna follow right along this breastbone. And you'll almost actually feel the knife against the bone. Then I just keep my knife flat, pressed against the bone, and I'm just gonna shave this down. That's what we're looking for. A nice clean breast. I'm gonna cook these a little bit later. I wanna get our roasted beets in the oven first. We have our beets, olive oil, salt, pepper. We're gonna seal them up in foil, and we're gonna pop them into a 400-degree oven. I'd say about 40 to 45 minutes, depending on how large your beets are, but I'll show you the simple test with a paring knife later on. This other beet here, I'm just gonna cut the end off, and I'm gonna peel them. And what I'm gonna do is, it's real simple, it's just like a quick pickle, and I'm gonna pickle it with, this is called anise hyssop. Cooking is something that's, I've always loved, I guess, even since when I was a kid. I started my career at Nobu back in the late 90s, like 1998. I had known it from Iron Chef back in the day, you know, the original Iron Chef. There was just something that spoke to me with the food that they were doing. Here we have our candy cane beets, and it's real simple. All I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a little bit of sherry vinegar, a little salt and pepper, a touch of extra virgin olive oil. Now with duck, I kind of like the whole sweet and sour play. So I'm gonna add some organic honey to this. Mix that real good. I'm gonna let this just sit and let the vinegar and everything do its thing. It's just gonna be a really quick marinade to help penetrate the meat a bit. So it's like we're making a pesto as a marinade. I don't want to get it on the skin because the skin will burn. So I figured out my second component of the dish. We're gonna do duck fat and okra. Doesn't that just sound wonderful? I'm gonna throw these into that pan and we're gonna start rendering the fat. The duck fat is gonna add flavor and the fat's gonna get nice and crispy. So it's also gonna add texture. And actually, we should check on our beets right now. We should be close. So all I'm gonna do for these beets Look at that, went right in. They're good. We can set these aside and we'll peel those in a moment. Warm beets. You can almost see it, it's starting to get crispy. It's like duck bacon. So this is like, as opposed to oil, it's kind of like water almost. You see how like the texture of the oil has changed? So that's where I'm gonna go in with my duck breast. Because for me, what I'm looking for is basically two textures. I'm looking for the crispy skin, and then I want the meat. I'm just gonna barely flip it over and kiss the other side of the meat. We are just about there on our duck. In fact, we are there. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna drain off that fat. I'm gonna put in our okra here. Salt and pepper. Some of our beet greens. This is gonna be a side for our duck. I guess you could say it's like a fricassee of sorts. Yeah, baby. Look at that. This oil's smoking right now. All right, all I'm gonna do, one, I'm gonna tilt it. Done. So all I'm doing is just kissing this side of the breast. That's it. So we got our duck breast. We're about to pull this all together. I love these. They're squash blossoms, they're zucchini flowers. I do not do much to these. So you know zucchini and squash? This is what grows on top. These are the flowers. Take these right into the middle. Oh yeah. And now we'll complete our dish. So I have these duck breasts that I've been sitting there resting. It's gonna be nice and moist. We got that marinade that's penetrated the meat side. I'm just gonna drizzle these beets with a little olive oil. Just a touch. We put the duck right on top of our beets. Double action, double breasted. And then here comes our watercress. So we have this beautiful watercress. We're gonna take our pickled beets, and this is basically acting as our vinaigrette for our watercress. And here we go. Voila. We have our Maigret duck breast. We have our roasted candy cane beets. We have a salad made of watercress and pickled candy cane beets. And we have our squash blossoms. And of course, we have our coveted duck fat, okra, and beet green fricassee. Summertime from Union Square Market.
Watch BronxNet on BRIC TV. Tune into the second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. Catch the latest in news, arts, entertainment, culture, health education, and more. Straight from the Boogie Down Bronx. BronxNet on BRIC TV, the second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. right here on BRIC TV.
What drives me today, I think it has something to do with my habit now. I'm thinking about new things, about what I read and what's going on in society, because that has been really important in my whole life. It's how society had treated me, how it had treated people, and always thinking how we can make that thing better. How can I put it into my work? My name is Frederick Rodriguez. I became a full-time artist in 1970. I came here for political reason in pursuit of freedom because it was very dangerous at the time that I left. The military, the police, the army, everybody go out shooting us. Eventually, they told my mother, you gotta get out of the country because you're gonna get killed. I wanted to integrate into the society here. I wanted to learn from it. I want to be part of it. I moved to Greenwich Village. I was in the West Village of McDougall Street in the early 60s and mid-60s. And it was great because I met a lot of artists, I met poets, I met musicians. I started going to FIT, studied textile design and painting at the same time. I also took painting classes at the new school. It helped me in many ways because I was really affected emotionally being here by myself with no relatives. My mother passed away 9 months after I arrived here. I started doing geometric art, and to do geometric art you need to be really thoughtful and sober. It was a big jump because I never saw art, abstract art in the Dominican Republic. There were no museums there when I came here. I think part of being free to me was not working for somebody, not having people to tell you what to do. So that also played a part in my becoming a full-time artist. I like to bring something into the work that has a symbolic meaning that people can easily understand. It has not to be described with words. You can see it right there. The root is the yuca, which was a staple of the Taino Indians at the time that the Spanish came to the island. And they used to make this cassave out of it. It's a kind of bread. And they had some kind of religious approach. They only needed to have something for the soul, but the food was important, and they really cared for it. The bigger painting that is called Cimarrón Pintor, which is like a self-portrait, because I consider myself a cimarrón, a runaway slave, pursuing freedom. I'm always pursuing freedom. I use a leg as a symbol in which they chop the toes of the runaway slave to prevent them from running. The first slaves that came to the continent came to the Hispaniola Island where I was born. And this one has a vinyl cross and surrounded by brown sugar, which in Dominican we call azúcar prieta, meaning black. And when they couldn't find enough gold in the island, they started bringing the slaves to work in the sugar industry. So there is all this connection in history. Today, I started actually working with gold paint as a color. With time, I started using it as a symbol. The more money you have, the more power you have to do what you want, the way you want it. And most people are not really that good, that honest. People are underpaid. Education is so expensive. And that's a way of curtailing you freedom. If you cannot do what you want because the limitations that society put on you, and they do that by law, which is crazy. The main thing is freedom, for people can be what they want to be.
It's very satisfying living a life that adheres ethically as much as possible to the beliefs I have about equality. And so that's really what keeps me in the studio all the time. I'm Ken Seth Armstead, and I've been making art in New York City since 1990. I have been interested in being an artist since I can earliest remember. All I ever wanted to do was draw. Now the tools that I use to draw with are steel or tar or large planks of wood, but in essence, I'm still drawing about things that either excite me or things that bother me. All of the work comes from this obsession with writing history. Some of the pieces are sad and tragic, and then some of them are beautiful and uplifting. It's a real privilege to be an artist and to be able to explore whatever it is that your view of the world could be. The work I have at BRIC is a work which is masterwork, Slaves of New York, 1776, and it looks at the number of slaves, 20,000 in the colony of New York at the time of the American Revolution. And so I make a physical representation of that, an emotional representation of that, and there's one duck feather for each slave in the colony of New York. That 1 in 10 persons in New York was a slave in 1776, and literally nobody considers New York a slave state, seemed to me to be really strange. When I found that fact out when I was reading, and I said to myself, well, that's not that many slaves. And then the next thought I had was like, are you crazy? That's 20,000 people, and I couldn't get my head around it. And I thought to myself, well, 1 slave is a lot of slavery, and it made me so mad that I ever had that thought. That's where that piece got born. I was like, slaves in New York, 1776, and that's definitely a masterwork piece because, you know, it isn't the slaves that made themselves slaves. People always ask me about the feathers. Why feathers? Obviously there's like birds of a feather flock together, bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush, all these things like a feather in the cap that talk about value or hope or groups of people. And then I heard this one phrase, it's Emily Dickinson, which is that hope is the thing with feathers that perches in the soul and sings the tunes without knowing the words and never stops at all. And when I made the piece for BRIC, I really just didn't know why I picked feathers to stand in for people. And I had to look backwards to sort of think about why I had done that, why that seemed natural, uncomfortable, but also very useful and emotional. Because it has to be emotional, it has to be something you respond to. But I hadn't made a statement myself as an artist emotionally, like how I felt. Masterwork, Slaves of New York, 1776, allowed a dialogue about the legacy of slavery in New York, but also about the legacy of the hypocrisy of our idea that New York is somehow, you know, this bastion of liberal intellectualism. If I've done it correctly, the lives and the labor of 20,000 sentient people in 1776 who were dehumanized are made clear to you. Many things in American history are things that we forget so that things can be smoothed over so people can get along. In order to make a better society, we have to have more empathy, and we have to be able to believe that there are more and more people who are human like us. It's impossible to have a society without prejudice, but it is possible to have a society that deals with the fact that we have difference. And I think that if we look at the history and we accept it, then it's possible to say that America is still a really great place, but that this really great place has work to do.
If you know your value, no matter where you're from, no matter seemingly if it's the poorest in the world, the richest in the world, it doesn't matter. You can achieve what you set your mind to. And that's how you create success, always. You're listening to music and you're really enjoying it, you love it. And at the same time, you're aware that like this is made from a community. This is made from people who care and love for each other. And that right there is like magical. Brooklyn is like now my new home, and it's like such a super cool city. All kinds of cultures and music, and it's a really good vibe. And it feels inspirational. Like it just, every time I came here, I made a new song. It was crazy. My name is Michael Brunn. I'm a producer, a DJ, an artist. I was born in Port-au-Prince, Haiti. My dad's Haitian, my mom is Guyanese. So grew up in Haiti until I was 15. I wanted to be a pediatrician specifically, and I was going to school for that. I had a full scholarship in college, so it was like, I was very serious about school. And along that path, somewhere music came in. My dad had his band Scandale, which was a really influential band for compa in Haiti, and we had a studio in the house. So I think that being there, and then also my mom was, she did piano, so music was a really huge part of our life. Eventually I found out about DJing, which is a really easy at that point to just like get software online and be able to like do your own production. I would start putting it online, put it on SoundCloud, which is like the first way I shared my music. It was that moment where I was like, there's 25,000 people that have heard this. Like, that's a big thing. Like, I never imagined that many people could interact with something that I created. Even though I was in Haiti, when I discovered electronic music, there was a whole community online, and even other Haitians at the time that were really into it. It's a whole thing of combining basically all the resources around you to make songs. It feels raw. Almost all these tracks recorded a lot of stuff on my phone because we didn't have a studio, or we were like on the move, or whatever the case was. So that was so much fun to get to work with very minimal gear and to just like create from the environment. I feel like this is what I've been working towards for like 5-6 years since I started, was to get to the point where like, instead of just making music that's really good, I want to make music that's also unique and music that like, will have a stamp and that people will remember.
Good. Prepped. Stage feels good.
Bio means a few things in Creole, and it means to like give everything, give your all, give basically everything you've got, you give. Bio kind of exemplified where I wanted to go with my music, which was combining everything I learned with electronic music, everything that I was learning as I was making songs, like really rooted in Haitian culture, rooted in Yara, rooted in Racine, even compa a little bit, and like that was like a fusion that I felt like hadn't really been done before. But then to combine it with hip hop, to combine it with jazz, to combine it with rock, flip the script on what people would expect of music coming from Haiti that was international but also very local at the same time. I think there is one thing that Haiti has an abundance of, like, and always has, and that's art. Like, I played at Coachella, I played at Ultra Music Festival, I'd done huge shows, I played around the world. So I'd done that as electronic music. I had never like put Haitian sounds into the music I was making. Kind of deliberately, because I felt like Haitian culture and Haitian music, because it's such a rich, beautiful sound, and it's not something that you can just like tack on. I didn't want to do it cheaply. I didn't want to do it like as a gimmick. I really wanted to get it right. So I waited. had been carrying this Haitian flag with me everywhere, just as a reminder of like how far I'd been. So it'd been with me like maybe 200 gigs. I took this photo in Times Square, and this Haitian woman walked by and she saw me and she's like, "Oh, it's not like that." And I looked at her and I said, "I send you." And then she stopped, meaning like, I don't look Haitian, like why am I holding a Haitian flag? And she couldn't believe it. On a deeper level, I think it kind of brought up the question of identity, that for me, Haiti was a source of strength. All the music right now, like that I'm trying to make is just like, it doesn't need to say that, it just needs to feel like it. The act of creation is such a huge part of Haitian culture. Haiti is my country. Haiti is beautiful. Haiti is definitely rich.
Got places to go. So take my hand, take me dancing. I wanna go up all the nights I can. Go easy on my love. Go easy on my love. Can't breathe in my tired. Can't breathe in my tired. Go easy on my love. Go easy on, go easy on.
When I started working with the church, that's a symbol from the longest time as a symbol of domesticity or home. The moment that people had a chair and a table, that means that they settled somewhere. It's basically my instrument to tell a story. My name is Elena Emilia Garcia, and I am a multidisciplinary artist. I was born in the Dominican Republic, and I live in New York. I come from a family of artists and writers. I realized that I was actually a little bit different just because everything in my house was this. This was like the normal. There is always some kind of literature that I have to almost have to be able to then make the visuals. But then the paintings and the drawings are like this, was actually so busy. After, most likely, they're going to become very clean and an installation. The show that I am right now is actually a very good example about Haiti, Dominican Republic. It's a subject that has been with us most of our life. I was trying to concentrate and focus in the good that have nothing to do with what government says or the other, because at the end they are not the people. We have been doing that for 500 years. I wanted to treat them, and the reason that I did the exhibition, I wanted to do a tree, because a tree is like a sign of strength. It goes against gravity, gives life, maintains life. And I wanted to be Espanol at the tree, and then the branches will be Haiti and Dominican Republic. We always rise to new heights. We always survive for the things that have happened. We have defeated the French. We have defeated the Spaniards. We have defeated so many things that at this point it's like, come on. Let's actually count our achievements instead of actually focusing our differences. To the Caribbean, you will actually be walking around and see those chairs everywhere. In the last maybe 10 years, they disappeared completely. And you don't realize that they disappear until you start looking for them, and then realize that it's cheaper to have the plastic ones made in China because they don't get dirty. If they get wet, nothing happens. You can stack them together. Everybody gave me all these functional reasons. And that's when I realized we have a bigger problem right now than, the plastic and the environment, because it's like you stop making these chairs that are actually a tradition. You are losing history then. You are completely losing something, and people are not noticing. So I finally, after years, found someone, and he was so surprised when I asked him, "Can you please make me this chair?" And he was like, "Why?" I'm like, because number one, I need to make an installation. I love them, and I really need someone to make it. And he said, "I haven't made a chair in years." And I was like, "Well, I need 40. When you have a chair and you know the wood, you know exactly from which part of the island it comes from, because it has different trees. So you can actually almost map where things are made just because of the materials. The reason that we always talk about history is because you really have to document things, and you have to be very careful with the legacy of things that are really important. I mean, it's not like a share is important, but the tradition of making, the tradition of the materials, of, that's important. And in fact, it is part of our DNA to do that.
Traditionally, there's rhythm that we're taught, that are played. If there's a wedding, you play this. If there's a funeral, you play this. If there's a marriage, or if there's the full moon. So for starters, you learn the traditional rhythms. You learn, okay, one, there's 3 sounds, so you got bass, tone, slap. From that, then you start learning rhythms within context of the bass, tone, slap. Once you become really aware of what these rhythms are, now you can then reverse them, or you can, embellish on these rhythms and make them your own. So that's what happens over time. I mean, the more and more I'm just, honing the craft and taking these rhythms that I learned from a young age, that I've, from studying and just from traveling, just from just hearing, and just making it my own. So these rhythms, yeah, maybe they do just pop up in my head. I mean, just walking down the street is a rhythm. You create that rhythm. So if I'm just in stride sometimes, I sing on top of that. And then I can take that, and then now when I sit down at my instrument, those same rhythms that I was kind of just going through just on a basic walking down the street, it becomes now something melodic.
I am Rasan Elijah Talu Green. I'm an artist / drummer from Brooklyn, New York.
The instrument itself is a spiritual instrument as well. So a lot of times these rhythms you're connecting with is on a spiritual side, is beyond the physical. So what you're getting, you're seeing, okay, oh, he's hitting this and he's playing all this fast stuff. But spiritually, it's beyond that. I'm dealing with this, or this spirit, depending on the dance that we're doing, or rhythm that's being played, you're invoking certain spirits, and that's what comes through you or me per se, and that's what's going on when I'm playing and when I'm really into that groove and in that zone. That's what's really going on, and so that's where those rhythms come from, and they're there. My father, back in the late 70s, he sought out to start his own community-based situation called the Crown Heights Youth Collective. And through that, it was just a bridge in the gap between, the West Indians, the Hasidic Jews, and just the overall community. I grew up in that scheme of things. Where it really became prominent is in '91, the Crown Heights crises, the riots between the blacks and the Jews. He was the guy, he brokered the deal between them and, kind of brought them together, trying to unify as a community, because the Crown Heights, granted it was split, they tried to split it up. But he sat there, he said, no, well, this is one community. So he started the whole, increase the peace. He started these peace games, just different things, just unifying the blacks and the whites and just making them a stronger community. And to this day, he's still recognized for those works that he's done. And, it's just about 40 years now.
Together.
One thing about us as a people, we have to be able to identify, create, and support the people who will come in our place. Pass that baton on to that next individual. And that's what these programs are all about, is baton passing. We're looking at this program now with the idea of Jesse Owens. When Jesse Owens came, in 1 day, 2 hours, he must have broke 4 world records. But one of the records he broke was that relay race, and that was the signal that we have to keep passing it on.
Right, left. 5, 6.
It's just important, and I mean, the more and more is just what you're leaving behind and how, at the end of the day, what your legacy is. And the legacy is passing on information that, is given to you. If you leave here today and everything that you know is just within you, then what's the point of it? And so that's why as much as I still love to teach, even if I have 1 student, or if I have 100 students, I still love that, because I think it's important just to know, like, folks care, folks want to share, folks, there's things that folks want to give to you. And as long as you're receptive, just able to just move on like that. The director of the Arts and Ed program from Creative Outlet, just randomly sends me an email. This email was the casting call for this new workshop Phalanx. The description read, just looking for a male musician, athletic, maybe that can, dance, move a little bit. And that was kind of, let me go in here and let me try this out. Never auditioned in my life. I didn't have a professional headshot. I didn't have a resume drafted up. It was just, I knew what I can do. Everything I've done prior to this moment was just, people call me, they want to use me for this, they want to use me for that. So I showed up that morning to the casting call, just my drum and me. This was the workshop phase. So the show wasn't what it was or what it is today in that moment, but just in those workshop phase, so they worked through it. Bill T. Jones, the choreographer director, so he's like, okay, we're gonna bring you in. We're not sure how we're gonna use you, but we know we want you and we're gonna utilize you to the best of our abilities. My preparation for Fela is very intense in the sense of, you can't just do the show. Yeah, the show is, you exert energy, but you have to get into that show. You have to be able to do the show. Because 2.5 hours is a long time and it's pushing, it's a concert almost. It's not, the show wasn't made for musical theater. It wasn't your average Broadway show, no. We was kind of set a precedent doing that show. It came to a point where you do the show so much, it becomes, it's second nature. It becomes like the back of your hand. When my mom was pregnant with me, about 7 months pregnant, her and my father took a trip over to West Africa. One of the elders in the village told my mom if she tapped a 6/8 rhythm, which is a you tap that 6/8 rhythm on the unborn womb, your child will come out something music related, something musically inclined. And she just tried it, not thinking of anything beyond it. And before I could even walk, probably about 9 months, I got my first djembe. It's a little baby djembe, and I used to, I would play with it in my playpen. I couldn't even stand up, but that was, something that I just kind of got into it from birth. I would just always be tapping. I grew into it. That's kind of been how I grew up, and just it's taken me, and just more and more. You never forget where you come from, and a lot of times, I traveled a lot. I've traveled places, and I've been able to share. And it's without knowing my home base and knowing where I've come from, those other opportunities probably would have never come.
Shut up!
Did I ever tell you about the one time that I...
Yes.
What about the other time that I...
Yes!
Oh, okay. Oh, but listen to this. You'll never believe what happened. So there I was, only inches away from the ever so mystical galactic belt buckle of +5 wishful thinking, when from out of nowhere came the hideous horseshoe crab of the Horsehead Nebula, out for vengeance. So there he was, flying through the Horse Neck Nebula. Bang, bang, bang goes my blaster as he tries to squeeze the life out of me. But I ain't about to relinquish what's rightfully mine because some crab giant is trying to make me his dinner. Or possibly his concubine, and so we keep on fighting. Bim, bim, boom, bop, bop, bop.
Oh, how did it come to this? This year was 1990, and I was gonna fly into space solo, all by myself, come nobody, just the way I like it. Until those stupidos at NASA deciding I'm needing a partner.
10, 9.
But I'm thinking, hey, no big deal. The mission just taking 1 month. And then after I retire with big money, buy a new house, buy a new wife, everything gonna be okay.
Blast off.
That was the beginning of all my troubles. Ay, Dios mío, que jodiendo, ay, señor. We've been drifting through space for over 30 years with no one to talk to, except each other.
That crab monster was all like, "You'll never get away with this." But in the end, I win. I beat him. I become El Salvador del Mundo and take home the galactic belt buckle, the +5 wishy-washy. Oh, and then there was one time that...
Shut up. You already told me this freaking story 100 times.
Ain't no story, Paco. It really happened.
Oh yeah? When?
Like, 2 days ago.
No, Cornelius, you've been trapped on this ship with me for over 30 years. Nothing happened to you except you get fat, you lose your hair, and you lose your damn mind.
Paco, I'm only going to say this once. Don't body shame my hopes and aspirations.
I need to get out of this ship. I need to get out of this ship.
And he says I'm the one who's lost his dang mind.
What was that? I can't believe it. After 30 years being incomunicado, we're finally going to be able to go back home.
Oh, what joyous joy, what rapturous rapture.
Hello, and welcome to the evening's news. I bet they have flying cars, a cure for cancer, and world peace. The future is today. Footage has emerged of the president urinating on the General Secretary of China.
Yeah, like just like that, the sweet taste of trickle-down economics.
They elected that man for president. How did this happen? What happened to my country? As a reminder to those who have recently awoken from a coma or have been floating around in space for the past 30 years, the president came to power in 2016, spurred on by the "What Happened to My Country" movement. In response, radical leftist groups have swarmed the Capitol with 3 demands: tax reform, universal health care, and the president's head on a stick. With the upcoming presidential election, these United States are as divided as ever. Oh, Cornelius, where did we as a nation go wrong? That's not the country I left behind.
Look at the date, though, 2017. Who knows what's happened since then?
Forget it. The country we know is lost forever.
Paco, when I was a little boy, all I could think about was going to space one day. So I studied real hard, got a scholarship, and I became the first thermonuclear astrophysicist in my family. Not to be confused with my Uncle Charles, who became the first thermonuclear gastroenterologist in my family. Paco, you and I, we're the same. 2 poor boys from Brooklyn living the American dream. I guess what I want to say is, don't give up on America, Paco, because I know for a fact that America ain't give up on you. What do you say? Time to Star Spangled Our Behinds home?
Oh, space, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming.
And we're back.
And we arrive on election night. Quick, put the news on. Who's gonna win? With 99% of the votes in, we here at Channel 7 are ready to predict the outcome of this election. With a country as divided as ours, did you really think the left or the right would have been happy with the outcome?
Oh my stars, Paco, look! Wait, maybe that'll be okay. Maybe it's just the first degree burn.
Our country, our planet, gone forever. Everyone we ever knew is dead. Just me and you.
Forever and ever and ever. What in the dickens? Who are you?
I am Galexandria, your intergalactic social worker. Welcome to the Illegal Aliens Protection Program.
I can't believe it. You hear that, Magical Star Lady Paco? Well, I believe everything's gonna be okay.
Space, can you see by the dawn's early light? Previously on the United States of America.
A whole lot of things happen.
And now on to the show.
Who are you again?
Galexandria, your interstellar social worker.
Oh, okay. But wait, who do you work for?
AARP.
AARP?
The Astronomical Association for Resettling Populations.
And who's your boss?
God.
Wait, God is real? What does he look like?
You mean what does she look like?
She? Oh, Galaxy Girl, you like some cosmic space comedian.
Can we just get on with this? It's imperative that I find you a new home, since you too are the last Homo sapien survivors left in the entire... One?
Yeah, only one Homo sapien survivor. Paco over there is dead.
I forgot. You carbon-based life forms can't breathe in the vacuum of space.
Don't worry about him. He's just acting real Latino with all the drama and suffocation and whatnot.
Who you talking to?
Calm down, Paco. That's just Galandria.
Galexandria.
And she's our intergalactic social worker.
What? I don't want nothing to do with no social worker. One time back on Earth, I asking my social worker to come and fixing my boiler because it was broken, and he never come to fix it.
Are you confusing a social worker with a building superintendent?
Shut up talking ship. No one asked you.
Just read this and click the green button if you accept.
Wait a minute, wait. Welcome to the Illegal Alien Protection Program. The purpose of the program is to except as provided in Section 5.01, nothing in this agreement expressed or implied is intended to...
Contract signed. Uploading coordinates. Engaging autopilot.
Cornelius, what did you do? I was almost finished.
Hush up, Paco. Time for a space adventure.
Oh my God. This is what I mean about you. You're always doing the wrong thing, pressing the button, getting us in trouble, this and that. And for what? You don't know what you're doing. You don't even care about nothing. You're only caring about yourself.
See, everything's gonna be okay. Just me, you, the vastness of space, and some hideous space demon. Blah. 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 Blah.
Halt! State your business, Plexicans.
Don't look at me. I just wanted to boldly go where nobody had boldly gone before.
Please, Mr. Space Alien, and I don't wanting to die. You wanna hit someone? Then hit my friend. He's big and fat, pero yo soy muy skinny and sexy.
Oy veyes mia. Did you two not read the terms and conditions? As the last two Homo sapiens in the Milky Way, I am tasked with finding you a new home. I will hereby take you to a few planets. There you will speak with each planet's ambassador and see if both parties can agree on resettlement. Introduce yourselves. Be cordial.
I'm Paco del Pluto, and this is Cornelia something. We've been lost in space for over 30 years, and when we're coming home, our planet was destroyed, this and that, and now we need to find a new home.
Do you speak of the Illegal Alien Protection Program?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wait, how do I know you're not a pair of thieving and villainous Plexicans?
Plexicans?
Planet Rockalock is the moon, which orbits the nearby shithole planet of Plexico. We have allowed these Plexicans to come periodically to harvest moon dust and clean our toilets. But recently, they've been crossing illegally in undocumented cosmic caravans. The only way to keep them out is by building a wall around our entire planet.
Come on, let us enter. We're dying out here. Calm down. Don't say nothing crazy, okay?
First, the moon ain't a planet. A moon is an astronomical natural satellite that orbits a planet, you big dummy. Secondly, your wall ain't even finished yet.
We are aware. You see, we Rockalocks are a proud and superior race. Wall building is beneath us.
But how are you gonna finish it?
By hiring Plexicans. And the best part is that Plexico is gonna pay for it.
You ain't nothing but a bona fide spacist.
Spacist?
Space racist.
Space racist? No, you got me all wrong, my brown friends. I got 3 brown friends. One of them serves in the cabinet. Token Brown, I think is his name. I even have an orange friend who mows the lawn. In actuality, I've done more for the colors than the colors have done for themselves, you see? Now I'm saying, my brother. So you see, I'm the least spacist person to have ever existed in the history of the universe. I may not be spacist, but all of my supporters are. And I must uphold my sacred duty.
Oh yeah? Well, let's see how sturdy this wall really is.
Wait, what you doing? Let's go. Come, hurry up. Yay.
Bunch of lousy alien Antifa.
Space, can you see by the dawn's early light?
Let's go. Come, hurry up. Yay.
Bunch of lousy alien Antifas.
You see what you did? Getting us into trouble again.
What? You mean to tell me that you were okay living down there on planet Plessy versus Ferguson? Planet separate but equal.
Equal. Is that all you think about? We're the last 2 humans in this universe, and you over here like a Mr. Chusey.
All I want to do is live somewhere that embraces equality. Why is that so hard to understand?
I think I know the perfect place for you two to live.
Just remember, wherever we're going, I get to be more equal than you, okay?
Welcome to Planet 99%, the most free and fair planet in the universe. I want to start by addressing the misconception that we here on Planet 99% practice cosmic communism. We don't. We practice space socialism. Big difference.
Talking ship. Next.
Next?
Just next. I know wanting to live here.
And why not?
Because I am from America, land of the free, home of the brave. I know believing in no socialismo.
Paco, didn't you used to collect Medicaid?
Yes.
And food stamps?
Yes.
And enjoy the many valuable perks and services offered through our former government's distribution of public funds and taxpayer dollars?
Yes, but that's different.
Why?
Because I'm okay when it's helping me, but not the other people.
Oh, that's my alarm. I forgot that I have a Skype meeting with God and L. Ron Hubbard. Are you two sure you got this under control?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, but please behave yourselves.
Okay, Tallahassee.
Alexandria.
Listen, just hush your mouth and let me do the talking.
Oh yeah, just like last time.
That was then, this is now. Go take a nap, you big old hunk of cranky space debris.
Okay, but don't doing nothing crazy.
So listen, I'm gonna make this quick. My troubles all started a long time ago when I was born. You see, I was the youngest of 17 children. I don't even think my mom knew my name, can you believe that? So there I was, born in the bathtub in my great aunt Patricia's apartment. Always a great aunt Belinda. Wait, do I even have a great aunt Belinda? Anyway, so some stuff happened, yada yada yada, boom boom boom, and then Earth blew up, just like that.
Wow.
No more humanity, no more great aunt Belinda. And so now me and that there sleepy Spaniard need to find ourselves a new home, like a pair of galactic orphans. Can we live here? Oh, we promise to be ever so good.
Good work. We here on Planet 99% offer universal health care, free college tuition, and a generous pension package for the elderly. And you can move in as soon as today, just as long as you are not part of the top 1%.
Top 1%.
This planet used to be called Planet 1% because it was a playground for the wealthy establishment. All of our hard work went straight into their fat cat pockets until one day our ancestors rose up in peaceful political revolution, brought the 1% to the middle of this planet and blew them up. In that dead crater, they renamed it Planet 99%, and now we live in a socialist utopia.
But wait, I'm confused. According to my calculations, wouldn't the richest people on planet 99% automatically become the top 1%?
I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back.
Where'd you go?
I had to take care of business.
Did you just...
Kill the 1%? Yes. Over 40 million killed, but they deserved it. Every last one of them.
What are you eating?
The 1%, of course. Yeah, we're cannibals. So what? In any case, your application was approved. Welcome to the newly named Planet 98%.
Planet 98%? But wait, I'm confused. According to my calculations, wouldn't the richest people in Planet 98% automatically become the top 1%?
Okay, I think that's it. We've officially destroyed 99% of our population. Now we can live in peace, proud to strictly adhere to our ideological principles.
But wait, if you done kill 99% of the population, then shouldn't this planet be called...
Planet 1%!
I just got a complaint from our planetary relations department and oh my stars! Did you two single-handedly destroy an entire galactic species?
He did it!
What?
face can you see by the dawn's early light?
I leave you two alone for a couple of hours, and when I come back, you're responsible for the extinction of an entire species.
I'm not sure if you haven't noticed, but we're humans. Causing mass extinctions is what we do best.
You see what I mean about this guy talking shit? If anyone should be extinct, it should be him.
What? Your greasy granny should be extinct. Your snaggletooth sister should be extinct. Your stupid dog should be extinct. Your ugly face should be extinct.
I'm taking you two to the most loving and accepting civilization on my registry. At this point, I'm sure they're the only planet willing to take you two fools in.
You just be quiet and let me do the talking, okay?
Hello and welcome to Planet Pansexion, the most fierce and fabulous planet in the cosmos, okay? Where sexual minorities make up the moral and oral majority. Anywho, to whom I may have the pleasure of speaking to?
I'm Space Captain Cornelius Cosmosis, and I'm joined by my intergalactic social worker, Gallapalooza.
Alexandria.
And that there mute mestizo who goes by the name of...
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Just next planet, I no stay here with no Galians.
I'm sorry about my co-pilot's attitude. You see, he is intolerant of everything. The LGBT community, radical thinking, lactose.
It's okay. We are used to being bullied and shamed for simply being who we are and loving who we love. Our ancestors were persecuted on their home planets for their sexual identity and gender expression, leaving the only homes they ever knew. They traveled the cosmos and found refuge in a region known as safe space. In a non-binary star system on the Rainbow Ring, they found a new city, Sharon Shishko.
Yes!
They created the most diverse and progressive society in the universe. Can you believe that? A place where one could live without fear. Doesn't that sound wonderful?
No, forget it. Take me home.
But Paco, we don't got a home anymore. And it seems like we never will.
That's your problem, not my problem.
Oh, no, you don't!
What's going on?
Someday you stay.
Why, it seems like that there alien is gonna lip sync for our lives.
If you are a galactic gay in the Milky Way, don't go astray, cause there's a place for you to stay. Pansexion, 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 Pansexion. I spy with my eye someone who likes girls and guys. If you're a boy, just give it a try. Pansexion, 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 Pansexion. If you are trans and you're in good hands, cause we are your fans, don't change your plans, I'm sure you'd understand. Pansexion, 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 Pansexion.
No more singing, okay? You know what? Forget it. I stay here, but only because I'm hungry and my arthritis is acting up.
Oh, sweet salvation.
Oh, thank God. I couldn't find one word to rhyme with Luna Lesbian. Anyway, welcome to Planet Pansexion!
How'd he do that?
First things first, okay? Let me ask you some questions, starting with the grumpy one. Name?
Paco del Pluto.
Age?
Old.
Sex?
Not since 1987.
Preferred pronouns?
Your Majesty, Your Honor, whatever.
Planet of origin?
Earth.
I know exactly where that is. I've been to Uranus many times. What? It's a little joke, honey. Species name?
Heterosapien. What? Get it? No Homo sapien, but heterosapien. You see? I can tell jokes too. I can be the funny guy.
Wait. Are you implying that you only like the opposite gender?
Yes, what's wrong with that?
You are a bunch of heteros! Don't you know that here at Planet Concepcion, heterosexuality is strictly illegal? Ah! And what about you? Are you also strictly heterosexual?
I mean, there was this one time in engineering school, I built a robot for scientific reasons.
Oh, that's fine, darling. You know what? Robosexuality has been legal here for 400 years, okay? You can stay, but your sinful partner, you need to be cured of your disease.
Disease?
Yes! I sentence you to 5 years of straight conversion therapy.
Talking sheep, get us out of here.
Can't handle it, hetero.
Wait, let me ask you a question, okay? Is this whole thing, is it being televised?
Of course.
And everyone on this stupid planet can see it?
But of course.
Very well. So you figure us out. How did you know that human heterosexuality is a contagious disease?
It is. Of course it is. That's what the scripture says.
Exactly. And on my planet, if you even look at a hetero, you instantly become straight.
Oh no! I can feel it. I can feel it's happening. I'm even talking like a flimmy hetero. What happens next?
Your head explodes.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh, my female god. Did you two do it again?
It was all him this time.
A straight prize.
Space, can you see by the dawn's early light?
What did you do?
I don't know. I telling the alien that I heterosexual man, and then he got all crazy, and I don't know what happened next.
Lies upon lies. Paco done told that gender non-conforming individual that being straight is a disease. And then boom, his head exploded.
Ah, whatever. That Galian was just a big hypocrite from planet Hypocrita.
I can't believe this. You know what? You two are the disease. Like a virus hell-bent to... Wait. Virus? That's it. I know exactly where you two belong.
What is this place? It looks swampy and steamy and moist.
Kinda like my first wife.
No, we don't live here. Next, please.
Nope. I'm sorry. Due to all the destruction you two have caused, you no longer have any say in where you can live. You're stuck here.
What?
That goes against our illegal alien and alienable rights.
Quiet, you two. Go meet this planet's ambassador while I go talk to female god and make amends for what you two have done.
Welcome to Planet Freedom, the most indivisible planet with liberty and justice for all. We believe in freedom, equality, brotherhood, and...
What's that?
Oh, you mean my host body. 7,000 years ago, the original inhabitants of Planet Freedom looked more like you two. Supple and tight, and delicious. Until one day, a small meteor crash landed into this planet. Trapped inside was our distant ancestor, King Cronus, who had been dormant for a millennia. Immediately, he bonded with one of the original inhabitants of the planet, made copies of himself, and those copies bonded with everyone else. And now, we live in a wonderful, symbiotic relationship.
So you're telling me that you done invaded and body snatched those innocent people?
Oh, heavens, no! We've just manifested our destinies is all. Listen, you two are going to love it here. We care about the right of the bonded individual. You're truly free to live a life of your choosing. No one will tell you how to live your... I'm being told by our planetary health expert that a small and minor epidemic has broken out in a remote part of our planet.
What kind of epidemic?
Oh, just a minor outbreak of testicle-eating amoeba. It's probably just a liberal hoax. Nothing to worry about, I can assure. Okay, so now our planetary health expert has upgraded the testicle-eating amoeba from an epidemic to a full-blown pandemic.
Should we be worried?
Not at all. I assure you, there's absolutely nothing to worry about. One day the outbreak will completely disappear. Boom, just like that.
But better to be safe than sorry, no? Maybe we should wear a face mask or something.
Face mask? No, don't be silly. Wearing mask goes against our personal freedoms. You don't need to wear any face mask. This just in, it's highly recommended, but not required, to wear face masks to help stop the spread of testicle-eating amoebas. This just in, it's highly recommended, but not required, to wear protective cups atop one's genitals. This just in, it's highly recommended, but not required, to drink 2 bottles of hydrogenated chlorine per hour.
According to my calculations, isn't hydrogen and chloride toxic and deadly when mixed together?
No, I've been drinking hydrogenated chlorine every day for the past 2 years, and I've never been infected with testicle-eating amoebas. Oh, wait, this just in. I have contracted testicle-eating amoebas.
Ouch!
I know, right? But you know what? It's not a big deal. These liberal scientists are blowing it way out of proportion. The death rate for testicle-eating amoebas is less than 1 in 10 per...
What's wrong?
My testicle!
Okay, I've officially completed your paperwork. Welcome to your new home.
What? No, I ain't no living here.
Me neither, Gassafras.
Alexandria.
I ain't about to lose lefty and righty to no freaky fetish amoeba.
And what about you?
I'd rather die con mis huevitos.
Listen, you two are the last Homo sapiens in the Milky Way. I'm only trying to do what's best for you, for the good of your species. Please, do the right thing.
No.
You know what? I've had it! Fuck you two. Fuck this stupid space shuttle. Fuck humanity! I hope you both die!
Alexandria.
Female god, it's you.
That is no way to talk to the last Earthlings in the entire universe.
But you don't understand.
By the powers vested in me by the Big Bang, I have no choice but to terminate you.
Oh no, I'm so sorry, Galactus. But being terminated can't be that bad. Maybe you can find a new job.
It's not what you think.
Beginning termination process.
Oh no! She's going! Oh my God, we're alive. Ay, Dios mío. Ay, who's that? Wait, what's going on? Hey, who's that? Hey, ay, 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 ay. Wait, what happened? We're alive. We're alive.
Why, I believe we're inside some sort of black hole left behind by the collapsed supernova that once used to be our intergalactic social worker Gravitron, after a female god terminated her for her foul language and hood rat antics.
Makes sense. So now,
I'm gonna go check it out right quick. Nothing but vastness as far as the eye can see.
Are you telling me that I'm trapped in this black hole with you for all eternity?
Now, just settle down, Paco. Relax. You know, this reminds me of the one time when...
No more of your stories. If we're gonna be stuck here to the end of time, then I don't want to hear nothing from you. Not a single word, not a single picky, ticky, nothing. No, not a word. What did I just say?
Those aren't words. They're just expressions of my emotional fragility. You know, Paco, in this past 30 years, we've had some really good times together, you gotta admit. Hey, you remember that one time when... Or the other time when that one thing happened? It seems only like yesterday when... And of course, who can forget about... But most of all, I'll always cherish the time that...
No, shut up! All we do is leave behind a trail of devastation, the likes of which this universe has never seen. We're not the last two humans in existence. We're the worst humans that have ever existed. That's it. I gotta get out of here. Oh, God.
Oh, female God.
Oh, my female God, who may or may not exist, why hast thou forsaken me? If you do care, please send me a sign.
Why, I'll be Albert Einstein. A wormhole, a gateway to a different time and place. You know what this means, Paco? This is the way out for us.
Us? No us. I no go nowhere with you.
Well, fine, be that way. I'm gonna go have myself a gander. Wow, wondrous wonder as far as the eye can see. You're truly missing out, Paco. Paco? Dang it, Paco, just come with me. What do you gotta lose?
How do I say this politely? It's not you, it's me. In that I really liking myself, but I really don't liking you. Oh no, the wormhole is closing. Cornelius, leave, save yourself, get the hell out of here already.
Not without my best friend.
Time for some reverse psychology. Oh, you're right. Stay here with me forever doing nothing. Why would you want to go out there where anything could happen?
Come to think of it, I do prefer something rather than nothing. Maybe I should go after all.
Are you sure?
Yeah, will you be okay?
I think I will survive.
Okay then. Guess this is goodbye. Dang it.
What happened? Go, leave.
I was trying to use reverse psychology on you. But alas, I'm a thermonuclear astrophysicist, not a thermonuclear astropsychiatrist.
Ah! No!
Dang it, Paco, leaving me behind like that. Now what am I gonna do for all eternity? You know, this reminds me of the one time I was fighting a space octopus out there in the Horsehair Nebula. Bang, bang, bang with my blaster as we fought from here to there, hither to the and beyond, everywhere.
What? The wormhole made me go back in time. I'm no longer old man. Now I have the rest of my life ahead of me. T minus 20. Wait, what am I? Ay, Dios mío, I'm back in the damn shuttle on the day of the launch.
10.
Oh my god, that means if I take off now, I'll be stuck in space for 30 years with...
Why, hello. I don't think we've met. My name is Space Captain Cornelius Cosmosis. You know, this reminds me of the one time... Blast off.
That the MTA got that clock down there. What? To tell you the time the train leaving? Oh, they went in with that. What? Right? You see that still take 2 minutes? I'll be dancing on the platform. What's wrong? We out of here in 2 minutes. Stop playing. You know what I mean? I ain't got time for that. I dance for everything. You know what I mean? 2 minutes, we gone. Because back in the days, I'm an old school player. Train ain't had no clock. Train took long, you had to do this. You ever seen a professional train rider? Oh my God. I seen a professional one day. He was on a 3 train. I knew he was a professional because he'd been on the train 22, boom, doom, and he was asleep but knew it stopped. He was with his mouth open, boom, doom, boom, doom, boom, doom. That's a boom, doom. Then you got the lady that want to get it on the bus with every kid she gave birth to. And whatever she bought for Walmart is getting on that motherfucking bus. What size it is? Excuse me. Get Tashawn! Tashawn, get your black ass over here. Help your brother bring that damn couch on this bus. Excuse me. Everybody knees bleeding like a mother. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Crazy in the back. Crazy in the back. Ah! Should have got that shit delivered. Ah!
I be riding Uber Pool, and I'm not worried about anything else. I just wish they gave a description of the riders that you was riding with rather than a picture. I want to see the person, that I'm riding with. Imagine you was riding with a killer for $3.22. I mean, I'ma still ride with the killer. I just want to know. For $3.22, you can't beat that. But I got in the Uber Pool last week, and a van pulled up outside. A van. was like, a van is outside? Like, I never seen a van in a good scenario, so I didn't know if I should do it or not, but I was like, for $3, I'm gonna go get in the car. And when I went to get in the car, the van door slid open, and it was 5 other people in the van. I was like, this is not an Uber pool, sir. This is an Uber field trip. Where are we going? We went to somebody's house, somebody's job. We was taking pictures on Snapchat. The lady in the back put out a bottle of Hennessy. She started passing out shots. I was like, for $3? Drop me off last. This is a good time. You can't beat this.
The security makes no sense at the airport. Next time you go to the airport, I want you to look for this. As you're going through the TSA checkpoint, there's a sign there. This is what it says. No flammable liquids, firearms, or explosives. Beyond this point. I called the guy over, I go, dude, let me talk to you. Are you telling me I could have been walking around this airport with a gallon of gasoline, a Luger, and a stick of dynamite? If I turn it in right now, I can get on that plane. But I can't have more than 3 ounces of shampoo? Really? Your security sucks.
Watch BronxNet on BRIC TV. Tune into the second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. Catch the latest in news, arts, entertainment, culture, health education, and more. Straight from the Boogie Down Bronx. BronxNet on BRIC TV. The second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. Right here on BRIC TV.
I had this girl come in. I had 2 of these. Like, I think we were younger, but from LA. And first they were stealing garnishes, like, and I was like, guys, right? Yeah. And I was like, guys, like, it's really not a free salad bar. You gotta, you know, really, if you just ask me, like, I'll probably give it to you anyways. But cheers, gentlemen.
Cheers.
I want you.
Thank you.
Very nice. And then they calm down a little bit, but then she gets up to say something, like whisper something in my ear, and gets up on the bar, knocks a glass over with her breasts, which breaks into my well. So I've got ice in my well.
Typical Friday.
Right? Yeah. And then she went back and like tried to steal another cucumber from the jar, and I was like, okay, you guys, I've had it. I can't deal with it anymore. Like, I was trying to be nice, but it's time to go. Here's your check. I'll see you soon.
I remember my first job bartending. I was working for Be Our Guest, and we did tons of margaritas, and we had like all these blueberry margaritas, mango, prickly pears, all these fruit garnishes. So it was like my first job, and this big guy came over, and he's having margaritas, and he's being great ordering all these drinks, but he's like right in front of my service station, and he just starts going for these blueberries, and it's like literally day 2 on the job for me, and I'm like,
Are you kidding me?
And I go to my boss, I'm like, what do I do? What do I tell him? And he's like, don't worry, I got this. He goes over, he's like, dude, this is a service station. You can't be eating these fruits, and this isn't kind of like a buffet. But he said it in a nice way.
Right.
The guy's like, sure, sorry about that. And that was great. But to tie it up, I went to a bar the other day, and I was actually standing by the garnishes. And for a second there, I almost felt like that guy. So I just literally, like, because I got like the urge, I was like, wow, those oranges look really good. So I just ended up standing on the other side of the service station. I'm like, I'm not allowed to be by the garnishes. I'm having drinks. I'm not going to stand by the garnishes. I don't want to be that guy.
I think that's the biggest thing for me too. It's just that like self-awareness and just a little, you know, being thoughtful.
Hey man.
Yeah.
Can I get an extra olive?
Yeah, absolutely. You know what? Have 3. Cheers, brother.
Thanks.
Yeah, you got it. You know, it's all those little things of like, it changed, like,
Those are the only things that really bother me, is if you're not being considerate, you know?
I don't know, like the guy who comes up to the bar and wants to close his credit card after every round, and you say to him like, Nate, if you're gonna be here for a while, you know, just leave it behind the bar. It's easier. And then it's like, oh no, I'm just gonna close it this time. This is my last one.
So what can I get for you?
Yeah, can I get a vodka tonic?
Yeah, do you want to just keep that open?
Nah, you can close it. I don't want to forget it.
Okay. Another vodka tonic. Yeah, you want to keep this open?
Nah, this is my last drink.
Okay. Another vodka tonic for you?
Yeah.
You want to keep it open this time?
Nah, this is definitely my last drink.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
I swear, and then 20 minutes later, he's back again.
Right, ordering the exact same drink.
Thing. Right, and he says, close it.
The amount of paperwork that you have to do, and just paper itself that you've just wasted.
Exactly.
In,
I had a buddy who would be
and
like, save a tree, dude. That's what he would say. He's like, really? Save a tree.
Have you ever had anybody that's like actually like reached over and like grabbed you or like given you like, hey, like,
I think the worst was the snap.
That's always.
Those are weird.
That's
yeah.
only because you don't really know how to read. It's like, did you just snap?
Am I a puppy?
Yeah.
You're like calling me
Hey,
over?
Hey, bro, hey, bro, what's your name?
Hey,
what's
how
your
are you
name?
doing?
I'm good, man. Can I get a dark and stormy?
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll get you going.
Thanks.
I don't know. I guess I kind of understand when people have money or credit cards that they're like
I was just
trying
thinking,
to let you know that
I'm still working that out.
But I
like,
still don't. I don't like it
50-50
at
on
all.
the fence, yeah.
Right.
You know when people like wave money at you at the bar?
Right.
You know, I feel like I'm in a strip club. It's just, I don't know how to react. It's like, I see you, I know you want a drink, I've turned around, I've said, I see you, I'll be right with you, and they're just like, hello.
But part of me just wants to take the 20, put it on the till, and go back to work and be like, I'll get to you
No, that
in
was
1
just
second.
for me,
yeah,
apparently.
exactly.
Yeah, that's a nice little tip for me.
I'm still working that one out.
Yeah. Okay, how about this one? When you get somebody on the other side of the bar and they want to let you know that they bartended in college or somewhere in the past for 3 months somewhere, and it's like, great, I'm happy for you. I'm great, you know. But anytime I go into a bar, even though I work behind a bar, I never tell the guy I work behind a bar. It's just, you know.
It takes a while before that would pop up, and I appreciate when it's slow and there's the one guy who's, you know, in by himself. It's like, I don't really have anything going on. I know you're here by yourself. Let's rap. Let's just chat and we can talk about whatever. But it's that point when you get busy and you've got 5 more people came down inside of your bar and he's still just like.
Yeah, so basically I graduated from 2 colleges and I broke up with both those girlfriends. After that, I started splitting time between DC and Seattle. That was around the time my mom needed knee surgery. Or actually, she's my stepmom, but we're really close. Oh no, wait, I got a good one for you.
It's like, no, and I told Mabel, and Mabel says to me that, I'm like, I got a bunch of other people to talk to
Or
right
the
now.
guy who wants to check out every top shelf bottle off the bar top.
Right. Could I
Not
see
to
that?
actually drink it.
No, just
but
read,
to,
just
you know,
read the label.
Read it, great, ask you about the tasting notes, give it back to you, and then he just works his way across. That's always like,
Yeah.
count to 10. Yeah.
There's a lot of meditation that goes on behind the bar. I mean, people on their phone at the bar. I get when you're sitting there and you're on your phone. I think the thing for me that's like the irritating part is when somebody comes up to the bar to order and then it's like talking to somebody. I'm like, are you, what are you doing? Like, because I'm not going to talk to you if you're just sitting there on your phone literally right now. Like,
Hey man, what can I get for you?
Yeah, could I get 2 red wines?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right, just give me a second though. Hey, yeah. Okay, do you have tequila sunrise?
Yeah.
All right, one of those, hold on one sec. Yeah, what does Joe want? Yeah, do you have Incredible Hulks?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, one of those, one sec. Yeah, hey, what does Nancy want? Yeah, okay, do you have absinthe?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, just give me 1 minute.
be right with you. How are we doing, man?
Can I get a Corpse Reviver number 2, 2 rye old fashions, and 2 dark and stormies?
Absolutely. Let me get that going for you.
Great.
I'll be right back with you. It's such simple little things to be that person at the bar.
Yeah, people
that you
who
want
just
to,
get it. And the moment they realize it's a dialogue, not an order, but like they work with you, it's like perfect, you're golden.
Hey, thanks for a great night, man.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Thanks for coming in. Hey, you want a little shot on me?
Sure.
Awesome, man. No, it was great having you come in. Good talking to you. Come back anytime, man.
Definitely.
All right.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Hey, man, I've been here all night. How about one on the house?
You know what? Here's your check. You have a great night, buddy.
But like them, like especially like that guy saying, hey, I get what's going on, I appreciate it. Like, sure, no problem, you know? Because at the end of the day, for me, I also do realize like I'm here, I'm trying to like pump out some drinks and make people have good times. But if they're working with me, it makes a world of difference.
Absolutely. Yeah, well said.
Cheers to that.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizenry.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not going to funnel more money into our schools. They're not going to do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
All right, y'all, we starting, y'all. Hello, and welcome to Hella Late with Holly Harper. I am Holly Harper, and I'm adding a little bit of color. Thank you. A little bit of color and curves to late night TV because I look like someone you know. Now today, thank you, we have a very nice episode in store for you called Mad and Bougie because I grew up pretty bougie adjacent. Like I really did. And it's funny because I look back and I read bougie adjacent. I remember being called bougie was a bad thing. Like you didn't want to be called bougie. And I actually was so against it. I was supposed to be a debutante and I dropped out of my cotillion at the last minute just in resistance. When in hindsight, I could have used all of those connections. Like the adult in me was like, that was stupid. Like I really just blocked my own blessings. I really did. And it's weird because I don't do struggle well. I really don't. Like, I don't. Like, I cry easily. You know what I mean? I'll take an Advil if my feelings are hurt, like straight up. But the thing that really gets me is that I don't do struggle well. I dropped out of that $10 a month fitness club, and I don't want to name them because that's not very nice. They know who they are. But too many things. The straw that broke the camel's back. I was in the locker room one night, in the shower, obviously butt naked, and the whole place just went pitch black. Like all the lights shut down. I freaked out. Like I instantly started crying. I was like, this is how it goes down in prison. And like my whole behind, all 3 holes just shut down like nope. And when I told my husband this story, he was like, there's 3 holes? Like, yes, there's 3 holes. Like, what do you mean? Yeah. I'm like look at that. I'm giving the audience an education. You didn't know that. But seriously, let me tell you something. I've never gotten dressed so fast in my life. I got dressed so fast, I didn't moisturize, okay? And thank you, like, you know that, let me tell you something, I'm a black woman. I did not moisturize. Cocoa butter is an essential worker in a black home, okay? Like that's like the 11th commandment. Like there's thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not be, starts with an A, what is it? Ashy, thou shalt never be ashy. All right, I was shook. I was fighting my morals, but I mean, I was alive. Okay, that's all that was really concerning me. But listen, you guys, we have a great episode in store for you. Mad and Bougie, thank you. But let me tell you something, as we get going, I have a friend named Heather, and she loves to ask questions. So let's visit Heather on the street.
Hello, I am Heather Michelle Harper. Heather on the street for Hello Late with Holly Harper. Now, Heather has questions, and the good people of Brooklyn have answers. So y'all gonna come with me right now for Heather on the street. How bougie are you? Let's see. Do you do the milks? Okay, which ones? Almond, rice, soy, sheep, or goat?
Oat. Not even any of those.
All right. Almond, rice, soy, sheep, goat, or oat?
Cow milk.
Cow milk?
I'm bougie and I like the oat milk.
I'm not mad.
It's the best oat milk.
Almond and oat is a favorite of mine.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
I like almond milk. I like it when it's like flavored with vanilla. That's nice. He's like, I'm not with you. How bougie are you?
Oh, not at all.
Okay, but I got some questions, ma'am.
Okay.
I got some questions.
Okay.
Okay. Do you love Whole Foods?
Hell no. No.
Do you love farmers markets?
More than Whole Foods.
Do you drink rosé?
No.
No.
Y'all too young for that rosé life. You need another decade of disappointment for some rosé. Summertime. Do you live through summer or do you summer?
Say that again.
Like, do you summer? Like, we summer in the vineyard. Do you summer somewhere?
No.
Or you just have June, July, and August?
June, July, and August. Coney Island.
Coney Island. What's up, Coney Island? Do you belong to a country club?
Nah, just a nation.
Oh, what's a what?
Just a nation.
Is brunch an event in your life? Is it an event?
It happens, yeah.
But any women in your family a debutante, or were you like an escort at that cotillion?
I don't know what they doing, the women in my family.
All right.
They might be out there whoring.
Don't worry.
Sorry about that.
Were you guys or anyone you know a debutante in a cotillion, or were you an escort at a cotillion?
I was an escort.
You were? I love it. Okay, what about you? No. Any kids in your family named Preston, Bryce, Madison, or any of the Aidens? Aiden, Jaden, Caden, Braden.
I have a lot of cousins. Okay. There's a Jaden.
Ding, ding. Ding, ding with the Jaden. Okay, were you or anybody in your family a debutante?
No.
Okay, and here's the last one. Did you go to any kind of private schools?
Nah, public schools all day. Elementary, middle, college, grad school. Go to a public university.
All right, so you know what? You're not bougie adjacent, but you in the suburb. You in the burb.
I teach at a very prestigious university. There's an element of bougie, but I still keep another community of students in Brooklyn that I also support. So 1 foot in, 1 foot out.
Heather had questions and Brooklyn had answers. Some of them. The answers are the answers, ma'am. Anyway, thank you guys. Bye.
It seems to me that we see the world as young or old. But what about the in-between? Please enjoy this funny lady I call Mama, Holly Harper.
Yes, I am kind of old. I'm near the hill, yet I'm not over it. Still my back hurts. It's hard to sleep. Menopause knocks on my door and that bitch is in heat. Cause I still have all this, but I walk with a crown. And when I go to clubs, dear, I want to sit down. Where's the chair? Where's the booth? I survived all the bullshit of youth. And children, I'm old. Old, old, I am now young old. Once, I just couldn't see that if I stayed on my path, life would catch up with me, but it's hard. We're judged on sight. Let's face it, this ass is from CrossFit, but knees are from life. And if you live long enough, you'll see fads off of clowns. I choose style. I wore those trends first time around. They look bad, and I see thirst. But I'll give you a decade to realize it first. That comes with old, old, old. I am now young old. I have a few mixtapes much older than some of you. Sometimes this world moves too fast, but I make do cause I will never curse this like we're told. Cause we all know someone denied the chance to grow old. Give me some more old. I am now young old.
Over the years, I kept hearing about this other comedy nerd whose funny bone is big as her heart. She is the founder of the Black Women in Comedy Laugh Fest, and she is a true pioneer and a good friend. Please put your hands together for our comedian, Joanna Briley.
Hey, thank you guys so much. Thank you, Holly, for having me here. My name is Joanna Briley. It feels good to be a blurred. I'm claiming it. We always got to have our own thing, you know? And as a blurred, I am having such a difficult time finding a guy, you know? Like, oh, it's so difficult, so I decided to downplay. I got the sequin on top, but I got the rugged boots on the bottom. You know what I mean? Because I want to look jazzy, but I want to let them know I go fishing. You know what I'm saying? Because I want a man that likes to go deep sea fishing, literally and figuratively. That's safe to say. But yes, I am an outdoors type of nerd. Like, I love the outdoors. I like deep sea fishing. I like to go whale watching, and not just at the mall. But I do. I love anything that has to do with the water because I'm a Scorpio, okay? And I'm one of the nice ones. I don't care what you guys say about Scorpio women, okay? I will not stab you in the face if you get me upset, is what I'm saying, okay? I do have a little trust issues, okay, a lot. I have a lot of trust issues, but it has to deal with the fact that I was an only child. Okay, my mother had 5 other kids, but I was an only child, you know. That's what I felt like growing up. I knew I was different. I guess I was destined to be a blurred. I went to live with my dad in Connecticut, and I joined the cheerleading team, okay? I was, they kicked me off. They kicked me off because I had too much rhythm, okay? I was jacking everything up. They was like, this girl is too good. At least I learned how to swim, okay, while I was there. One of the things my dad taught me when we were driving was how to drive drunk. Yes, oh my God, if you didn't know how to drive drunk, you was not his kid. I would say this, my family's family crest is a bottle of Henny and OE, okay, because they're alcoholics is what I'm saying. But no, seriously, I'm not an alcoholic. I go to meetings with my girlfriends at the bar, like, because that's what we do. That's what you do. You go to meetings. But yeah, you know, just during this pandemic, I come to realize that being a single woman is hard to date. So I was ordering so much stuff from Amazon just to see the delivery guys. I would dress up in little lingerie so when they deliver in the package, you know, they could deliver a package. You know what I'm saying? Because that's how it works. UPS, FedEx, post office, and then the new guy in the block. I don't know if y'all ever seen the DHL Express dude. Oh my God, he is so sexy with that bright yellow and red. Oh my God. I was like, oh my God, let me keep ordering from China. All my credit cards are maxed out because of Amazon. Because I turned into this, what they call it, urban prepper. That's somebody that preps for the future, the doomsday. I have a ton, a case of beans. You gotta have beans. You got rice. You gotta have rice. These are all the things, and I got tons of water. I told you I have a 3-bedroom apartment, so one of the rooms is just filled with stuff. Because I know I got batteries. I got batteries that need batteries. Because I want to make sure that I am prepared for doomsday. This COVID is a test. This pandemic is a test. It's coming, people. When they get rid of cable, that is when all hell is gonna break loose, okay? So what I did, I stocked up on DVDs. I got me a DVD player, okay, because I know I'm going back to the roots. Because that's what you have to do. I have an old computer, right? Because I know Neo's gonna come and he's gonna need that computer pieces. So I was like, I'll make sure I got the computer pieces that Neo's gonna need. Because you know, in all those movies, right, they find an old computer and they just need that one piece. And then they connect to the world. So I got that at my place. So listen, if y'all need to find me, my name is Joanna Briley. I'm from Brooklyn, New York. Thank you so much for having me on Hella Late with Holly.
Yes, thank you. Now, as you saw with Heather on the street, she loves to ask questions, and I love to ask questions. And I have been blessed to know the very best people. Many of them are blurs. So please enjoy 20 to 1.
Hey guys, 20 to 1 is a Q&A thing I do with some very cool people I just happen to know. So basically, we're gonna chop it up and then I'm gonna ask and they're gonna answer a series of 20 questions in 1 minute. Well, actually like 2 minutes. I don't like to rush people. So here we go. Hey everybody, we have Eugene Ash with us. Hey Gene, how are you?
Hey, what's happening, Holly? How you doing?
I'm doing great. It is so nice to see you. You are fresh off your win. What, like a day and a half, 2 days? Fresh off your win.
Yeah, a day and a half. And
Oh my-
NAACP, the National Association for the Advancement of Chocolate People.
That's right, for the chocolate people. And you won Outstanding Director, didn't you? Outstanding Directing.
I did.
Everybody, I've known Gene for a long time. I have to say, like, it's actually one of my most healthiest friendships.
Wow, that's very sweet. We're family. It's all
We
good.
are family. We are family. That's why I'm like, all right, we gotta make this. We gotta make this short for him. I know this brother is busy because family will cuss you out too. Okay, 20 to 1. Here we go. Who was your best friend when you were 10 years old?
At 10 years old.
Yes.
Was Pilo, Pedro Rivera. He was a Puerto Rican dude, lived across the street from me, and I liked his sister Wanda, so I became his best friend.
You had ulterior motives. Okay. What time were you born?
9:52
AM or PM?
in the morning.
Okay. Have you ever helped someone in mortal danger?
Yes, I did. I snatched a dude out of a window. He was climbing into someone's window with a knife in his hand. And it was a woman who I knew. She lived on the first floor of my building. And I said, brother, you can't go in through there. He was like, man, he was like, something like that. And I was like, I'm not gonna let you climb in the window, man. And you got a knife in your hand. And he just was like, he just punked out, came out of the window and left. But I think he was going in there to, they had broken up and I don't know what he was gonna do.
Okay, have you ever had a crush on a teacher?
Oh yeah, Miss Centeno in the 3rd grade.
Have you ever been to a shitty wedding?
Faux show. More than I have. Let's just. They didn't serve alcohol. That was the problem.
That's the problem. No, that's a real problem.
Yeah,
That's
I don't mess with dry weddings.
How old were you at your first kiss?
7.
And the last question is, what cartoon character would you date?
Ooh, would I date?
Mm-hmm.
Anne Margaret from the Flintstones.
Oh, because that was
Remember
Anne
she had
Margaret.
that song, I Love You, but I Ain't Gonna Be a Fool. She was sexy. I'm gonna wake up in the morning, baby, I'll be gone.
Oh! But she was.
Remember that?
Yes, and there was a tambourine guy.
Yeah, she was like, I love you, but I ain't gonna be a fool. I'm telling you, you can find it on YouTube. I defy anybody to say she wasn't hot.
Oh God. Well, listen, that is our time with you. This with Eugene Ash. You did our 20 to 1. We found out wonderful stuff about Eugene. But what's going on now? What's up for you next? Like, what are you doing? What's happening now? What's going on?
I'm ready to put more amazing Black content out into the world.
Absolutely.
Stay tuned. It's coming very soon, but stay tuned.
Well, we are waiting. We are excited, and just congratulations, because Sylvie's Love is about as dope as it comes. And I'm just so honored to have you here with us. Thank you so much, Jean.
Appreciate it.
When I was a teenager, I went away to a pretty awesome Quaker boarding school. And it was there that I saw the differences between the haves and the have-nots, and that I was somewhere in between. But the haves, oh my God, they are hella funny. Please meet this perfect mom.
Blair, welcome to Perfect Mom Studios. So lovely to have you.
Hello. I forgot your name. I'm sorry.
Malaika.
Oh, 4 syllables. You're almost a gypsy.
Wow. So why do you think you were nominated to be a perfect mom for MBS This Morning's Perfect Mom competition?
I'm always so shocked when my friends have time for these things. Was this Eva? We go back to Spelman.
No, it was actually...
Oh, Vanessa from Jack and Jill?
It was...
Stephanie from Lynx.
No.
Rennie from Girlfriends?
No, it was Leslie. I believe that the two of you are deltas.
Oh. Hush, 4 syllables. I'm an AKA. Leslie and I, well, our children, our besties, we bubble together, our 2 families, with my Madison and Bryce and her Preston and Penelope.
She had lovely things to say about you.
Of course she did. I will sue for defamation. I'm kidding. I'm sorry. Actually, not really. Not at all. I just operate off a team ethos.
Ethos?
Potato, potato.
So it really does take a village, huh?
Oh, I'm not too fond of villages. You know, dirt, lack of Wi-Fi. My team keeps me centered.
Well, family is everything.
Oh, not them. My life coach, my therapist, my business mentor, my housekeeper, my trainer. I said him, I'm sorry, and my dog walker. I can't scoop.
Okay.
Yes, but see, my therapist, he hears things that my trainer can't understand. He's from New Jersey. I think he served time for something. I'm not really sure what. I hope it's nothing violent. I should check up on that. But see, my trainer, he knows exactly what part of my ass needs to curve for my costume birthday party this year. I'm gonna be a Playboy bunny. I know, problematic, hashtag me too. But we live one life. Anyway, my business mentor, he is so smart. And he summers with us at the vineyard. And his husband doesn't mind doing all the cooking. All the cooking. Good, helpful people are so hard to find. Teamwork really is everything.
So tell me more about your core beliefs.
Oh, struggle.
Girl,
Is
yes.
for the birds. One must simply marry correctly. It's lovely in here. Lovely. Well, that's my show, folks. I hope you loved it as much as I did. Thank you, and I will see you next time on Hello Late with Holly Harper. Good night. All right, y'all, we starting, y'all. Hello, everybody. Hey. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much to coming to Hella Late with Holly Harper. I am Holly Harper, bringing you some of that necessary Black woman energy to late night TV, just because there's so many of us, right? So many of us. I have a great episode in store for you guys. It's called Rock Comedy. Because I've lived several lives, but a very big chunk of my life was waiting tables in music venues, and I got to soak up a lot of rock star energy. And the thing about rock stars is that they just have a kind of heat that draws you to them. And I can relate this because before everything in the world shut down, my favorite thing to do was school pickup at my daughter's middle school. Because there was this dad that had that rock star heat, and all of us used to crowd around him and listen to everything he had to say. He was like this big, almost like alpha dude, overly masculine, and he was always like, as a man, I feel as a father, as a man. And so one day, he was talking about how his back hurts, right? And I was like, hey, I work out. You need to get yourself a foam roller. He was like, all right, foam roller. So a little bit goes by, I see him, I'm like, hey, did you get the foam roller? He's like, yeah, I didn't like it. And I'm like, why? He was like, it was big. It was really big, and it was long, and it was long, and it was big, and it was on my back, and it was right there. I was like, are you afraid the foam roller is gonna get you from behind? And he was like, no, it's not like that. It's just, it was big. It was real big, and it touched me. It touched me right there, and it felt bad. And I was like, okay, pretend my hand is you. Show me where the foam roller bad touched you. And he's like, I don't even want to talk about it anymore. You're making me feel self-conscious. And then I doubled down. I was like, look, you want this big, long foam roller. You want this big, long, and big foam roller. Just get down to the ground. You could have been done by now. Why you being a tease? And then he called 911, and he blew his rape whistle because I was saying some rapey shit, okay? So I saw him about a week later, and he was pissed. He was like, look, I didn't appreciate how you treated me last time. I felt disrespected, and I felt victimized. I was like, oh, okay, I'm sorry. Maybe you could remind me what you were wearing, and that could indicate how I treated you. You know what I'm saying? We dress for the role we want. I mean, did you give mixed signals? Did you even try to fight me off? All right, this was a miscommunication. So basically, I have a rock star in the world that hates my ass, basically. But I have a great comedy episode for you called Rock Comedy. You're absolutely gonna love it. Are you guys ready for a great show? Yes, I have a friend named Heather, and she always has lots of questions. So right now, we are going to visit Heather on the street.
Hello, I am Heather Michelle Harper. Heather on the street for Hella Late with Holly Harper. Now, Heather has questions, and the good people of Brooklyn have answers. So y'all gonna come with me right now for Heather on the street. So we're gonna play Marry F. Kill, okay? With some bona fide golden hotties. bona fide golden hotties, but it's marry, F, kill, reserve, which means one of them you can have on reserve as your husband. We have Jason Momoa, we have Michael B. Jordan, we have Idris Elba, ooh, and we have Lenny, my husband, Kravitz. I'm just saying no. Okay, so one is a marry, one is a F, one is a kill, or you can just send him home. One's a kill, but one is a reserve. Like, you're going to keep him in that glass box. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my goodness. Jason Momoa. Mary.
All right now. All right.
Lenny Kravitz. You know what I will do to him.
We know. We know.
I've been a Michael B. Jordan fan since, like, before.
Since The Wire? Since The Wire?
Yeah.
You've been a fan since One Life to Live?
Exactly.
Since One Life to Live, child. Okay.
So I would marry him. I think reserve. I don't know. Reserve.
You're gonna reserve Idris.
I was gonna reserve Idris, but yeah, I might have to say goodbye to Jason.
Okay, you're gonna say goodbye to Jason. You're gonna say goodbye to Aquaman. All very good-looking young women. All very good-looking. So one you have to marry, one you kill, one you F, and one you can put on reserve.
You want me going to order?
Yeah, well, just whatever you like to, who would you marry? Who would you marry?
None of them.
No, okay.
But don't you ask me other questions, then that's something different, but I wouldn't marry none of them.
That's cool. These are your answers. Your answers are your answers. Anyone you F?
Yeah, all of them, man.
All of them?
I will if they let me.
Hey.
Turn it down if they can give me the money. I'm taking the money from them, so.
All right.
I mean, if it have to be, they got money. Why wouldn't I? They ain't ugly though. Maybe if I see them without the makeup, I'll make a clear, conscious decision. But till then, how I look on paper, I do them. You know what I mean? Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Heather had questions and Brooklyn had answers. Some of them. The answers are the answers, ma'am. Anyway, thank you guys. Bye.
The best songs in rock and roll leave a legacy for generations to come. One woman inspired by the great Tina Turner only sees comedy. That woman is my mother, Holly Harper.
For a while we all went for a clean-shaven man. But now we're back to that little something extra to just let us know he's a man. And that's a big mustache. So we're gonna flow the beginning of this song like a stream and rage the end like a hurricane. 'Cause that's how we do, big mustache. Slick down all bushy. Your stash is oh so carefree. Porn star or boxcar. An undercover brother. Zoo, zoo. That's the sound of the electric razor trimming down or shaping up. You are my grown-up with your stash. I love your big mustache. It's such a smash with my body when we party. Baby, hit me with that stash. Skin-tight pants with the bulge from here to France. You are rocking my world with your big mustache. Blown out fro with the leather coat you go. You be holding it down with your big mustache. I love your stash, your big mustache. Honey, come and rap to me like 73 and we can Shaft and Burt Reynolds really put a hurt on me. Tickle me with your big mustache. Joe Native, Jim Brown, get a ticket downtown. Visit the South with your big mustache. I love your stash, big mustache. Honey, take me for a ride on your furry seat-bike. All that stash. Handlebars that really got me right me up like Kawasaki. Oh, one more time, yeah. That big mustache. Sometimes in life, you meet a person whose talent and warmth is so undeniable, you just want to be a part of it.
Please put your hands together for our comedian, Dave Lester.
Hey, I'm so happy to be up so late. This is not my normal thing. I'm in bed by 9:30, so I hope they play this earlier on. I can enjoy it as well. I was married. I got fired from that. Look, every job ain't for everybody. I didn't like the hours. I didn't like the people I worked with, and my boss was a bitch. So I left that job, and now I temp and consult because let's face it, temping ain't easy. I wouldn't call myself a feminist. I just believe that women should have things that they want. And as soon as y'all figure out what the hell that is, you let me know so I can assist you. I'm older now. I'm 47. I'm 47 black man. I'm 47-year-old black dude, which makes me 65 white man years old. It's different. I'm spiritually 87 because that's also how black people age. Just turned 40. For my birthday, I wanted to be a white man for 7 minutes. I wanted to be a white man. Yeah, I said it. I said it in 2021. I wanted to be a white man for 7 minutes in Midtown Manhattan, ordering something near Bryant Park on a Wednesday afternoon and not getting what I want. I have a very specific white wish, to be honest with you. And I don't want to be like a regular white dude. Nah, John Mayer, nah. I want to be an old white man. You know those older white dudes, powdered wig, Ben Franklin, founding father face looking motherfuckers. Like, those kind of white dudes I want to be, because those white dudes get to do something I would never live through. They get to cuss out police officers and live. Have you ever seen an older white man cuss out a white cop? That shit is beautiful. That shit is art. To me, that's my NBA. You know how people watch the NBA and goes, what an amazing athlete. I wish I could do that. I look at old white men cussing out white cops and go, I wish I could do that and live. Look how he's cussing that guy out and telling him exactly how he feels about things. Oh my God, what a fantastic athlete. Look how high his disrespect is off the ground. He's amazing. I want some of that. What kind of sneakers was he wearing? He was wearing Air Privileges. I like those. I'm going to get me a pair of those. You can't get a pair of those? And why not? Because they only come in white. Oh, tell me I can't get a pair of those. Those people are made in this country. I'll tell me I can't have a pair of them. Okay. It feels unnatural for me to even be doing that. Dave Lester, guys. Have a great night. I had a great time here on Late Night. I hope you guys did too. Dave Lester. Goodbye.
Ow! Now, one thing that defines me is my love of asking questions. And if you're someone with enough heat to warm the whole solar system, well, I'm just in heaven. Please enjoy 20 to 1.
Yes, we're here with 20 to 1, a Q&A thingy I like to do with some very cool people I know. Okay, so basically, we're gonna chop it up, and then I'm gonna ask a series of 20 questions and get answers in a minute or two. I don't like to rush people. Here we go. Hey everybody, we have Hisham Tawfiq with us. Hey Tawfiq, how are you?
Hey, what's going on, Holly?
Hey, I'm great. You look like you are out somewhere sunny and nice. I'm so jealous. Look at you.
Yeah, a nice day. You gotta take advantage of it.
But listen, everybody, Hisham Tawfiq, if you don't know who he is, such a freaking star. He plays Dembe on NBC's The Blacklist. And he's led actually a very, very interesting life. You studied with the Negro Ensemble Company, right?
Absolutely. That's kind of where, I won't say that's where I got my start from, but it was in the genesis of me pursuing acting.
You've been on some really cool Law and Order spinoffs, like Special Victims Unit and Criminal Intent. So like, you know, that's like the bona fide. That's like bona fides of like so many actors.
That's where all the New York actors go to get some jobs.
Absolutely, absolutely. But listen, I want to play this fun game of 20 to 1 with you, where I ask you of nothing crazy, just like some fun questions. And usually 20 to 1, we'll try to get it in a minute, but it never goes that way. It always goes a little over, like 2 minutes. I like to give people time. Don't rush anybody in the Panini pandemic. Don't do that. So here we go. Ding on the clock. Who was your best friend when you were 10?
When I was 10 years old, my best friend was a guy named Ibrahim.
What year did you have the most fun in your life?
I think that had to be my last year of high school when I was a senior. So that had to be 1989.
Me too, holla. Hey. That was a good year. 89 was a very good year. I think this is going to answer itself. Have you ever helped someone in danger?
That's kind of been my life calling.
Yes, it has been. Have you ever peed yourself in public?
No.
Nobody's willing to come.
I mean, now that I'm getting older, I might have to get some kids, but I haven't done it yet.
Okay, would you rather break your leg or have an STD?
Break damn, that's hard. It depends on the STD, I guess. But I would say
on your stuff, no one's going to sign it. You know what I mean? Have you ever had a crush on a teacher?
Absolutely.
Oh, all right now. So what cartoon character would you date?
What cartoon character? I think Betty Boo is pretty sexy.
What I said. She's the only woman I'm attracted to is Betty Boo. Oh my God. Well, listen, thank you for playing 20-1 with me. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Listen, what's up next for you? What's going on in your life? Like, what's going on next? Either personal, life, social, whatever.
I'm expecting a baby April 16th.
What? You didn't tell me when I saw you a few months ago. That's wonderful. And I'm just so happy. You're so wonderful. Like all the work you've done.
Thank you.
We all just love watching you. We think you're awesome. And thank you so much for doing Hella Late. I really appreciate it.
Some moms love to make snacks and always bake cookies, and some moms don't. Please meet a perfect mom.
Hey, Mandy. Welcome to Perfect Mom Studios.
What's up, honey? Hey. Whoops. I dropped something. Oh God, you got something to drink in here?
There was water in the break room.
Okay, but like maybe like some scotch? You guys like whiskey? Like please?
I'm sure someone could go to the store.
Okay, all right. Ah! Here we go. Mandy stays holding.
Someone's a party girl, huh?
Wine and just like, maybe like some spirits and then like, like an edible here and there just to like take the edge off.
Right. So Mandy, tell me, why do you think you were nominated as a perfect mom in MBS This Morning's Perfect Mom competition?
Oh God, because the bartender at the Rusty Nail is a fucking retard. I mean, come on, like, you're shitting me, right?
Wow. So do you eat there a lot?
I never ate there. But like Bloody Marys that could kill a fucking horse, right? But like Bloody Marys have like nutrition in it. It's like a tomato, there's like a thing.
It can be. That's not marijuana, right?
Of course not.
So tell me, how are you present in your children's lives?
I always make it home. I mean, like, come on, like, no matter what happens, like, no matter what's going on, like, whatever song's playing on a jukebox or, like, whatever's happening, like, I always make it home by 6 p.m. 6. And, like, or at least I'm, like, on the porch.
And you don't think that all of this drinking is negatively affecting your children?
Bitch, my kids don't drink. Are you crazy? You drink?
No, you're drinking negatively affecting them.
Oh, negatively. Oh, God. Come on. Like, what are you, child services? Like, wait a minute. Are you child services? Because, like, you didn't identify yourself.
I am not child services, Mandy.
God. Oh, God. What? God, really, Miss Fancy Pants? What? Like, you know, this is like exactly like, you know, this is exactly why I don't trust like matchy people like you with like all your matching shit. You know, like you're all like sneaky and you're like, oh, educated and you're like, full. Like, you follow the rules is too goddamn much. God, you know, the rules are just a suggestion. Oh, God, where are my patriots? I'm not having any fun.
Me either.
Oh, God. Want a hit? Oh, hold on, I'm so rude. Want some? Come on. Whatever. Well, you guys, that's my show. Did you have a good time? Yes. Thank you so much for coming to Hella Late with Holly Harper. Good night.
Watch BronxNet on BRIC TV. Tune in to the second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. Catch the latest in news, arts, entertainment, culture, health education, and more. Straight from the Boogie Down Bronx. BronxNet on BRIC TV, the second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. right here on BRIC TV.
My name is Augusto, and I'm one of the chefs at Chavela Restaurant. And I'm here at my favorite supermarket, which is Brooklyn Fare. Let's find out what ingredients you have chosen for me today. So what we have today is shashito pepper, the shrimp, palladia onions, yuca, and cilantro. I already see the onions. Let's get started. This is a yuca. A nice way to find a good yuca is to go for the white one on the root. The one is getting darker, might be getting a little more dry, the other ones. Yuca, it's normally coated on wax, which is something to prevent of the yuca to get dry. As you can see, they have a big variety of peppers. We're gonna start with poblano pepper. When you roast it, you can get a really nice flavor. Over here we have the shishito peppers, which are the ones you have chosen for me today. It's really, really sweet, so don't be afraid of biting it like that. Finally, we got the shrimps. One other thing about the Brooklyn Fair Market is that you always find good people willing to help you. So today we're gonna choose Eagle shrimp because it has the peel on it. And I'm gonna show you how to utilize everything on the dish. Thank you so much. Hi, so we are here back at Chavela's restaurant, one of the greatest restaurants in Crown Heights. Our cuisine is focused more on the central and south of Mexico. We focus more on home cooking. That's why if you come, you might find our tacos a little different from the other places, but it's what we eat at home. The dish that I'm choosing to do with the ingredients that you give me, it's camarones al ajillo. It's one of our specialties here at Chavela's. And also will be doing chicken enchiladas mole. Okay, so I will be performing the two dishes at the same time, and I hope you liked it. We're gonna start by peeling the yuca, and we will go alongside, and then just go alongside with the mandolin. Okay, so now we have enough chips. I'm gonna send it to fry. Today I will be smoking onions, so you can see that our normal onions will become something more than onion. Keep your eyes always on the onion. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna lay the onion on these little racks. Okay, so now we're gonna use some walnut wood, a couple of pieces in here. So we're just gonna cover it, and we're gonna create some sort of breathing hole in order to keep the smoke on. And then we're gonna proceed to do the rest. The next thing that I'm gonna work on, it's gonna peel some shrimps, because I wanna do the base. And as you can see it, we're gonna peel it, and then we're gonna discard the little vein on the back. And then we're gonna start doing our base. So we're gonna start by heating some oil. We're gonna put our shrimp shells. We're gonna deglaze it with a little white wine, and we will let it simmer for a couple of minutes. So now we're gonna go ahead and peel our shrimp. You're always gonna get the back of the shrimp, slightly peeling it. When I first came to this country, I came because I wanna try something new. Back in the days, I was at the military school. I wanted to become a pilot, but when I came here, I saw a big opportunity. I started working as a dishwasher, and when I became a sous chef, I decided to drop out of school and keep this career, which is a chef. I don't know if I did the right choice, but I'm happy with it. We're gonna start doing the other dish, which is the chicken mole enchiladas. Mole, it's a little complicated to explain. There is thousands of moles, and the ingredients can go from 17 to 65. I divide the mole in two categories: dry ingredients and fresh ingredients. Our fresh ingredients will be jalapeno, onions, garlic, tomatoes, but also fresh plantains. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna start roasting our fresh ingredients. And for the breast, we're gonna slightly fry them. And then we were just gonna turn it into a mix. I left two of the ingredients out. One is piloncillo or panela, which is raw cane sugar, and we have Mexican chocolate, okay? What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna wait until the very end, because if I put sugars now, they will stick to the bottom and my mole will take the risk to get burned. We're gonna start working on the chicken enchiladas. For that, you already have our chicken breast. You don't wanna shred it all the way. You wanna leave a little chunks, just to make sure that when you eat enchiladas, you still have some nice texture to it. I like to use some of the chicken stock because somehow we need some liquid to moisturize the chicken. We have our mole that has been blended. We're just gonna use some of the mole to cut the chicken. So our chicken mole is ready. We're gonna let it dry and let the chicken absorb the mole, the flavor of the mole. So we're getting close to plate the dish that with the ingredients that you have chosen for me. First ingredient, which is the shrimp. As you can see, we have the cilantro, onions, which I already smoked, and the fourth ingredient, it's yuca. We have done yuca chips. In this little bowl, I'm gonna do a little rubber, which is a little bit of oregano, salt, and paprika. So we're just gonna go and slightly season it. The last ingredient that I haven't done anything yet, which I'm about to do, is the shashito pepper. I'm just gonna slightly roast it, and I'm just gonna put a little bit of vinegar to it. Again, I'm gonna use my one of my favorite tools, which is the blowtorch. And like so, just gonna slightly roast it. By doing this, I'm gonna make sure that you're gonna get something fresh, but also it'll get this charky flavor from charring it. That will do it. I'm gonna slightly slide those peppers so I can use them as a garnish on the dish. So the next thing is gonna be just go ahead and cook the shrimp. So we're gonna start some olive oil. I'm gonna put some guajillo shredded pepper. The next thing will be garlic. So the onions have been smoked, and the reason to smoke the onions is to give a little smoke contrast to the dish as well. So now, this is where our shrimp meets the pan. We are ready for the wine. We're gonna dump some of the base. This is the consistency that I'm looking for. So just gonna toss some of the cilantro, which is another ingredient that you have chosen for me. It's ready to go. I wanna toss some of my yuca in here. And then we're just gonna finish it with some of the shashito pepper. It'll give a nice freshness to the dish. Here is our first dish from the secret ingredients that you have chosen. So we're gonna start doing now the enchiladas, chicken enchiladas. Tortillas is a big thing in our culture. If you don't eat tortillas, you won't feel like satisfied. You won't feel like if you have eaten. My grandmother likes to eat taco with double tortillas. I don't like that, but I respect what she does. What I like to do is slightly fry the tortilla. Once the tortilla has been fried, we're gonna proceed to fill it. Start to rolling it. And there are our enchiladas. I'm gonna use one of our traditional plates, which is made out of the barro. I'm going to use mole to cut it. I like my enchiladas swimming on sauce, so I'm sure you like to. And then we're just gonna go to our final touch, which is garnishing the enchiladas. Our second dish, enchiladas de pollo, Chabela style. Shredded chicken, roll it in tortilla, top it with mole, garnish it with crema, queso fresco, lettuce, and onion rings. And obviously, we accompany this with black beans and Mexican rice.
Hi, I'm Maura, and I work in the neighborhood, and I'm about to try a dish by Chef Augusto. This is the camarones al ajil, prepared by Chef Augusto, and I'm gonna try it. for a blink moment in time. People are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizenry.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not gonna funnel more money into our schools. They're not gonna do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
I have to write a clickbait headline about an 88-year-old nun who washes homeless feet underneath the Brooklyn Bridge.
Do you only cover nuns now?
They're really big, though. It's a good beat.
Clickbait about nuns. What's your clickbait headline so far?
So this is what I have at the moment. 88-year-old nun who washed homeless feet under Brooklyn Bridge shares incredible life story about washing homeless feet under the Brooklyn Bridge.
I don't know. It feels quite long. And also, is it homeless feet?
No, it's probably the feet of the homeless. Okay, this nun's story of service will inspire you?
Yeah, it's not very clickbaity. And I do think you need to get the feet in there.
Okay, I just don't really know how to get it in. Okay, this woman's service to homeless feet will inspire you.
Yeah, like one woman's service, she cleaned Brooklyn nun, life of service. Now she shares her story. Something like that?
No, Nora. I think I should just leave out the feet.
No, feet are what makes it clickbait.
And he'll find it eventually, right?
Yeah. Wait, we'll find what?
I got Cook a used guitar for his birthday, and I put a little bow on it and wrote a note and hid it in the kitchen. But it's barely hidden.
No, he'll find it. When's his birthday?
It was 2 weeks ago. He hasn't found it yet.
He will. Unbelievable. This woman I'm not even dating just broke up with me via text. She looked like that babysitter I had, Amanda. I gotta stop messing with these young chickadees. I need a mature woman.
Wait, who's Amanda?
Amanda, with the pigtails. She'd be like apple juice or grape juice. She was 14 years old. I was an 8-year-old butch. I knew I wanted grape juice.
Wait, she was offering you apple juice and grape juice from her boobs?
Right.
Why wasn't she just offering you milk?
It was about sucking her titties.
Oh,
it wasn't about what liquid.
Okay, she was pretending.
Yeah.
Okay, so some people are so imaginative.
Up, no.
Back.
No. Wait, no.
Done.
Ow. Oh, this is good. You, Inga, how's this? Is this good?
I don't love it.
She doesn't love it.
I'm sorry. It looks wrong. Am I wrong?
It's your diner. Do what you want.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Well, let's just move it back that way.
We already tried that. No, she needs to get up and come help us. I'm already sweating. And where's Cook? Why can't Cook help us?
Look, it's too big for this space. I told her that when she bought it. Can we just put it in the storage room for now?
Hey, the storage room is out of commission until George comes by to fix it. Cook got stuck in there last week for a couple of hours. The door immediately self-locked. You can't get in, you can't get out. It's totally busted. Cook was so embarrassed. He was drenched in sweat by the time I found him. But don't mention it to him, okay?
Got it.
She needs to come put her hands on this table and help us move it.
Hold on.
So, this Brooklyn nun, she served the feet of the homeless. Now she's serving you her story by sharing.
Still long.
Okay, how about...
What about...
Yeah.
Woman shares incredible story about...
Celibate woman.
Celibate woman, that's interesting.
Or just say none. I think start with the feet. So, she spent decades caring for the feet of the homeless people. A Brooklyn nun's untold story will inspire you.
Very funny. I get it. You're doing a pirate bit? That's good. You know, who says men aren't funny? Auga, ooh la la.
Sweet tits, right? She just broke up with me. We weren't even dating. What is this? What?
Scratched cornea.
Interesting. And by that, I mean not interesting at all.
What?
You know, this nun. What?
So slower, go on.
Brooklyn nun, got it? Brooklyn nun washes homeless feet. Read all about it. You're welcome.
No one says read all about it.
Oh my God, when you think about what people do, like, you know, I need to do more for the world. I've never cleaned anybody's feet.
I mean, neither, but you should come with me for my next story. I'm going to interview this group of nuns who belong to the Order of the Brother of the Sisters of Holy Mount Carmel or something. Anyway, they've taken in this Syrian immigrant, Jamal Amari, and you could come, you could wash his feet or something.
Or something. Wait, but you're talking to the nuns? You're not going to interview him even though he's the one looking for, what is he looking for, refuge?
It's just nuns. All the time, nuns. That's my beat.
For fuck's sake.
What are they doing?
Missy bought Sheila a $500 VR headset for her first wedding anniversary.
Traditionally, you give paper on the first anniversary.
Well, VR is the new paper.
Kids today, huh?
They look like lunatics.
So, aren't you guys curious?
About what?
Well, I'm wearing an eye patch.
You mean the scarf around your head?
That's not how you wear a scarf. It is when you have a scratched cornea. I think I know how to wear a scarf. It's around the neck. Anyway, don't you want to know how it happened? It looks like you tied it around your head and made a knot. No, not the knot.
What happened?
My injury.
Oh,
No.
A scratch cornea kind of speaks for itself.
And I have a weird thing about eye injuries.
Oh yeah, what is it?
I don't want to hear about them. Anyway, I'm part of this secret society now.
Then why are you telling us about it?
Not so secret anymore.
It's a secret society marching band.
Okay, and they're gonna kick you out if you keep yapping about it.
And I have a thing about secret societies.
Oh yeah? What is it?
I don't want to hear about them. Well, this one is super cool, and it's super top secret.
Secrets stress me out, and I'm getting hot just thinking about a secret society.
Hot.
No, I feel uncomfortable in my body.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I need some grape juice. Get it? When I get back, we'll resolve this whole table business.
Anyway, it's really cool. We do impromptu marches. Oh, God, impromptu. No, it's fun. It's exhilarating. I carry a baton.
Oh, so you don't really contribute?
Well, you need someone to carry the baton.
Do you?
I don't think I've ever needed anyone in my life, ever, not once, to carry a baton.
I could have used a baton this one time.
So, do you twirl the baton?
No, I just carry it. I don't know how to twirl it.
Oh, so like I said, you don't really contribute.
Anyway, it's very fun. We play music and we march around. Sounds like a public society.
Very cute.
Thank you.
Oh, God, Jack, what happened to you?
I scratched my cornea because I'm in a secret society marching band.
And what's the punishment? You need to dress like some kind of archaic pirate?
It's not a punishment. Does it look that bad?
Just own it. I'm glad you found a community to be a part of, even if it is a super nerdy community.
They're not that nerdy. Actually, they're pretty cool.
Sure. For sure.
Anyway, I was at this girl's house the other day. woman's. I feel like I can't say girl anymore. I was at her house the other day and...
She's dead.
How do you do this?
Just kneel down like this, look. Oh. It's kind of tough on your knees.
I know.
But that's part of it. Now make
I don't know if you can lean.
You can lean on it, it's fine. And just do like a sad face and look at the dead body for a while.
I am sad. I don't need to do a sad face.
Okay, well...
I'm always scared of her.
Shh. Shh.
She actually does look peaceful.
Yeah.
Nora.
What?
I dropped my ring in there.
What?
It was when you told me to do the prayer hands. I've been playing with it. I put it in my hand.
Don't blame me for it. Get it, Lucille.
It's bad luck or something.
No, just fish around inside. It's fine.
Can you do it?
I'm not going to do it.
Please.
No. Lucille, just say a prayer and under cover of the prayer, reach in for the ring.
I only know Islamic prayers.
Do not say an Islamic prayer.
Okay, I think I know one. Our Father who art in heaven, thank you for this bread that we are about to eat.
It's crooked.
No, it's not. Stop touching it.
Okay.
Oh, hold on. You gotta invest in a quality clip-on so I don't have to go through this every single time.
Clip-on, please. I wish this was a sex party instead of a wake.
You and me both.
I'll take one blowjob, please.
I can't believe she's gone. Yeah, I could just count on Inga to just be Inga. She was obsessed with baking soda. Why?
She thought it was a cure-all.
At least once a day, she'd be on me to clean my nose out with baking soda.
She had me make a paste out of baking soda and lime juice when I had that bout with dandruff.
Didn't work?
No, it made my scalp burn.
She thought it'd cure indigestion, clean your teeth, clean out your tub.
Maybe it was the baking soda that killed her. You know, I've only been to one other funeral for my Grammy.
Your Grammy? What are you, Anna Green Gables?
Oh, here, look under here.
Don't move her.
Oh, sorry.
There's nothing there. There's nothing there. Put it back down.
Are you sure?
It's awful. Just put it back down.
Check in there.
I'm not going to check in her crotch. Oh, God. Making me shout next to a dead body.
Okay, underneath. Okay. Just feel around on her little hand, Inga. She's frozen cold. She's supposed to be, though.
Oh, you girls.
Hey, Lucille dropped her ring and it's underneath Inga somewhere. We can't find it.
God. It was an accident. Are you kidding me? I said it was an accident.
No, look, that's my sweater.
Oh, no.
I lent it to her last week.
Well, who dressed her?
I don't know, but that's my sweater. I wasn't giving it to her. It was a loaner.
I don't think you're going to be getting it back now.
I only wore it once.
It's a lovely sweater as well.
Yeah, I like the pattern. It kind of looks like vaginas, right?
Yeah, it's unique. That's why I bought it. I mean, she can have it. She looks great in it. First Inga. Now my sweater.
Oh.
Okay. I mean, it's just a sweater, right? Like, she can have it.
All right, ladies, let me try. I'm actually really good at finding small things.
Thank you.
I'm like one of those truffle pigs, you know, but instead of truffles, I find small things.
We look good. We look like James Bond and, well, James Bond.
I've always enjoyed studying a new tone.
What is that?
It's a Bond quote.
If you're gonna do a Bond quote, shouldn't you do Bond? James Bond.
That's a little obvious, no?
Well, I never saw a Bond film.
What?
I don't bother with that masculine bullshit.
Look, let's just forget about it.
Oh, no, just 1 minute.
Hey, ladies, what's all the fuss?
Lucille's lost her ring. It's somewhere in this coffin. And this is Dee's sweater, which she only lent to Inga, but now it looks like Inga's gonna be buried in it.
Oh, my bad.
This is your fault?
Well, the coroner asked me to provide an outfit, and that was the first thing I saw. I didn't know.
It's a lovely pattern.
That's what I said.
Looks great on her.
She'll be buried with your ring and my sweater.
Last minute gifts, yeah.
Hey, while we're here, why don't we take a selfie?
Okay.
Hold up, are you guys taking a selfie? I want to be in it.
Oh, you can see her kind of little double chin. Okay. She won't care.
I keep on expecting her to smile.
R.I.P.
Wait, take one with my phone too, guys. Okay. Say Inga!
Inga!
Louisa.
Hey, Mick.
It's good to see you.
It's good to see you, too.
I'm sorry it isn't under happier circumstances.
Me too.
I'm sorry for your loss.
I'm sorry for yours. I like the bow tie. So what is this place? It's so weird.
It's a funeral home pop-up shop.
Okay, yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah, I read about it in the New York Times.
Oh, okay. Well, it's perfect for her, you know? No frills, not too fancy. And I'm pretty sure there's like a cat that lives here.
Yeah, I smell that too.
Lucille, you shouldn't have your phone out at a funeral.
I know, but my nun article is trending.
Is it?
Yeah.
That must have been that clickbait headline that we worked on.
I actually think it was. Now the editor's given me the beat, but he's calling it None the Wiser.
That's brilliant.
Oh, it's awful.
I think it's good.
Really?
Yes.
Before we get into this, I'd like to see everyone up on their feet. Yes, come on. I think we need to get into our bodies. Inga was always in her body. She had 2 left feet, but she was always in her body. Let's do some hip swivels. You can sit down. Look, I don't mean to preach, but how many funerals have you been at where everyone talks in platitudes? She was a good person. She had a big heart. She had big ears. Who was Inga to you?
I don't know a lot of you.
but we all share this extraordinary human. There's always been parts of myself that I have kept hidden. And she always made me feel like so loved. And when she asked me to invest in the diner so she could get a bigger space, I said yes, because I felt like if she could make me feel like that, she could make anybody feel welcome. She challenged me to be more me. I guess she's challenging me again, because technically I now own a diner and I will be taking over. So you did it again, my friend, growing me even beyond the grave. I love you, Inga.
Put your hand in your pocket like you have a gun.
What?
You know, that scene from The Godfather.
No, I don't know.
When the Godfather's in the hospital?
No.
And Michael Corleone, that's the Godfather's son, he's there, and he sees Enzo coming down the hallway. And he's like, "Who are you? Who are you?" And Enzo's like, "I am Enzo the baker. I come to see your father. He's in the hospital."
It's not ringing a bell.
No? And Michael tells Enzo to wait downstairs, and he comes outside, and he pops the collar on Enzo's jacket, and he tells him to put his hand in his pocket like he's got a gun. And then the bad guys drive by, and they see Enzo, who's really just a dopey baker, standing there with Michael. And they just keep driving. It's a great scene. So, you want to try it?
Sure.
Put your hand in your pocket like you have a gun. You'll be all right.
I'm Enzo? I don't know about that.
You did good.
What are you guys doing? Come on, it's freezing outside. We're hanging out.
I'm keeping them. They
Come
fit
on,
perfectly.
I can
tell, but that's still stealing.
Look who I found.
Oh, what were y'all doing? The Godfather? How'd you know? Oh my God, really?
We were doing The
I was
Godfather.
kidding. This one's never seen it. Ow.
You know who's cute? Marlon Brando.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love a strong jaw. Just like, ugh. Plus, he has big, juicy lips, which is a good thing because most white guys have thin lips.
Thin lips don't bother me, though. It's a thin dick I got a problem with.
No, I wouldn't know about that.
I was just gonna say the same thing. I've never had that problem.
Y'all never had a thin dick, or you don't have thin dicks?
I mean, neither.
Well, if my dick was too thin, I'd just go out and buy another one.
Okay, talk about it.
Tough on the wallet, though.
It's crazy.
God, I can't believe Inga's dead.
I know, I keep thinking like I need to call her and be like, Inga, the craziest thing happened. You're dead.
It's surreal. So, Mick, what's gonna happen with the diner?
I don't know. I got an email from Luisa's lawyer. They're gonna have a meeting.
A lawyer? Okay. She's not playing any games.
Is Luisa gonna sell the place? Mick, should we be worried?
No.
Oh my God, she's gonna sell the diner. We're gonna be out of jobs.
All right, everybody, just chill out. I know how to play Luisa. I can play her like a trumpet. I have before anyway.
What about the lawyer?
I know how to handle a lawyer.
You do? You get a lawyer? What do you know about lawyers?
Plenty.
Okay, well, that makes you feel better.
I would like to know what the name of this freestyle group is you've got going on.
Is that the vibe we're giving right now?
Maybe you could call yourselves gentrification?
Not me.
Okay, grown-up Destiny's Child. So like, you know, Destiny's...
This is Destiny's mistake.
Yeah, Destiny's mistake. Yeah, Destiny's mistake. What about new shoes? Just like simple, new shoes.
There's actually a group called New Shoes.
I didn't know that.
New shoes.
New? Like new? Like what's going on? No?
You know, I can't freestyle per se, but I can actually rap.
No. Oh.
And I can break dance.
Now that I believe and I actually want to see.
Wait, can you actually rap or?
Yeah, I was waiting for you to invite me to do it. I wrote two of them while I was in the 4th grade. Okay, so the first one is like, my name is LL Cool F and I'm here to say that I'm very special in a very special way.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh my God.
She's talented.
I know it isn't the best, but by the time I got through 4th grade, I was so much better. And the next one that I wrote was actually good.
Okay, let's hear it.
Okay, I just need a second to remember it because it's, you know, it's sophisticated.
What? No. I can't handle this. I can't handle this.
Are you okay? Should we help her?
Okay, it's me. Now I know you're sweating. Put your hand under the blanket. Let's get to ping. But I ain't got no patience, so don't go slow. I'll be like chop chop lollipop. Hit the blow. I know.
She said hit the blow.
Hey, you wrote that when you were in 4th grade.
It was the 90s. I was highly sexualized. Wait, I got more. I got more. Yeah, wait. Give me a beat. Okay.
Yeah.
Now before things spiffle, let's hit the switch. I'ma make things sizzle. I'ma do it like this, and then I grab my crotch. Thank you. Yeah, you're wet as well. Don't deny it.
Wow. You know, when I was little, I always thought the Beastie Boys were saying, "Listen, all of y'all, this is Santa Claus."
I can't believe they haven't made a Christmas parody out of that song.
Well, not yet.
Listen, I need to head away before this turns into a whole, you know, secret marching band incident. So I'll see you later. Okay?
I'm gonna come with you.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Bye, love you guys.
That was awesome. Bye.
Wow. Looks like the party's over, ladies. Should be.
Shall we continue? Is that taking this party on the road?
Yes, it's him.
It's a trumpet. Like,
But y'all good?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
All good.
Okay.
All right.
Love you.
listen up, y'all. This is Santa Claus.
Farewell, ladies.
So how you getting home? You want to split a car?
No, I'm taking a motorbike.
Oh, you do that?
Yeah, quite a bit actually.
Cool. So you're not worried about the diner?
No, I mean, I'm gonna talk to Louisa.
Okay. Just talk to her?
No, I'll do more if I have to.
Nice.
But I'll handle it. You gonna be all right getting home?
Oh yeah, I'll just take the subway.
Okay.
Look at this. Very cool.
Yep.
You know, I once rode a motorbike in Italy.
Ooh la la.
All right, so I'll see you tomorrow then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want to come? There's 2 helmets.
You kidding?
No.
Yeah.
What do I do? Well, you put the helmet on.
Hey, safety first. Is this gonna mess up my hair?
You'll live.
They sanitize these things?
What am I, the health department? Just put your hand in your pocket like you got a gun. You'll be all right.
Whoa.
Yeah, I know. Sad without her. I wasn't sure what the plan was.
Yeah, there wasn't really a plan. There was a flurry of text messages late last night. We didn't know if we should come in or not come in or whatever.
Yeah, some of us were like, let's not forget about the sexy bad bitch that was at the funeral yesterday saying that she's taking over the diner.
Mick, you know her?
Yeah, Louisa. She went to college with Inga in the early 2000s, and I had a fling with her about 10 years ago. It's a summer fling.
She's a bad bitch. Is she taking interns? I want to be her intern. I want her to be my new mother.
I mean, Mick, what are we doing? Should we start dismantling the diner? I mean, I'm trying to go through her stuff, but is that woman gonna take over?
No.
Can't we rent it from her and just run it like the 4 of us?
Am I one of the 4?
I will handle it. I'll sort it all out.
We haven't found anything helpful yet, but we did find Inga's memoirs.
Definitely a first draft, though. It's not good.
Scandal.
But I'll read it. The year was 1989, and I was making my way through the islands of Greece. When I say making my way, I mean I was sleeping my way through. Then she crosses this part out, but you know I'm gonna read it. I was sampling the grape leaves, the color cathode, this...
Yeah, nailed it.
Never mind.
Don't hurt yourself.
And lots and lots of pussy.
Pussy!
I've never heard her say the word pussy.
I would love to hear her say the word pussy right now.
Me too.
Oh, no.
Hey.
Hey, how's your cornea?
Still scratched.
How long does a cornea stay scratched?
Just sash like that. We scratched for a long time.
Don't listen to them. I actually like this whole pirate look that you're doing. I feel like you could lean even more into it. Maybe just get like a little pipe, whatever you want to do, like a ruffled collar. Live your life.
Thank you. But it's not a look that I'm doing. I need it because my cornea is still scratched.
Okay.
Hey, last night was fun.
What? Why are you saying it like that?
Like what?
What'd you guys get into? I mean, I can't really see you two going at it.
Nope. Nothing.
Doesn't sound like nothing.
Well, it was something. Mick took me for a ride on a motorbike.
A motorbike!
I want to go. So fun and so PG-13. I love it.
And very 1980.
It was.
It was like we were 2 hot Italian butchies out on the town. Anyway, what's a guy gotta do to get a cup of coffee around here, huh?
Order it.
Like every other time.
May I have a cup of coffee, pretty please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just don't order any food. Hook's been too sad to make anything that doesn't taste like tears.
Okay, who's gonna take the lead on the financials?
I'm already taking the lead on Inga's memoirs. I cannot possibly handle any more.
I can do it. I majored in mathematics at the community college.
Mathematics?
Yeah, that's the long version of the word math.
Oh my God, she's here.
Okay. Nobody panic. I have a plan.
What is it?
I'm gonna play it smooth.
Hi, Louisa.
That wasn't smooth.
Hi, Rick.
I need to talk to you in private.
Better.
Is there somewhere we can talk?
Yes, in this storage room.
The storage room's locked, remember?
Shit. Everybody out.
Out!
I'll freeze my balls off.
Going outside.
Get out there. I am too pretty to be cold.
Okay. Everybody get in the kitchen.
I haven't seen the new location.
Well, this is it.
She certainly loved Kit.
What does that mean?
I mean, she loved stuff. She was a collector, a little bit of a hoarder.
Okay, what? You're calling her a hoarder? Yeah, she liked stuff. She liked nice stuff. She liked shitty stuff. She even collected packaging.
Yeah, that's the definition of a hoarder.
Yeah. All right. I guess you're right.
By the light of the moon, I tied her to the bedpost and then I dripped hot wax all the way down her leg. Okay, wow. I can't read any more of that. That shit is making me horny. Whew, damn.
Hi.
Hi.
It's kind of weird being here. You and me. Little familiar.
Yeah.
It was quite a summer.
Yeah, it was.
I can't believe it was a decade ago. How is that possible? How is she gone?
Yeah. Oh, look, I feel like I was trying to start a fight just now. I'm sorry. I know you're hurting too. I mean, it's just that you've engaged a lawyer already.
I didn't have a choice. I don't live here. I needed help handling this place.
Okay. We gonna talk business? Hold on.
You're actually the one who brought up the lawyer, but
I'm gonna get comfortable if we're gonna be talking business.
I gotta get.
It's a lot of buttons.
I can see that. Are you trying to seduce me or?
No.
Okay. Comfortable?
Yeah.
Great.
Are you?
What's going on?
Nick took her shirt off.
What?
Yeah, she's wearing a white tank top like she's Fredo from The Godfather.
Ooh, that sounds like a real power move. And she says she's never seen The Godfather.
So what are you gonna do? Are you gonna sell the place or what? You have to tell me what you're gonna do with the place, honestly.
Honestly, I'm probably gonna sell the building.
What gives you the right?
I own it. Inga was renting it from me.
This place is important to an entire community.
I'm sure there are other lesbian hangouts.
Not really. I mean, there's a Chinese restaurant, but it's small. It's a to-go spot. You can meet a friend there if it's cold or something and get your food to go, or you can, go there on a date and pick up some hot and sour soup to go, but there's no, you can't really hang out. It's like, it's not
I get
eating,
that it's
a
to go.
Right.
What's happening?
Mick is talking a lot.
She seems nervous.
What's the bad bitch doing?
She looks
sexy, right?
She really does. I've never been allowed in the kitchen before, and I just gotta say, I'm having a blast being back here with you guys.
This is my second home. No. You know what? It's my first home. That place where I pay rent, where I sleep, it's technically my apartment. That's my second home. I can't let go of this place. My dad died. He kept these water bottles. If the apocalypse hit, if there's a blackout or something. And I've held on to the bottles, shuttle them from place to place whenever I got an apartment. And recently, one of the bottles sprung a leak. It's a water bottle, and there's water everywhere. So now I'm down a bottle. I have 4 bottles. And, things go away, and people die, and I'm not okay with that.
Can you smell that? What is it? Frankincense? No. Myrrh?
I'm getting burning flesh.
Lucille, that is a bit dramatic.
That's what it smells like.
Oh my God. Why don't you go and talk to the nuns?
Because I don't know what they're doing here. Come with me.
I'm not coming with you. I have to go and meet this immigrant. You go, you'll be fine. Go, you'll be fine. I'll meet you after. Go with God, my child.
Is this making any sense? Are you hearing me? I don't... Are you trying to seduce me?
No, I'm not.
Kind of looks like it. I don't mean to. Oh dear. What? Is there something I can do?
I'm having trouble breathing. I'm like sweating and I feel disgusting.
All right, I'm sorry.
Don't give me that look. I'm stressed.
I don't know what to
I can't keep this place.
I'm sorry.
I'm not here. I don't live here. And my best friend for the last 30 years is gone. And I'm a little stressed out because I need to close this chapter in my life. Just give me some space, okay?
You need to breathe.
Oh, fuck you. I hate it when people tell me I have to breathe. It's the worst thing you can tell someone who's having a panic attack, because clearly I can't breathe, and my breathing just becomes more shallow when you tell me to breathe. And it's like saying relax. I can't relax right now. I can't.
Don't breathe. Okay. Over here. You know what I like to do when I'm having a panic attack? I think about sex. Think about sex. No? Okay. How about this? You said please, so I'm gonna. Do you remember this?
Wait, there's been a strange turn.
Mika's dancing?
Dancing?
Was that her plan?
What kind of dancing?
Like
Oy vey.
That's her interpretation of sexy dancing.
Yeah.
I know you like this. Still got that panic attack?
What? You don't?
It's gone?
Bam!
Cocaine?
Baking soda.
What a crazy maniac she was.
She believed in its healing powers.
I know.
I'm still shorter than you.
We're doing this.
But it's still hot.
Okay. Oh my God. I'm really dizzy. You have to hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. You can do slow.
You're never gonna believe this. Now they're dancing together.
I gotta see this with my own one eye. Get it? Because I only have one good eye.
I feel like Inga would be happy if she saw this. Maybe. Or really angry.
I'm just laughing.
Well, this took a turn.
One could say this took a turn. Yeah, I think that's fair.
Hello? Hello. Hey.
Hi.
Hi. I'm Nora.
Hi, Jamal.
Hi. So nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I heard you were here. I just said I'd say hi and show some support or whatever.
Yeah.
I got snacks.
Oh, thank you so much.
Of course.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Please.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Like I should genuflect.
No, that's no one's here.
I was like, I bet they're feeding that poor man gruel.
Yeah. It's been mostly gruel and spinach. Oh, M&Ms.
I tend to eat treats when I'm stressed.
Mm-hmm.
You must be stressed.
A little bit, yeah.
So enjoy the sugar. Truthfully, I eat treats even when I'm not stressed. I had half of those peanut M&Ms.
In the bag?
Yeah.
You've already had
Missing.
some.
Some are missing, yeah.
Some are missing. That's understandable.
Thank you.
Must have been a long trip.
It was 15 minutes. Sorry.
That's cool.
But and it's just you and you have your little roommate.
Oh, he's very nice.
I heard he's a real mama's boy. So how long have you been here in the church?
17 weeks.
You sound so American.
Yeah. Well, I've been here since I was 13.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I've been here for 9 years now. Wow, I just realized that.
Wait, how old are you?
22.
I did not think you were that young.
Really?
Yeah.
This whole situation has aged me.
No, I didn't mean that you look wrecked or old or anything. You actually have beautiful skin. Jamal.
Thank you. Thanks.
Beautiful.
Thanks so much.
You're glowing.
Okay. Thanks.
And what do you do all the time?
Well, I mean, it's actually quite active here in the church. I do yoga.
Do you?
A few times a week. I've learned to crochet. Yeah. Which is something I never thought I would do, but here we are.
Turning into a nun.
I am. I am now the sister from Syria, I think.
What's the like most difficult thing, like that you didn't expect being in here?
Never leaving. It feels impossibly suffocating to be stuck inside.
Do you feel frightened? Do you feel scared? Like maybe the ice will come in or something?
No. ICE, no. Because it's a sanctuary church, so I'm not afraid they'll come inside, but I cannot leave.
Right.
Because they could be outside. They aren't in plain sight. They haven't been yet, at least, but they could be out there, just out of view, waiting for me to come out, so.
It's disgusting. But you obviously want to go outside.
Of course I do. Yes. Yeah.
Sorry.
No, that's, it feels almost like I can't breathe in here.
Okay.
You know, not fully. Like I can't ever take a full breath. I would like to breathe the air outside, even just for 5 minutes. It's something you take for granted when you're free. You know, you can just go down to the corner store and it's normal. No one's.
Excuse me. Oh, hi. My name's Lucille. I'm with the Brooklyn Seagull. I was hoping to interview you about being a sanctuary church for the paper, if that's okay.
Oh, that is so cool. She wants to do an interview with us for her school paper.
Oh, no, it's actually not a school paper. It's a paper. We write articles with clickbaity headlines, I guess, like find out why Hollywood won't work with The Rock, even though obviously Hollywood loves The Rock, so that's a bad example.
Who's The Rock?
Oh, he is an actor who used to be a wrestler, you know, like John Cena. No, Steve Austin. Stone Cold Steve Austin. I don't know why I'm only thinking of actors who used to be wrestlers.
Oh, we love Andre the Giant.
Oh, who doesn't? Anybody want a peanut? That's very cute.
Yes, that is one of our favorite movies.
Amazing. So is it okay if I ask you a couple of questions?
Oh, sure.
I'll keep it very short. So you're a sanctuary church and you're currently housing an immigrant, Jamal Amari, and I'm wondering how that makes you feel. Are you feeling hopeless at the moment?
Oh, well, can I speak candidly?
Of course.
I mean, on the one hand, we are very happy to be of service, right? But the fact that someone, a human, is being forced to take sanctuary in our church, I mean, that's fucked up, right? And in our country, it's separating families, treating them like animals, worse than animals, really. I mean, come on, that's fucked up. And the pain that's being caused because of it, it's gonna ripple out. It's gonna infect our entire society for generations to come. So yeah, it is easy to feel hopeless, but we keep the faith. Yeah? We believe in the ultimate kindness of humans. Yeah, that's what keeps us going. Hope in humanity.
You said it, sister.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Okay, this is no longer a sexy memoir. It's just a food diary. No, we had lemons in Sicily. Okay. We had a lobster over the bay in Cape Cod. Big deal. Nobody cares. I had a fancy seltzer on Arthur Avenue. Now it's just a list. It's not even a diary. Like.
Oh. Wait, what is this? What is this?
It's a contract between Luisa and Inga. And it says in the event of death, Luisa has to wait 180 days before she can sell the building.
180 days?
She can't sell it yet.
What's 180 days?
Well, there's 7 days in a week.
About 28 to 31 days in a month.
How many in a fortnight?
Well, it doesn't say anything about a fortnight, but this is great.
We have to tell Mick.
I probably did it.
Hold on. I'll be right back.
Read this.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
This buys us 180 days.
Yeah.
How long is that?
Nobody knows, but we'll figure it out. All right!
Yeah.
Woo!
I know. Nora's calling me.
Congrats.
You want a medal? Well, what do I do? She never calls me.
You pick up the phone, you put it to your ear, and you say, Jack speaking.
Jack speaking. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, they'll love to help. I told you, they're really cool. Okay. All right, I'll get cracking. Well, folks, old Jackie's been called into the fray. Time to lace up my boots and get in the fight. Coach is putting me in. By the way, guys, I gotta tell you something about the eye patch. It's just a costume. It's part of my initiation for the secret society.
No kidding.
You had us fooled.
You mean you don't have a scratched cornea?
Thank God, right? Those are dangerous. All right, I gotta text the gang and tell them we're needed.
Oh, I totally forgot about this.
Buys us some time. 180 days.
Yeah. I gotta get my baton, too. Oh, I think I left it at home.
You gonna be okay? Holding on to the place?
I'll be fine. I'll figure it out.
So you'll tell your lawyer to hold off for 180 days. However long that is.
6 months.
Oh. Smart girl. I gotta go tell them.
for a blink moment in time. People are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizenry.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not gonna funnel more money into our schools. They're not gonna do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
I'm Chef Ricardo from Laka Restaurant. We're here at Green Grape with Chef Woolen. We're gonna cook with 5 surprise ingredients. Let me see what I have to pick. Thyme, mussels, peppers, spinach, and steak. I'm gonna show you guys one of our best Haitian cuisine that you never had. This ingredient is gonna blow your mind. Thank you. Thank you, sir. We are back at Lakai with a 5 ingredient. I'm gonna show you guys one of Haitian best meal that you ever had. We're gonna start first with the appetizer, which is a morceau au sel. It's gonna be garlic, thyme, lemons, peppers. Let's get to it though. We're gonna dice those peppers. When I say morceaux au sel, it means it's like salty. It's cooking technique. What I'm doing right now is like home cooking. Something easy, you guys, everybody could do. First, I'm gonna heat my pan, drizzle it with olive oil, 2 cloves of garlic, nicely slice it, add your peppers, little bit of wine, add your already clean from the market mussels, little bit of salt, crushed black pepper, and every chef knows that. Steam it if you don't have a cover. Very simple second. 2 minutes, 3 minutes, that's all we need. Let it steam. It's gonna go with the mussel. And voila. Mind blowing. You guys have no idea. Our second dish is gonna be a steak paysan, which is peppercorn steak. We have a Haitian version of it. You guys gonna be like, wow. First we have a prime cut New York strip that we bought earlier. Oh my God. Did you guys see the marble from that? Let's lubricate our pan. It's gonna be pans here. Lubricate our steak. Salt it, both sides. We're gonna bed it with a bed of spinach. Right now, I'm keeping it warm. Then what I'm gonna do is a peppercorn sauce. I'm gonna deglaze the pan and make sure like all the flavor contrast together. The heavy cream. Patient way to make sure we season everything. When you pan sear and deglaze, all the flavor contrasts. That's how you make the sauce. With the 5 ingredients, the mussels and peppers and thyme, I make a mussel gosel. Beautiful. With a steak and spinach, I make a steak paysan. I use the spinach as a bed for it. You guys, oh my God. You have to taste it. Can you?
Hi, I'm Matt Fisher of Fletcher's Brooklyn Barbecue, and I'm here at the Borough Hall Farmers Market in Brooklyn to fill this bag with 5 mystery ingredients to make a meal for you. Let's see how it turns out. So we got golden beets, one of my favorites, parsnips, celery root, arugula, and lastly, sugar snap peas. Today we have 5 ingredients from the Borough Hall Farmers Market to make a meal with. And what I'm gonna make is a couple of dishes. One is gonna be a salad, and we're gonna make a light vinaigrette to go with that. With the rest of the root vegetables, we're gonna fire roast those, and we're gonna make a nice summertime borscht. I started to build a bed of coals, and now I just put our cast iron skillet in there to start preheating and warm it up. We're gonna throw some of the root vegetables in here to start getting them roasted off in the live fire, and we're gonna kind of blister and char the skins. Let's get down to prepping some vegetables. This is the parsnip that we're cutting up right now. Again, just a rough, quick chop. Like a lot of people, I started cooking in my parents' kitchen at a young age. My father was trained as a chef. He was in the Merchant Marine. The gentleman that taught him had been trained at the Cordon Bleu in France, so that was how my creative side in cuisine really got started. So these guys are just about ready. So let's check on our fire and see if the pan is ready to throw these in. And already it's giving out this kind of sweet, rich, earthy aroma. It's really beautiful. And then we're just gonna throw this back into the fire and let it go maybe another 10 minutes or so until it's nice and roasted and charred around. So we'll get ahead and we'll start to wash and separate some of this arugula while the root vegetables are roasting in the smoker. So just going through and kind of pulling and shredding some of these beautiful arugula leaves for our salad. And then it'll have the sweetness of the sugar snap peas, which will add a nice crunch. So we're gonna make the vinaigrette for our salad now. I have here a little red wine vinegar. So that's gonna go right in. And I'm gonna add a little bit of salt and pepper just to season that up a little bit. And I'm gonna add it right to the vinegar because if we add it with the oil, you're not gonna really be able to dissolve the salt very well. So do that step first. Then I'm gonna put in a little bit of a light grain mustard just to kind of give it a little spice and to help pull it all together. And then lastly, a little bit of canola oil, just a quick vinaigrette. So that's gonna set while we take our vegetables out of the smoker and start working on the rest of our borscht. And there we are, beautifully roasted, nice and tender, smells fantastic. So we'll let that come out. and rest a little bit, and then we'll throw together the last elements of our borscht. To help pull this dish together, we're gonna pull out the old boat motor, as we call it in the kitchen here. This is called an immersion blender or a hand mixer. So it's just quickly shredding all of these root vegetables into nice little pellets. So I'm cheating, I'm breaking the rules. This is a little celery. This is gonna help garnish our borscht and give it a little extra pop of color at the end, even though these are ingredients that did not come from the Borough Hall Farmers Market. A nice fine dice, and then we will plate up our food and go to town. Just gonna take a nice light drizzle of the vinaigrette that we made earlier. Just a light glaze, you don't wanna drown the greens, just a little bit to coat them. We'll stir it around real well. It's a nice flavorful bright dressing, so a little goes a long way. So we'll do that. Just a little salad like that. And then we'll plate up our borscht in a minute. And we'll have a little lunch. Now we're gonna plate up our borscht, and this has the golden beets, the celery root, and the parsnip in it. And then we have a little bit of garnish that we made for it, and just a little bit of some other fresh veg that we're gonna use to give it a little punch of color. And then we have the green market luncheon. So today at the Borough Hall Farmers Market, our 5 mystery ingredients were parsnip, arugula, golden beets, sugar snap peas, and celery root. And what we made with them is a sort of a takeoff on a borscht with the root vegetables. And with the beet greens, the arugula, and the sugar snap peas, we made a fresh salad with a mustard vinaigrette. Signing off from Chef Roulette, I'm Matt Fisher of Fletcher's Brooklyn Barbecue in Gowanus, Brooklyn. Come and visit us and taste the smoke.
Hi, I'm Chef John Keller, AKA Chef John Cooks, and I'm here at the Union Square Market. And what we're gonna do is I'm gonna pick 5 random ingredients out of this bag, and we're gonna go back to Cherry Izakaya in Brooklyn, Williamsburg, and I'm gonna cook a meal. So let's see what is in my fate. Okra, nice. Squash blossoms. Candy cane beets, watercress, and survey says duck. All right, let's go make a great meal and head out to BK. I love it. We just got back from the Union Square Market where I had my 5 mystery ingredients. We're at Cherry Izakaya in Williamsburg, Brooklyn, on North 8th between Bedford and Barry. One of my favorite things is exactly what we're doing today. Going to a farmer's market, I have no idea what I'm gonna cook. We come back and we figure it out. So what I have here is a nice mallard duck. Here's a breastbone right here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take my knife and I'm gonna follow right along this breastbone. And you'll almost actually feel the knife against the bone. Then I just keep my knife flat, pressed against the bone, and I'm just gonna shave this down. That's what we're looking for. A nice clean breast. I'm gonna cook these a little bit later. I wanna get our roasted beets in the oven first. We have our beets, olive oil, salt, pepper. We're gonna seal them up in foil, and we're gonna pop them into a 400-degree oven. I'd say about 40 to 45 minutes, depending on how large your beets are, but I'll show you the simple test with a paring knife later on. This other beet here, I'm just gonna cut the end off, and I'm gonna peel them. And what I'm gonna do is, it's real simple. It's just like a quick pickle. And I'm gonna pickle it with, this is called anise hyssop. Cooking is something that's I've always loved, I guess, even since when I was a kid. I started my career at Nobu back in the late 90s, like 1998. I had known it from Iron Chef back in the day, you know, the original Iron Chef. There was just something that spoke to me with the food that they were doing. Here we have our candy cane beets, and it's real simple. All I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a little bit of sherry vinegar, a little salt and pepper, a touch of extra virgin olive oil. Now with duck, I kind of like the whole sweet and sour play. So I'm gonna add some organic honey to this. Mix that real good. I'm gonna let this just sit and let the vinegar and everything do its thing. It's just gonna be a really quick marinade to help penetrate the meat a bit. So it's like we're making a pesto as a marinade. I don't want to get it on the skin because the skin will burn. So I figured out my second component of the dish. We're gonna do duck fat and okra. Doesn't that just sound wonderful? I'm gonna throw these into that pan and we're gonna start rendering the fat. The duck fat is gonna add flavor and the fat's gonna get nice and crispy. So it's also gonna add texture. And actually we should check on our beets right now. We should be close. So all I'm gonna do for these beets, look at that, went right in. They're good. We can set these aside and we'll peel those in a moment. Warm beets. You can almost see it, it's starting to get crispy. It's like duck bacon. So this is like, as opposed to oil, it's kind of like water almost. You see how like the texture of the oil has changed? So that's where I'm gonna go in with my duck breast. Because for me, what I'm looking for is basically two textures. I'm looking for the crispy skin, and then I want the meat. I'm just gonna barely flip it over and kiss the other side of the meat. We are just about there on our duck. In fact, we are there. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna drain off that fat. I'm gonna put in our okra here. Salt and pepper. Some of our beet greens. This is gonna be a side for our duck. I guess you could say it's like a fricassee of sorts. Yeah, baby. Look at that. This oil's smoking right now. All right, all I'm gonna do, one, I'm gonna tilt it. Done. So all I'm doing is just kissing this side of the breast. That's it. So we got our duck breast. We're about to pull this all together. I love these. They're squash blossoms or zucchini flowers. I do not do much to these. So you know zucchini and squash? This is what grows on top. These are the flowers. Take these right into the middle. Oh yeah. And now we'll complete our dish. So I have these duck breasts that I've been sitting there resting. It's gonna be nice and moist. We got that marinade that's penetrated the meat side. I'm just gonna drizzle these beets with a little olive oil. Just a touch. We put the duck right on top of our beets. Double action, double breasted. And then here comes our watercress. So we have this beautiful watercress. We're gonna take our pickled beets, and this is basically acting as our vinaigrette for our watercress. And here we go. Voila. We have our Maigret duck breast. We have our roasted candy cane beets. We have a salad made of watercress and pickled candy cane beets. And we have our squash blossoms. And of course, we have our coveted duck fat, okra, and beet green fricassee. Summertime from Union Square Market.
Hey guys, I'm Chef Natasha of Bear Restaurant. Today I'm at Sahadi's, a Middle Eastern store that sells gourmet foods that's been here for over 60 years. Full of amazing stuff you might never have tried before. So the 5 ingredients I want to cook with today are dates, quinoa, olives, local feta, and pumpkin seeds. Let's go shop, guys. Hey, how are you? Good to see you. Okay, so I would like some dates here. Thank you. That's beautiful. Let's do this one, yeah. Fried green peas, my favorite. I think we're gonna get some cheese.
I'll choose the section.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So we're getting some domestic feta. There's Hungarian feta, French feta, Greek feta. They all have a little different level of salinity in them, so which makes them either crumbly or more creamy. So you can. Some of them you can blend into spreads, others you want to crumble on some salads. So we got some really great prepared foods here. If you just want to build a quick little appetizer for your party. Can I get some sardine rolls? Yeah, just 2. And just like a little bit of baby octopus. Beautiful. Thank you. You can come over here and just try all these different things, get a little bit of everything, and it's just fun. I'm at my restaurant Bear in Long Island City. So I picked up my 5 ingredients at Sahadi's. So today I'll be cooking with quinoa, olives, pumpkin seeds, dates, and feta. I also decided to get a couple other things that are just so fun and kind of in the style of how I cook. So I got a little bit of zakouski for you guys. We're gonna also use some baby octopus and some sardine roll-ups. To cook quinoa, you don't really need a whole lot. I have some stock boiling here. You can use chicken. I'm using chicken today. So I got my quinoa here. I went for the red. You just add it right in. And usually the rule is about 1 to 1. So 1 cup of quinoa, 1 cup of water. So while that's working, we're gonna work on our ingredients for what goes into the quinoa. We have 3 different types of dates. So this is the raw, fresh dates. That's what these things are gonna look like eventually once they're cured. So you cut little wedges like this, and then you just kind of pop it right open. All right, so these are dried figs. They have like all the great meat in there. And then the dates, so that's these. You could add it to your savory dishes. Again, this could go really nice into a red wine sauce or a barbecue sauce. So now we're gonna work on a couple of side dishes that I like to call zakouski. And zakouski is a Russian word. It could be meant to bite on or, a little snack or an appetizer. I picked out 2 things. One is a pickled baby octopus. So these are kind of cool. The other thing I have is sardine roll mops, they're called. They could be herring, they could be sardines that you can stuff. For instance, this one is with olives. Then the other one we're gonna do is our pickled baby octopus. Again, this one we're just gonna add a little bit of fresh parsley to it. We're also gonna use some extra virgin sunflower oil. It's a completely different flavor than olive oil, and something that really sets Russian food apart from Middle Eastern and Mediterranean foods. So we have that ready. So I got 3 different types of olives. I have French mix, I have Lebanese oil marinated, and a Greek mix. So all these different olives have a different salinity to them, different texture. So we're just gonna get all the flavors kind of mushed in together there. Basically, I'm making a little tapenade. So the other thing that we picked up at Sahadi's was some really nice local feta. All right, so this one is a little more on the firm side, which is kind of what you want if you're making a tapenade. You don't want it to be too watery. And our quinoa is almost ready here. All right, we're just gonna add in our ingredients. So we have the dates, gonna go right in there, and the figs. Okay, I'm gonna add in just a little bit of, these are pre-cooked brown onions. Caramelizing onions is, you know, it's really a great skill to have. You can add them to anything. So our other ingredient, our last ingredient is pumpkin seeds. So I'm really happy that I saw these pumpkin seeds are actually a very prominent ingredient in Ukrainian and Russian cooking. So that's gonna give our quinoa some cool color, and it's gonna give that unique crunch to the dish. So I just made a meal for you guys using quinoa, a variation of dates, some feta, olives, and pumpkin seeds. And we also have our zakuski appetizer here with the marinated olives and sardines, the tapenade, and pickled baby octopus. All right, let's dig in. Cheers.
Hey everybody, this is Chef Chris Scott, the executive chef of Brooklyn Commune, and I am right here in the Prospect Park Farmers Market. It's a beautiful late summer day, and they gave me 5 ingredients to choose from to make a wonderful meal this afternoon. Let's take a look at what we got. All right, I got bluefish. I got some local tomatoes. I'm doing some green beans. I got, some pears. And then finally, I got some plums. Let's go cook. Hey guys, how are you?
Very good, how you doing?
Great. Just wanted to get a nice piece of your bluefish.
Sure. Now watch.
Have a good day.
Yep.
See you. Earlier today, we picked up some Bartlett pears, some local tomatoes, some Italian plums, some green beans, and some local bluefish. And what it's going to be, I'm going to sear the bluefish with a pickled plum and tomato salad. And then for dessert, a pear crumble. Let's get started. What you want to do right away is pickle the plums. Real simple cut, nothing fancy, nothing special. I'm just taking out the seed. I'm going to quarter the plums. I'm going to put them into a bowl. Plums are inside. Tomatoes. These are really sweet. All right, so inside the bowl, I'm going to add the salt, a little bit of sugar, the vinegar, chopped onion, parsley, and then here's a really cool trick take your garlic clove and rub it on the tips. The garlic is basically minced right there, right before your very eyes. Garlic and a fork. So we got that inside, a little bit of olive oil, right? And then the final ingredient in that are going to be the beans, which we're going to blanch right now in the water. Couple seconds. It's really all you need. You know, a lot of people always ask me what got me into cooking. And I guess quite simply, it was love. Everybody has this story about sitting in the kitchen with their grandmother, and I'm no exception to that at all. I'm going to cut them up, little dice, and then that's going to go directly into the bowl. So that's pretty. Pickled plum and local tomato salad. So we're going to let that sit. While that's happening, we're going to do the fish. I'm going to sear mine, and then I'm going to finish it off into the oven. Grab a pan, get it hot, and I'm going to score the back. What that does is keep the fish from curling when you put it into the saute pan. So the pan here is ready for the fish. I'm going to sear it skin side down. Kind of hold it in the pan just for a hot second. So once it hits the pan, you know, you kind of want to let the skin sear up very nicely. And you can see right there, the little slats that I cut, everything is nicely formed, flat. From this moment, I'm going to put it directly into the oven, finish cooking there, and then we'll start on the pears. So this dish here is a throwback to my youth, hanging out with my grandmother. She would make this dish with almost any kind of fruit. And the topping for that is so easy. I call it 1, 1, 1, and 1. 1 cup sugar. 1 cup flour. 1 tablespoon baking powder. And 1 egg. You just want the cubes to be somewhat bite-sized. You don't want to have to choke on it as you're eating it. So just get them inside. A little bit of sugar. A little bit of cinnamon. And just toss it up. And then put them directly into some baking dishes. Here's that 1, 1, 1, and 1 mixture. You're gonna mix it up by hand. And you want it to be crumbly. And then with that, put it directly on top. A little melted butter. And then this is gonna go into the oven for about 20, 25 minutes. And let's check out the fish. See, now that's beautiful, right? So again, real simple plating technique. Fish on the plate, salad on the fish. Little juicy juice around the outside, and bang. And then the pear crumble, and it's dinner time. Look at that, nice and golden. The juices are bubbling up. It's fantastic. Here's your meal right here. The local bluefish, the pickled plum and tomato salad, and the pear crumble. And don't forget that whipped cream. Enjoy.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
It's real rap time, no metaphors or punchlines. I was eating food while you were still on the lunch line. While you was in the schoolyard having your little fun time, I was in the box, just 1 hour of sunshine. Headphones in the wall jack, watching the months climb. Listening to cracker music, hoping to hear a pun rhyme. Something you never understand in that little young mind. School of hard knocks, my nigga, I'm an alumni. I am not these ducks. Ask about me, I done left niggas Mach 3'd up. Humble nigga, but I bring it to y'all cocky fucks. Give it to you, then I slide like a hockey puck. I'm the general, the soldier, and the shooter in my team. That's a fact. Matter of fact, man, that's truer than my jeans. I don't smoke, but you know I keep some Buddha in my jeans. Get you dimes that resemble the Buddha on my jeans. You see, I grew up on the scene where the movers got the green from the hoovers and the fiends. Good doers weren't seen, just polluters in the scheme. Man, my whole way with a party had your sewer looking clean. Brooklyn versus everybody.
Battle rap, New York City, the mecca of the culture, and the leading force behind it is known as URL.
It's about to get a little crazy in a few. Everybody's lining up, the fans here and there. The movie begins, the first part, man. We're gonna shoot this up. Summer's officially started for us, you know what I mean? Ready.
What's going on? Sports Smack, man, right here we live, Double Impact 2, Urban Plaza. Double Impact is like the all-star game of battle rap. You know, we got some of the best MCs teaming up to basically go up against other teams and put a piece of material together to perform in front of the crowd. So
I don't want to say a word. I just want to get on stage. I just want to get on stage. That's it.
Street Star Norms, URL TV.tv if you don't know what that is. You know, the ultimate barbarian sport, you know, dudes battling against each other, verbal warfare, and alongside Beasley, Chico, Smack and Beasley are the founders of it. You know, I happen to be one of the co-owners, stuff like that, you know.
it's your boy Shmrak. You can copy the format, you can copy the style, but you can't copy respect. Follow the innovators, not the imitators, you heard?
Smack took it to another level and actually put it on video and actually you got to see before VH1 and MTV would even dare go in these hoods. Smack really changed the game. When you battle on Smack, it's a different respect level you get. You're looked at as a great, you're looked at as a legend. I tell people all the time, when it comes to being a legend, you have to play with other greats. From everybody from Murder Mook to Loaded Lux to Calico to Math Hoffa to Cortez. These are the greats of battle rap, you know what I mean? To be stamped great. They've all had to have come through here. I don't even think he understood how far he was gonna take it. And he was just making history. The representation of hip hop and battling is just corny. The stuff that you see on the radio now, I can't relate to this shit. It doesn't make no sense. I'm tired of hearing about Molly Percocets and all this stupid shit.
Y'all don't even move me. It's the Gottis and the Boosies to the Nas's and the Toonsies. Big Papa and the Coogee to these Yachties and these Uzis.
The boy chest, yo.
All the way, real Brooklyn. It's easy. Math all day, Cortez.
Brooklyn, New York, Bedford-Stuyvesant to be exact. It's been a blessing when someone can actually do for a living what their dream is, you know?
I do you greasy. I do you greasy. You asked for this, so I'm blasting clips. I asked Yeezy. The K put holes in your clothes. These fashion tips.
I think Cortez arguably has the most bodies out of anybody in battle. I'm talking about just clearly destroying people.
When that camera's on, you have to let people know, like, yo, bro, I'm that nigga. Like, I'm really that good. You know, I'm really that great. I'm the most underrated, underhanded, but I oversaw, because being overlooked creates a pen that's over all.
I brought a lot for you niggas. Shots dropping you niggas. Dominican style. You going out without the socks on you niggas.
I like being the bad guy. There's perks to it. Like when I walk in a room, people step the fuck out of my way. If I go to the bar, I don't gotta ask nobody for nothing. I don't have to say please or thank you to nobody. It's cool. They accept that about me. And I like that.
When his four is fired, you better call Smokey the Bear. I shit on the side of his crib, Smokey the Bear. I had you eat a whole shell, nigga, Yoshi the Bear. They don't gave you a basket case, nigga, Yogi the Bear.
There's authors or poets or whatever who kind of, they're very creative with their words. Because it takes a certain level of intelligence to even put the words together. So you gotta give credit to where it's due. It's impressive. Oh, you stretched a part of my imagination to some place where it wasn't before.
Rather than trying to beat the mind as deep as a mine in African, digging passages halfway into China to reap a diamond, let me be honest. When they break down every round that I've sketched bouts, there's nothing tougher than smooth as the rusty tools in a shed house. You niggas came here playing. It's cool. But y'all gonna leave giving head counts. They didn't even book you niggas rooms. I told them Harlem Hospital giving beds out.
It's brutal, but it's entertaining. And it's crazy how the fans follow the storylines like wrestling. These fans actually follow these guys' everyday lives. So if you say something personal about Shock and Suge, everybody knows what they're talking about. It's crazy. People are really following the characters of these individuals.
What we do is like a Shakespearean type of experience.
When you go to a play, like a Broadway play.
Yeah. You
Book
know,
for the
it's
streets.
no beat. It's no beat. A good 1,000 to 2,000 just standing in a room,
staring,
listening to every word that you're saying.
I will hit your folks when I'm spraying. Your whole family get in the clip like the Wayans. I'll even go to black church where the pastor ratchet, the deacon be singing, let us pray. Bow your heads and we amen. Slow it down, I just did it. I said Pastor Ratchet, the D can be singing, let us pray. Well, bow your heads when we amen.
You gotta wait until they calm the fuck down to see if you can get your shit back.
Let you fuck up. Boo! Like, it's not what it is, the Apollo.
And it's not even like you could run over their opinions.
A lot of people shit on Matt Hoffa, but I feel like he's
a lot of people shit on Cortez, but he killed it in the last battle.
I'm gonna go for Matt Hoffa and Cortez.
To continue to travel the world and live the way I want to live, I understand that hard work has to be put in to be able to do that. I'm dozing off, but every line I give to y'all, it's potent, y'all, so I overcharge. Oshkosh bagash. You're looking at the best, baby, overall. That right there, like, the play on the words, everything, like, that signifies everything about Cortez. When people mention what the exception to the rule is, I try to be the definition of that and live by that code each and every day. And when you have that type of mentality, no one can beat you. No one can beat you. Eventually, you're gonna get your shot, and you'll be ready for that opportunity.
Right. Math turns up in situation number 2 or 2.
Yeah, that Millie Rock, that was the shit. So from the Fight Club, I got some of my footage, and we passed it to Smack. Smack saw the footage, and he was like, yo, I want you to come through, battle T-Rex. So I show up to this battle in Harlem, and this young boy from Philly, his name is Dose. I had no intention of battling Dose. I figured T-Rex is standing right here. I'm gonna get up on the stage and start some shit. But before that, they had a battle. There's another Philly dude versus a dude from Harlem. Now the Philly dude was getting in this dude's face so much that he backed him down to the end of the stage. I'm from Brooklyn. I'm not about this life, man. I'm like, look, I saw what just happened. I know that's your man. Let's not do that. Keep our distance. It's smack. It's a good look. You know what I mean? Let's be respectful. He gave me a dap. He was like, you all ready? I was like, all right, cool. When I started rapping, first thing I said is, I was supposed to battle T-Rex, but he was scared. He's right there. But he doesn't get on the stage. So I say it again.
I was supposed to battle T-Rex, but he was scared.
They're like, oh, Rex ain't moving. So I'm like, damn, I really gotta battle this dude.
Cook mine fast, keep a sword off like woodshop class. Crook might blast, chrome to your cranium. Boom, turn his dome to a stadium.
We had a contract. We breached a contract, you know, it's penalties to the situation.
There's two types of niggas in life. The niggas that find bitches and fuck them and the niggas that...
Yo, son, get on my face, son.
Get on my face, son.
It was just rules back then. As a man, you don't violate another man's space. You keep your distance. And after that, it was the league. All the best rappers in New York City, all the best rappers in St. Louis, it just started to grow. And I've always wanted to be the person that opens doors for everybody. I had a rap crew called the Union. They called me Hoffa, because Hoffa started the Teamsters Union. Hoffa was basically a dude that showed people how to eat. Everybody eat, everybody good, everybody taken care of. We went from venues that held like 150 people to Webster Hall that holds like 2,000 plus. And then I started traveling around the world because it didn't just explode in New York City, it exploded everywhere. But at the end of the day, where it started at, they'll always need that authenticity because that's what it was built from.
Last time I battled a nigga hungry, I got fucking banned, but that's cool. Cause Smack and Bees, they hit me on the call ID.
First battle back, it was a 2-on-2. And the call was like, yo, you should just, look, I know you ain't been on the stage in a minute, just run, bro. I said, you know what? I'm gonna do that.
Talk to him. You ain't done. You ain't out without the socks on you niggas. I flew to the room just to get the drop on these niggas. Knocked them out, stood on their block, and then we rocked
They didn't see it coming.
My Millie Rock was stiff as a motherfucker.
You know what I'm saying? Like, but it was just...
I had the Millie bot.
It was a terrible Millie Rock for Math. I was ashamed for it to be a Brooklyn move and him to be so stiff and that.
You know, all in all, it was just like you captured a moment. Like, it didn't even matter about nothing else. It just shook the building.
Like you actually can feel the energy in the building and everybody hanging at the last word.
Man, I don't know. You got Rum Nitty with you, though. You got Rum Nitty. Ill Will, Rum Nitty. Ill Will and Rum Nitty.
Me and Ill Will versus Math and Cortez. You know what's going down. We finna kill.
Pulp Fiction. If I whip a piece, your family fucked. I don't care if I'm in the yak wherever. If you getting money, then eel all over raw chicken like salmonella. Headshot your mom's sister. They gonna have to MOP your auntie up. Two Desi's, double D, squeeze tight in brazier. You know double D, squeeze tight in brazier. Shit like that. Long rounds for cousin, big rounds I'm stuffing. They stay ill in the lobby. I grab the nose running, I'm coming down with some. You can't step to me. Nice weaponry, words heavenly. I told my niggas what I be doing when I got here. What's that? Body in this bitch like a pregnancy. I come to go.
Oh, I'm ready. I ain't gonna play no games. You know what I mean? Y'all ain't seen me on the stage in a minute. I came to cook. You feel me?
It's gonna be real dope. I'm excited. And you know what I'm saying? I'm here, man. You know what I'm saying? We making history and shit, you heard?
URL Ultimate Rap League Double Impact 2. The next matchup on tonight's card features Cortez and Math Hoffa representing Brooklyn, New York versus Ill Will and Rum Nitty representing Yacktown, Pennsylvania and Arizona.
This is an exciting matchup. Let's see who has what it takes, who's built to survive in the world's most respected MC Battle Arena, the URL Ultimate Rap League.
Hey, y'all hear me?
Chopper shred niggas.
It can stop the blob. Will, I got the scope on this nigga.
Yeah, I got the second interview. I think I got the job. Fuck.
Caught his ass, body bag. Nigga, give me the shovel.
Go!
Get the biggest Beretta.
Go!
You can get it whenever.
Go!
Something loaded, shut down the room.
Hold on, let me get it together.
When I peel,
see what the perks like.
It's 1 round. He lay flat.
See what the earth like.
Baby boy, hit him in his back.
What the burnt like. The grip of dig will in the mud. That's a dirt bite.
That's 4 hammers. Gripping on him. Same hammers. Twinning on him.
First we pull a Fiffin on him. Then we pull a Smithin on him.
I'm lifting on him. And on the side like some Pippins on him.
Switching arms, looking like we're synchronized. Swimming on him.
Hey, these niggas came out with some little simple shit I like. You can get the shit tonight.
On the real though, I just seen 2 bitches swimming for their life. Same shit.
What's the meaning of E equals MC squared?
Energy, mass, and the speed of light.
Nah, these MC square are energy with the mass on at the speed of light.
You gon' see the light.
We creeping by.
Eagle eye.
See them by.
Bullets singing like Invo.
Headshot, it'll free your mind.
And the rest will follow when it's scheming time.
I'm a cold ass nigga.
Bruh, I'm a cold ass nigga.
I know that, killer.
Hey, but at least we ain't getting punched and vaulted like these hoe ass niggas.
Do it. You want to try us tonight? You must be high as a kite. Like these guys want to fight. Nigga, I'll knock you both out. Go to your crib and Chris and bias your wife.
Bro, you told Briz your mouth crazy?
Pause.
I'm just stating out facts. As a matter of fact, Math, what you think his Jamaican plug had to say about that? He called him out, yo.
Wagwan.
You saw my battle with Charlie and Briz? Them shits was tough. Nigga, I'm a killer.
Yeah, but brethren, let me ask you.
What's up?
You was drunk off the liquor?
Nah, nigga.
So wait. You tell Briz Rothstein your mouth crazy after you tell Charlie Clips your finger fucking a nigga?
Let me talk to you niggas. I brought the hawk for you niggas. Top, rock, Briz.
Cave your shit.
It get dark for you niggas. I got more heart than you niggas. Street smarts than you niggas. 100 shots and you drop. Young dog for you niggas. I'm off of you niggas. Pull up, park on you niggas.
Knocked him out.
Stood on his block.
And see walked on these niggas.
Last week was Father's Day.
I feel away from you niggas.
Why we ain't getting no gifts from y'all?
Look at what we gave to you niggas.
These niggas claim they from the streets.
Look at the way we paid for you niggas.
Nigga, we built battle rap in the streets.
We even built this stage for you niggas.
Through the blood, sweat, and the tears.
Look at how we slaved for you
we
niggas.
We put clothes on their back, food, shelter.
Even fake J's for you niggas.
TV to see who you felt won that battle, you heard? It's URL Double Impact.
It's what rejuvenated hip hop. It's just like that Game 7 in the finals, that everything's going its way and you know it's gonna end with a last second shot. Michael Jordan pushing off Byron Russell, hitting a jumper to win the game. That's literally the feeling you get when you're in the middle of a classic smack battle. Like I said, this is where legends are made. If you're trying to be a legend in this battle rap game, and respected by your peers, by Nas, by Jay, by M, this is where it gotta happen. So it just speaks volumes of how major Smack URL is. always mess with Smack all the time. Smack always rep Queens. He was born in Brooklyn. Well, you a Brooklyn nigga. Like, don't let him tell you different. He was born in Brooklyn, man. Like,
Cannabis was coming to hardcore one week, and I said, I'm gonna battle Cannabis. To all my homies on the block, they looked at me, they said, yo, don't shout out the block, fam. I was like, word. It was like, yo, he's gonna smoke you, bro. Oh my God.
They finna get body.
No, they might turn up.
I don't know, man.
Because they joking. We ain't here to joke tonight. Brooklyn versus everybody.
Everybody. Yeah.
We don't balls over everything.
Or my friends trying to help me find somebody, and they was always looking in the wrong places, calling me saying dumb shit. Talking about, girl, you should go up to the dollar store and look at that cute dude that's working security up there. He look good as hell. I'm thinking about saying something to him. I said, I ain't going up there looking at him. I ain't wasting my gas. She talking about, see, that's what's wrong with you. You don't know what his situation is. That could be his second job. He could really be trying to make an honest living. Woo, woo, woo. I said, I don't know what the hell wrong with him if he wouldn't lose his life over dollar shit. He ain't got no self-esteem. I don't even know what the hell you gotta protect in the dollar store. How much do a person gotta steal out the dollar store for you to stop them? They gotta have like 10,000 pencils. You be like, nigga, I'll see you with the pills. You better put the pencils back. I don't even know what you talk about when the person come home from work. Babe, I saw a brother trying to put a broom down. I'm like, put the broom back, put the broom back. You ain't gonna fight nobody, help no dollar broom. They be calling me. My friends wonder why I smoke weed.
Painful being single, ladies. I get it. I'm single and I'm lonely. I do like lonely girl stuff, like I don't pay my bills just so my phone could ring. Yeah, because they be calling you from long distance numbers, making you feel real special and whatnot. Like the other day, my phone rung. It was like, brrr, brrr. I'm like, who's calling me? Brrr, Iowa? He was like, hello, may I speak to Asia Bennett? I was like, this is she? He was like, my name is Dan. I'm calling to go out see a Macy's bill. I was like, stop right there, Dan. I may see the bill, but I'd rather see the Dan. How you doing, boo? Shoot.
Join that website, OK Cupid. Yeah, I wasn't brave enough for Tinder. I don't know. I don't like that site because it feels like it's too close to home. Like it feels like the person is right behind you. You're like, don't swipe me. Where are you? But anyway, I wanted to share a few messages I've gotten on the site. I feel like it is my job as a citizen to share these. And if you're in a relationship right now, you can be like, oh, better get out. Market's hot. Everybody's on there. I want a piece of the pie. Okay, here's the first one. Hi, we should meet up. We are both Indian and live in NYC. That is a good reason to meet up. Whoa, slow down with the charm, buddy. You're like a poet of census information. Getting me all cold and bothered. Mostly bothered.
They got women doing so much stuff. Men are doing stuff too. I snoop. I go on lots of first dates. Meaning I don't get many seconds. But I snoop. I like to snoop. I go in the cabinet and I see the Just for Men. You know what that is? That's hair dye. He's bald. So what are you dyeing? About that time his robe comes open. You've had over 1 million downloads. You have gone platinum. He says, that is knowledge. That is a tree of knowledge with a low-hanging fruit. Eve would not have taken a bite of that apple. Shit would have been different.
Oh, I gotta go to my cousin's wedding next week. I'm gonna be a groomsman.
Russo's by the bay?
Nah, Johnny's by Bay Street. Staten Island version. Instead of the couple coming up through the floor with the smoke like at Russo's, they walk to their dais over a miniature Verrazano bridge.
Oh, classy.
I gotta rent a tux for this shit.
Good luck with all the jizz and puke.
Yeah, my family's weddings are wild.
No, I'm talking about the tux rental. There's only two types of people who rent tuxes. They're either for weddings or proms. One's a group of irresponsible teenagers on one of their first nights of true partying, all swollen with booze and fucklust. The other, they're a group of irresponsible adults confronting their loneliness, all swollen with booze and fucklust. Like I said, jizz and puke.
I fucked my prom date like 6 times.
Yes, high school Craig, all 6'2", 165 pounds of pure punk rock muscle, looking great in your tux, covered in fuck juice.
I like this. I do, it makes sense, right? Clothes have souls.
Yeah, of course you like this. You rented a tux for a 6'2" guy, slender tux. Of course you think it's got the mojo of 1,000 fuckable men. Me? I'm 5'7". I'm renting a 40 short with irregular arms and short legs. The last guy who wore mine looked like Kim Jong-un. This place is bugging me out.
I get it. For the 100th time, you moved into the neighborhood you used to buy your weed in.
No, this is the actual store. The wig heads were over here. There was a bunch of junk over there. The bag of Fritos that made this front to front, it was right up there. They made you buy a bag every time.
We've been to 5 different stores on Franklin. Each one was the spot you bought your weed in.
There was a buzzer that you pressed and they buzzed you in, and the door locked so you couldn't leave. I still remember them calling me 21 Jump Street.
Maybe this is the spot you thought was the weed spot.
What the fuck you want?
Let me get 2 dimes and a 20.
So, 2 20s?
Yeah. Excuse me, I meant 2 20s of weed.
We don't sell weed here. That's next door. Now get the fuck out.
Can I give them back to you? Yeah, for my money?
Are you fucking serious? This is not how these transactions go down. Look around you. Does it look like we have a return policy? Just do some coke, you fucking pussy.
I do coke.
Yeah, and you fuck bitches too.
I fuck bitches.
Give me that. Get the fuck out.
You still haven't tried coke, you pussy.
She wants white, the cheapest Sauvignon Blanc they got.
These are cheap. Yeah.
These 2 bottles and,
Is that it?
a double chocolate Thai.
You know, the one with the chocolate chips on the bag?
You got the hydro?
Let's get 2 for $5. You know what? You got a 50 of murders?
I'm sorry. We're just taking a trip down memory lane. Believe it or not, before you moved to New York, this used to be a weed spot.
Yeah, what's your point?
No, this used to be a front. You know, the dumb waiter, the camera that didn't work, the bag of Fritos. The whole place was like The Wire. Marlo, Omar.
Look, he bought his weed here like once back in the 90s. He's being nostalgic.
5 times. Man, this neighborhood used to be wild.
And now you're back. It's $26.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just thought you might want to hear a little neighborhood history, you know? Some real seedy New York shit.
Sorry, I got other customers to attend to.
There ain't nobody here. We're the only ones buying shit. People just come in and leave.
There's not a really big selection.
Okay, you got your wine. It's $26. There's the door.
Another entitled non-New Yorker telling me how to live in New York.
I'm from Long Island.
I'm sure you're turned on.
What a fucking asshole that lady was. Is this gonna ruin the day? Because if so, I'm going home.
What? What did I do wrong? I was just trying to enlighten her about the New York that she inhabits.
Look, not everybody's got to bow down to the crap that comes out of the shit shell of a brain of yours.
You tolerate it?
Barely. That's what friends are for. Now be a pal and let it go.
I'm sorry. Look, haven't slept right since the baby was born, and I haven't smoked weed in days.
What? How you standing upright?
Johnny V got pinched.
Fuck. You've been going to him since before college.
I know, I'm in a panic, but the little bit of weed that I have left, I've been giving it to my wife so she doesn't murder me in my sleep.
Call my guy.
You guy's a fucking weirdo.
No, he ain't.
I don't have the heart for his vetting process.
What are you talking about?
Craig, the last time we went there, we had to watch TV with him for like 2 hours. Actually, we watched wrestling for 2 hours and he watched us.
He's harmless.
I don't know, man. This whole thing's got me thinking it. I'm pushing 40. What happens if I lose a connection and can't get another one until a Cuomo legalizes it in New York?
Is there another Cuomo?
There's gotta be. Yeah. I bought a jar for my weed in '93 and it's been filled ever since. I mean, I always have. Now it's like my ecosystem's disrupted.
I got you.
Oh, not in front of the kid.
This is fucking delicious. What is this?
Some Icelandic-style yogurt.
Everybody's got a yogurt now? When we grew up, it was just Dannon. Then the Greeks. Now you got a Finnish yogurt, Norwegian yogurt, Malaysian yogurt. How come Puerto Ricans ain't got yogurt?
It was called mofongo.
That's Dominicans, man. Sometimes I don't get you.
What? That's the good stuff. It's got fermented chia seeds. It's got probiotics.
Is that the one for shitting?
Yeah.
Can't believe you let your kids eat this shit.
That's expensive shit.
Yeah, but your whole little preserve Brooklyn cause, shouldn't he be eating public school butter crunch cookies and slugging a quart of water? Instead, you got him sitting here eating cut cucumbers and celery and warm Frisian glazing. And we gotta get you up on New York food, Henry, okay? Next time, cart knishes with onions, Jamaican beef patties, hot dogs, Zeppelis.
Nah, that food's poison.
We grew up on that food.
Yeah, and look at us.
What are you gonna do about the weed?
I got a number from Jose, my super.
Hey, yo, you still looking for me?
You Mikey? I was texting with Mikey.
You Jose's boy?
Yeah, you wanna go do this at my house? I don't wanna do this out in the open with my kid.
Go to your house? Nah, man. Just have your man take the kid around the block, and me and you go in here and talk business.
This used to be a front, right?
Where you from?
Bay Ridge.
New Yorker. You must have bugged out coming up here. You should look mad different, right?
Yeah, I bought my wife's wine in here earlier, and I was telling the girl that this used to be a front. She bugged out on me.
Oh, that was you? That's fucking classic. I gotta tell my therapist about this shit.
Go walk around the block.
Yo, you really pissed her off, bro. She said 2 yuppies came in here and scared off all the clientele.
Yuppies?
Nuh-uh. He cost us like 3 sales. Him and his friend were pretending to piss on each other in the corner, and all the walk-ins walked out.
You was pissing in here?
I was pissing in a diaper.
You wear diapers?
No, I was telling a story that I was pissing in my son's diaper pail because I couldn't make it to the bathroom and I don't want to wake him up.
That's fucking smart. He's smart. I like that. We should sell to this guy, man. Look at his face. He'll be loyal.
I will. I will.
All right. We'll serve this block historian and move him on his merry way.
So, how much you want, bro?
What do you got? Dubs, eighths, quarters?
Got whatever you need, man.
All right, I'll take an ounce then.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah? Serve him. Hell. Serve the man. So that's 1,500, bro.
You guys don't have weed?
Dance Day. Dance Day.
Ah, this fucking place.
Ah, this fucking place.
Oh, you're making my kid curse.
The fuck did I do? Well, that didn't count.
Yeah, I agreed to go to a play date with your au pair du jour, and she's got to live here.
What's wrong with Gowanus?
I prefer to remember it how it was. Well, a place you didn't go because you weren't a longshoreman, prostitute, or junkie? You're just mad you got priced out. You're damn fucking right. Besides, I didn't say she lives here. It's her friend. She's throwing a party. A party? Look, her friend's having a little warehouse party. I wanted it to be a surprise. For what? DJ Chick Norris is playing. Are you kidding me? No warning. Just boom, a surprise concert. Craig, I got a kid. He's here. Craig, this is why you don't have kids. You don't know how to take care of him. He can come. How? He's got fucking baby ears. Tender, damageable baby ears. They better not have those air traffic controller headphones. No, dipshit. It's a kid party. A mommy dance party, whatever you want to call it. Nah, I'm turning around. That's it. We're on a mission, Craig, to make him from where we're from. Would you live a little? I'm living. It's gonna be great. My girl could watch Henry. Me and you could relax and have a couple beers. You're gonna love my new wife. Yeah, it's great to watch your friends in Borough die in the same place. Whatever. I'm excited for you to meet her. I think she might be the one, man. She doesn't stand a chance. I'm serious. This one is special. She used to ride horses in junior high school. Enough. I'm about to meet her. I don't want to spend the moments before learning how she loves to eat asshole. Well, I'm sorry, Henry.
I didn't say nothing.
Oh, there's a spot right over there. What's that guy doing? Hey, yo, guy, what are you doing?
No, hey, spot's taken.
Yeah, by me.
Hey, come on, man, I'm saving it for my girlfriend.
There's no saving spots. Hey, Henry, is there saving spots?
No, there's no saving spots.
Hey, she's gonna be here in a minute. She's got our kid.
Really? This is where you've taken me.
Dude, sorry.
My God, dudes, we're like a Seinfeld episode here.
No, we're not. If we were, I would have beat the shit out of George and fucked the lane by now.
You flatbush flathead.
Who would have thunk it? I know, right? Trapped in a room full of beautiful nannies, young moms, and husbands whose wives will potentially steal. We got the best bait of all.
No, that this is what we became. That this is what Brooklyn has become.
What are you talking about? This is awesome. I wish we had shit like this when we grew up. We just went to the aunt's house so Mom could smoke cigarettes and play pinochle.
Yeah, but our aunts didn't move to the big city, become a parent, and dress like MC Search like this schmo.
What are you talking about? You're wearing neon limited edition sneakers and a polo bear shirt on Dad Day.
Yeah, but I earned it. We grew up here. Our whole family lives here.
So we get a hipster pass because we occasionally have a New York accent? You're more like him than you think.
Get the fuck out of here.
Hey.
How you doing? You look amazing.
Stop it.
Oh, this is James. He's thrilled to be here.
Hi. And you must be Henry. I like your shirts. Oh, you're such a little ladies' man, aren't you? What a muffin.
Thanks, he gets it from his mother.
Such a muffin. Hey, let's go dance.
Get him out of here. Have fun. Yeah, let's go outside.
So how'd you meet this one?
A friend's having an affair with my friend.
An affair? Oh, he's married and he's fucking a 22-year-old.
What do you expect them to do? They're everywhere. They're like bed bugs. They transplant here and just want to get in trouble.
And you're the problem. You keep banging them out and encourages more of them to come. You're a transplant banger.
Bang, bang, dude. Your wife's from Connecticut.
Yeah, and I get a pass on it. Because here I am raising the last of a dying breed. The last of the born and bred Brooklynites with an accent.
Is this what marriage did to you? Huh? Brooklyn's changed. It's full of 22-year-olds on Tinder, dying of sex with guys like us that are actually from here. And your way of dealing with your monogamy is through plotting and anger?
I've entered my Al Bundy stage.
I'd rather enter these transplants.
You're just infatuated with all the available ass looking to make the Craig mistake. You're the one they find right before they find someone to marry.
Yeah.
Hey, put this out. Let's go get a beer.
Can we get a couple beers? Two blue?
So, what's this one like?
She gets it. She knows what I need. A little dress up, clean feet.
Choking?
Dainty hands with a strong grip. I think I'm gonna put a baby in her. I mean, she's good with kids, nice family.
Yeah. Yeah, just jump right in. That would be great for the kid.
Yeah. I just don't think I can, though.
Oh, tell me more.
It's her father, man. He's bald.
Oh! You can't do that to your potential sons.
I know. I got a great head of hair. My father.
Great head of hair.
I mean, she's fucking perfect, but...
Hey, listen. Out of all the reasons that you should not have a child with a stranger, this one might stop me.
Who's a stranger? It's 3 weeks.
Hair? That's a problem, but it's second only to father's dick size.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I thought we talked about this. Look, in my mind, you owe it to yourself to find out what her father's dick size is. You owe it to your future sons to find out what you're potentially strapping them with. You gotta let them know that you tried to make the family keep on growing. Not shrinking, growing.
The future of your son's dick keeps you up at night?
No, I did my homework, no jeopardy.
You've seen Devin's dad's dick?
No.
You asked her?
Well, I couldn't get a look myself.
What am I supposed to do? Ask every girl I'm about to bang about their dad's dick?
No, only the ones that you plan on impregnating.
Oh my God, Henry is so cute. What a doll.
I know, that kid's amazing. Hung like a horse, that kid.
Stop. You are so bad.
I'm just saying, important things to consider when making a family.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about important things to consider when making a family. Heart disease, cancer, male pattern baldness.
What? My dad's bald.
Yeah, but is he well hung?
You better be kidding.
You know, this is amazing, and I don't want to be in a frivolous relationship anymore, you know? I want to take this, I want to take you seriously.
So...
Just give me an idea.
Stop, enough. I can't tell if you're being serious or not. I gotta take Alice home. Call me later, tomorrow. What's wrong?
Remember when you were a kid in the summer? And you just get home from the beach. Grandma's back from Florida. The kitchen's really hectic. You're running late for dinner. So you jump in the shower with your dad. Boom, you've seen your dad's dick.
Really? I've been in the city 6 months and somebody I barely know is asking me this?
It's been 3 weeks.
Okay, so who's to say it's my dad's dick that matters? How big is your dad's dick?
I haven't seen it since I'm 5 or 6, but you remember the one about the baby's arm in the apple?
Yeah.
His dick was holding that baby.
Figures. But what if it's not the grandfathers that determine the size? Macho pig. What if it's my mother or... So, Craig, how big's your mother's pussy?
I'm fucking beat.
Word. That wedding last night almost killed me, man. It's nice to be out here relaxing in some peace and quiet.
I needed this. I stayed out too late last night. And I was nicely buzzed and in the cut, and it was fun, but I just stayed out too late. I got right to that point of too drunk, too old, and too married for the place that I was in. I was with that kid Corey from work, the one we're meeting later.
Yeah, the kid you said is me 10 years ago?
No. He could be you in 10 years. There's still hope.
You should be so lucky.
Nah. I learned from your mistakes. I'm better prepared and better equipped for this. It's like I'm being sent back in time to change the future. It's like I'm John Connor.
John Connor led the resistance against the Terminator army. No, you're like the guy who fucked his mother.
You mean his father?
Oh, wait, so tell me, genius, how you gonna prevent me from 10 years ago from being me now?
It's just a joke I have with him. No big deal. Just about how, you know, eventually he'll lose the ability to deeply care about a person for years at a time. And the trade-off is the ability to walk into a room and find something to fuck.
That doesn't sound so terrible.
Yeah, it figures. But I think I got him thinking straight.
How so?
He's 28.
So what?
So I told him what happens to a man right around 30.
The Great Widening.
We need a new name for that.
It'd be scary to most, but I welcomed it. They all became so beautiful at once.
I wonder what it is. You're so picky in your 20s. Perfect tits, thigh gap, fat ass. And then all of a sudden, you love them all.
Is there a little awkward?
I love it.
A little ugly?
Fine with it.
Fucked up teeth?
Bring it. Big bush.
Bush is back.
No bush.
Big bush, no problem.
Wrinkles.
I fucked a grandmother last week. I followed the lines like map trails.
Lately, I can get off on one positive trait and some sense of humor. I mean, club foot, bad hair, pink eye. If she's got one good titty, it makes me laugh. If I wasn't married, I'd be in.
I mean, a little thick? Fuck it, a lot thick.
I prefer it.
Cellulite.
I got it.
Saggy tits.
My balls are almost pendulums.
Flat ass?
Not at all. But if they got a bad attitude.
No, then it's overdone. I mean, like one morning you wake up, as long as they're trying, they just all start to look so sexy.
That's what this kid doesn't get. Is then all that's left is to try to fuck them all.
Yep.
You're going to try to fuck them all.
Yep.
It's a curse. You're cursed.
Pray for me.
With all this ass floating around Brooklyn, it's like you're a kid in a candy store. Actually, it's like you're a kid stuck in a candy store after an earthquake for a really long time, and the power's out. So you gotta eat the candy for sustenance. I mean, he's forced to eat what he loves until it becomes what he hates.
But it all works out in the end, right?
Nah. But there's hope for others.
To be honest with you, I was pretty creeped out to meet you.
Jason, you do this to Corey? You blame him for everything?
Nah, we actually haven't been hanging out much lately. I just got engaged, so there hasn't really been any time. You know, I want to set him up with one of my fiance's friends so we can like go on vacation together.
But he keeps fucking him and leaving.
Keeps fucking him. So we're kind of running out of bridesmaids to pair him with.
Yeah, they'll hold his cock, but they won't hold his hand down the aisle.
Oh, hey, he can't help it. Look at the kid. So you're getting married. Must be tough watching Corey fuck all your girls' friends. I've been in long-term relationships before, and let me tell you, there ain't nothing more beneficial for their longevity than wanting to fuck all your girls' friends. Listen up, boys. I read all about this. Human beings are not actually the descendants of chimpanzees as previously believed. We're actually the descendants of the bonobo, a matriarchal, polygamous ape driven by orgy.
Stop. Your bonobo theory doesn't work. We're evolved from chimps, a disgusting, warring, patriarchal ape that's territorial, womanizing, and overtly cruel. Just look at the election this year.
Look, that's because we repress our true nature. Deep down, we are built to competitively fuck. Our bodies evolved that way. Look, I can prove it to you. Jason, imagine me fucking your fiance doggy style.
No thanks.
Holy shit, dude. This is my work friend.
Whom you're trying to convince not to be like me. This should only further prove your point, no?
Well, valid, but fucking his wife, doggy style?
It's for science. Don't be so close-minded. The doggy style is just because I'm a visual thinker. All right, so let's say me and Corey are engaged in a threesome.
Yeah, Dib's hitting that one first.
All right, so he's fucking her, and then he comes inside her, right?
here I come with my dick. And while I'm doing my thing to please this woman, I come inside her. But while we're enjoying this pleasure, I'm also displacing his sperm. You see, listen, the male penis is like a meat straw. And while we thrust in, our foreskin also pulls out the last lover's sperm. You see, she wants our cum. She's programmed to procreate, and she's maximizing her chances by having multiple lovers. And I'm obliging, but I'm also competing.
You fucking lost it. I'm sorry, guys. He gets like this sometimes. Let's get out of here.
No, I haven't. There's nothing to be embarrassed about, guys. Your wife wants a life full of orgasms. Besides, more sex leads to less conflict.
I do agree that we live in a matriarchal society. I mean, what's more matriarchal than what James and I have?
What do you mean?
I mean, we're forced to brunch, we're forced to express our feelings, we have to clean up after ourselves, listen and eat salads.
No, I choose to live a pretty sweet life with my lady and my boys.
No, she conditions you to live an optimal life for her and gives you sex to pacify your primal urge. I mean, she's got your nuts in a Le Sport sack, the same bag that she kept her weed in all throughout college, weed that she doesn't let you smoke now.
Forget this. This isn't just about you. Think about your wife's needs also. When the female bonobo screams out during orgasm, she's screaming for more males to come and fuck her. She's screaming for more dick. Look, our women want more dicks. Corey gets it. He gives more dick. Jason, give her more dick.
Suddenly, I hate myself.
Craig, I lived with you for years. I've heard you fuck. You're like Marlon Brando having sex with Marlon Brando in a sex scene directed by Marlon Brando. And secondly, I am positive, when she has that fake orgasm, it's so that she can go to sleep and get the trauma of your sex screams behind her.
Look, you could tell yourself whatever you want. You can't refute science. The fact that my dick and fuck motion combo sucks out other sperm proves that we evolved as polygamists, further proving that our girlfriends and wives want pounds of dick.
You're a sick fuck. You want to be like this, Corey?
No, I want to be like you and Jason.
Are you happy?
No.
Why not?
You have Corey to groom, but who am I to impart my wisdom to? Today, all this, it made me realize that I need a protege.
You like fruit, Henry? Why not eat all the fruit?
Henry, too much fruit makes you sick. Craigie has too much fruit.
But fruit's so sweet and delicious.
Henry, vegetables make you stronger. Bitter greens might not taste good at first, but you get used to them.
Watch BronxNet on BRIC TV. Tune in to the second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. Catch the latest in news, arts, entertainment, culture, health education, and more. Straight from the Boogie Down Bronx. BronxNet on BRIC TV, the second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. right here on BRIC TV.
The Carnival of Connectivity is inspired by Victor D'Amico's Children's Art Carnival. Victor D'Amico ran the People's Art Center at the Museum of Modern Art. His famous line was, "Art is a human necessity," and really like food. So That's very much behind the Carnival of Connectivity. It involves connecting art to people's lives, to what's happening in the community. Hello, everyone. Thank you for being part of the Carnival of Connectivity. It really means a lot to me and to many others in the community. And as you can see, the projects are totally a work in progress. Some are not even figured out yet. So a couple of people are going to be figuring them out today and sort of bouncing around ideas. Many of the Carnival of Connectivity artists have been in this community for 25 years or more, so they really live and breathe the Gowanus, some of them. It's a group of about 30 artists, educators, poets, and performers. Most of us practice alone in our studios, which is the central sort of core of our work, but taking some of those creative ideas and getting together with a community and applying them to the world seems really important too. Logistically, there are going to be tables to spread out and do your thing. We've made the t-shirts so that there's something that identifies us. An example of a Carnival Connectivity project would be Birds of the Gowanus. We're going to be talking to the community, what birds have you seen, what birds have you noticed have disappeared, and interacting with them through art making and through conversation. And it's just a way of connecting people to the place they're in and their environment.
This is meant to be materials that the birds can use to make their nests.
Yeah, materials for the art.
And we tried to find things that were all biodegradable so that you could hang it in the tree and just leave it there and the birds could come and help themselves and make their nests.
Donna and Joanne are working out this project as they speak.
We're going to have a really good time.
I think we are. I started these prayer flags by doing collages on a string that are also made up of found objects. And this one has some language on it.
That is terrific.
It could be very open, it could be writing, it could be making, it could be...
I love it.
And someone at, I guess, Gowanus Canal Conservancy was introducing us to a lot of the vocabulary that's swirling around the Gowanus.
I was looking through the language that I had received. Climate justice, social resilience, cohesion, which is, points to the knitting, and sustainability. I think that this language can be a jumping off point for people who want to make something.
Right.
We'll figure it out.
We will.
We're partnering with the Gowanus Canal Conservancy and learning from them about the Gowanus community. And one thing I kept hearing was the word knitting. We were going to try to knit the community together somehow. So we sort of decided to lay over the whole project, knitting, weaving, thread crafting, crocheting, as a sort of I guess you'd call it a visual metaphor for pulling the community together at a very fractured, difficult time. Charles Goldman has people make glasses out of wire, and then he's going to be working with Paul Benny, who's a performer, to have people perform in them.
Nice job, man. You guys want to do it? These are your perspective hooks, okay? So when you put them on, you know what the word perspective means? Like how you see something, right? Your point of view. So when you put these glasses on, your point of view changes. So I want you to think about how you would change, what point of view you would change in your life. And then you're gonna stand here, and like we just did with your friend with Ben, you're gonna fall backwards when you feel the spritz of water on your face.
But why is the perspective change?
He's asking you
why does it change? It just does. I thought about what I want to change my perspective on, and then I put on my perspectacles, and then Paul sprayed me in the face, and I fell backwards onto the mat. And lo and behold, when I got up again, my perspective had changed.
What did he spray you in the face with?
Some
Gowanus Canal
lavender-scented
sludge.
water.
The sludge changed your perspective.
That would really change your perspective.
editor-in-chief of Dapper Q, which is a queer style website, but we also do fashion shows. This is our 4th annual queer fashion show during New York Fashion Week at Brooklyn Museum, which has now become the home of queer fashion during New York Fashion Week.
Welcome to Brooklyn Fashion Week.
Tonight we are featuring 10 queer designers or designers whose work is systemically rooted in gender nonconformity and over 70 models.
I'm walking for audio heel play. Got this little leather and lace going on, a little shoulder pad. Okay. Give a little Beyonce moment.
I'm a trans queer fashion designer, and I'm here because I just love to celebrate community. I'm here because the community here is just super exciting. It's buzzing with just like that energy that I like need from a fashion event. I've shown at other fashion shows, but this is it.
Our fashion show, we hope, really reflects a wider variety of people, of bodies, of racial diversity and ethnic diversity, of size diversity, of gender diversity, and all are welcome on our stage.
I think it's really important for queer and transgender bodies, people of color bodies, to see themselves. I personally, as a disabled trans person, love aesthetic and love visual aesthetic, arts aesthetic, and fashion aesthetic. But in the mainstream, I don't get to feel or view my own bodies or my own experiences. And I think what's really pivotal about Dapper Q is that it incites and informs a fashion sense that isn't necessarily mainstream, but does pull from communities of color, from communities of struggle. I think there's this gap around what people conceive as politics or social justice or more leftist art, and then high fashion. And somewhere Dapper Q is that gap between, having those conversations.
My motto is live brave, dress brave. So what I want to do is make people feel very powerful, and I feel like this is a community that understands why that's important.
Fashion in general could be a tool of our oppression or of our liberation, and we really feel that queer style is on the cutting edge of being a tool for our liberation. It has great emancipatory potential beyond the LGBT community. So that's what this show means here today. So we're taking a stand and we're using our garments to be visible and to be proud. Brooklyn is inclusive. Brooklyn is rich. Brooklyn is full of artists, and we want to be at the forefront of keeping fashion and art alive here.
To me, this gym here is an institution. This here is bigger than just a gym. We have big brother figures here and father figures. We talk to the kids, you know, and get them, we mentor them in certain things, you know, about life. And a lot of these kids that come in the gym today don't have parents. So it's hard for them. I've been here all my life pretty much, and this is all I know, you know what I'm saying? But it's in my heart. This is in my blood, man. I train kids, and we don't get paid to do this. We do it for the love of it. Somebody got to care about these kids. Just like I say, you know, if this gym wasn't here, a lot of these kids would be lost. They would be lost.
Yeah, I've been like arrested in a boot camp. I've been to Rikers Island, you know, I've been to hell and back, it seems, you know. I didn't know if I wanted to be a boxer or do I want to be a gang member or a drug dealer or alcoholic. It really saved my life, this gym right here. I don't know where I would be if I never stepped in this gym. What I do appreciate is the chance that, you know, God has given me, you know, to come back and be the person I am today. Because without the sport of boxing and discipline and things like that, I wouldn't be here right now talking to you guys.
I grew up like right around Marcy Projects, where I grew up in a house, you know, like a 3-family house, whatever my family owned. So a lot of the kids from the other neighborhood, they would kind of see you as kind of weak, and you know, I wasn't the biggest kid to start off, you know, so I built a lot of confidence by boxing. There's a lot of tradition here, a lot of great champions. As you look around on the wall, you know, people that started out just like you, that weren't the biggest guys, that worked out, developed their body. They also have this like incredible confidence to them, and you just inherit that from being around here.
Everything we got here came the hard way, you know what I'm saying? Like, some gyms are real state of the art. This is like the real grit. So it kind of made me a man kind of training in here. My father took about 3 guys from my building and brought them here when we was younger. Kind of helped us stay out the street. So.
I be in this gym, 6 o'clock, gym closed at 9. I'm like, come on, 1 more round, 2 more rounds. I put everything into boxing. Like, everybody say, I'm the heavyweight of this gym. I'm not gonna say heavyweights is not high rank, but like, all the attention is on the smaller guys. And like, they need heavyweights to bring back the repetition. Like, back then, Riddick Bowe, Muhammad Ali, George Foreman, like, all those guys. And like, that's why I'm here, like.
When you're in the ring, it's just me and another person. And even as a little kid, I felt that. Sort of like a chess match. My brain against your brain, I tried to be tactical. I said, I'm gonna try to hit and not get hit. I'm a fighter. I'm a fighter. That's not what I want to do. That's who I am. And if you look at my resume as a fighter, I'm a champion. I was a 4-time national champ, 2-time New York City Golden Glove champ, twice ranked #1 in the USA, ranked #4 in the world, 3-time was Golden Glove champ. Let your hands go. You feel me? Put them on defense. Give them something to think about. Here we go. Slip, make them miss, make them pay. Dig the body. So what I pass down to my prospects is believe in yourself. Don't break down, break through. Even in my time as a fighter, I was inspired by those before me. The Mark Brelands, the Riddick Bowes, the Michael Bennett's, even a lot of the trainers, George Washington, Harry Key. Those trainers, because I know they fought. Some of them won titles, some of them didn't, but they fought. And what they learned, they passed that on to me. And I'm from this gym that done bred so many champions and badasses in the state of boxing. A lot of the most respected champions in the world. How can I represent this gym and not try to be one of the more respected champions in the world? I make the gym look bad. I'm out in Detroit one night and I go to a little pool hall and I'm having fun shooting pool. I get to talking shit with some guys and you know they wanted to bet money. Long story short, they jumped me and I got hit with the pool cue and the muscles and the nerve on my left eyelid are weak. This reminds me of what I had and what I lost when I look at myself. When you think about it, I was done with boxing because all that dumb shit that I'm out there doing, that's not something that a top boxer does. Those are not the actions of a champion. I messed up a lot of those opportunities and swept the rug from under my feet. And today, what brings me back here to the gym is like, this is where it all started. This is where it all started. This is what I do. This is what I know. This is what I love. And hopefully, just by my teaching, it's not necessarily teaching them boxing, but talking to them, telling them about the experience, what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? And things you got to do in life. How to carry yourself, being professional, being prompt, being respectful. I want them to learn from my mistakes. I'm not worried about the future of boxing because things change and I understand that. One thing you learn in boxing is how to make adjustments because you never know what life is going to hand to you, but you better be ready for it. And if you're a champion, you're going to come out on top. Don't break down, break through. You know what I mean?
Greg Anderson Elise is a Haitian Brooklyn-born writer, artist, actor, model, teacher, everything in the in the books. His Not a Weird Spider is the son of Anansi, the spider from West African mythologies, and also is very popular in Caribbean folklore. And Anansi is the god of stories. So Iznana is the main character. He's the son of Anansi, as I said. He's his complete opposite, who's just this very nice, logical little kid. He's new to our world. He's from a different world. So Iznana's world is, I named it the Mother Kingdom. And it's sort of, I guess, inspired from Africa. But in his world, it's all animals. It's like the Lion King, I guess you can say. There's a few humans here and there, but it's really, they're like the complete minority. So Iznana is just this very nice, polite oddball of a family who comes into our world because he wants to do good. He wants to look for his father, who's missing at this point. And so he comes, he gets this human body, and he figures out he can shapeshift between human forms and a spider form and interlock and mix the two with different abilities. And in doing that, he accidentally brings these creatures from different universes into our world. And so he sees it as his responsibility to stop them. It becomes like a coming of age type of story. So he's learning about himself, he's learning about what it is to be an individual, while also trying to live up to his father's legacy. And it sort of goes hand in hand with how I feel about, say, like Black mythology, Black stories. I feel like that's a type of storytelling you don't really hear about. Because in school, we're only really taught like Greek mythology. Sometimes they'll maybe teach you a little bit of Norse. They won't really teach you about like the Black mythological gods or the figures. At most, you'll learn about John Henry. So I feel like because of that, people's knowledge of a lot of Black heroes was sort of dying, or they've never been taught it, so they don't know about them. And I feel like, in a way, Anansi's legacy as the god of stories is dying. And that is pretty much one of the plots of the story. That's a legitimate thing, is people are forgetting about these characters, therefore they're dying off. And so Anansi and Iznana, his son, is supposed to represent the next generation trying to reclaim their roots, trying to bring back the importance of who we are as Black people, as Black heroes, and hopefully inspiring people to remember, you know, where they come from. I want to be able to say I inspired people, and I inspired a change of thought. And what I mean by change of thought, as I said, is more so just wanting people to think critically about where they come from, and the fact that we can gain knowledge, stories, and love for self just by stepping out of the box and stop allowing to be fed the same things. And I guess one of my legacies is just pushing people to not only educate themselves, but after educating themselves, educate others. And you can literally just do that with stories. Well, I was born here, and I was born here in New York City, and I spent a couple of years in Haiti. So I sort of always grew with a little bit of the culture. My mom was very particular about which aspect of the culture, of Haitian culture, we grew up with. You know, we grew up with the language, the food, stuff like the stories I was never really on, and I had to teach myself about the stories. It just makes us stronger as people. You know, I feel like when you're in America, when you're growing up, when you're going to school, everything is so much on European culture. I feel like because of that, a lot of us don't quite know where we fit in. So much power comes from knowing your background of who you are, you know, and so much pride. A lot of people hate when someone's very prideful, when they know something about themselves, you know, and there's so much power in learning about that, and no one can really break you down once you actually know what you're talking about. You know, and history repeats itself when you continue to be ignorant. This is also a way of just having us as Black folks celebrate that we could be, we're not others, we can be mains.
sound is music and that the world around us is also musical, a huge musical instrument, and that there's no silence, and even the moments that we think are silence, there's music going on, and there's even within our bodies. This idea of thinking of the world as an instrument, and awareness and joy of the sounds around you. Growing up in a conservatory playing violin and also making electronic music, those two worlds are very exclusive in their own ways because of the tools that you use. Like, you have to have some money to buy a violin, you have to have some money to buy a computer, or you have to have certain skills to play either of the two. And that's also why I'm drawn to these non-conventional instruments, because they're accessible to everyone. I was a violin student, but I spent way more time in the harp room of the conservatory, under the harp, like recording with a little Zoom recorder, every sound I could find, just being a violinist in front of an orchestra, which a lot of my colleagues that were really talented, that was their path, and I always felt very out of place. And as I started discovering other instruments, I realized that what I wanted to do was to write for all the instruments.
So this I got at the Brooklyn Flea, and it's the inside of a grandfather's clock. And also this kind of thing. I have a lot of music boxes that I've collected over the years, and I play them in many different ways. It's more of a percussive thing. Some bells, which I love, like tap bells, because they're so out of tune. Depending on how I move it, then I get different sounds too.
Nostalgia definitely has a big impact on my music. I'm drawn to sounds that are used a lot in childhood, like toy instruments and music boxes. They're always out of tune, they have like this little noises. Those things for me are much more interesting. It's also kind of a way for me to understand moments of childhood that I never quite understood. So there's a little bit of curiosity, but also mystery. I've always been really interested in electronic music, and I write a lot of electronic music, but using acoustic sources and found sounds. It's always been kind of for me, a challenge to bring that to a live setting in a way that's meaningful to me and that can connect to the audience and that is also engaging for people to see. I've always been wondering and looking for other kind of alternative ways of presenting electronic music. As soon as I found this synthesizer that lets you make music with anything that conducts electricity, then that kind of opened up my world of possibilities. I could use anything as a trigger for a sound. So I started exploring a little bit with that. I try to find vegetables or fruits that match the textures of the songs. I do love cauliflower, Romanesco broccoli, vegetables that have kind of a design element. I call it a vegetable synth. I have an idea of what it's going to look like. But when I go shopping, there's not this kind of broccoli that I really wanted, so I might adjust and then go with the flow of what I find. But I try to coordinate it so that it all looks like part of the same instrument.
This is nice. These little guys. Oh yes. 3, 4.
When you play something like vegetables as an instrument, besides the fact that it's something that's not seen often and people are curious about it, it also has this kind of access to it, more immediacy and connection to the audience. It's really nice for me to talk about music and talk about instruments without this kind of barrier in the middle of like something that's oh well, you know, the technique of this is, you know, you have to study years for learning that. For me, it reminds me of why I'm doing it in the first place, which is because it brings joy to my life.
I think Islam hates us.
President Trump speaking about his controversial executive order.
Surveillance video shows a suspect punching, kicking, and stomping on a Muslim teenager in Brooklyn, New York.
Allah
So this is what we're up against. Welcome to the Be Heard Town Hall. Muslim in New York, a community comes together. We're presenting this evening in conjunction with some great partners, the folks at CUNY Clear, The Intercept, and The Secret Lives of Muslims. And for the next 90 minutes, we're going to examine the culture of fear that surrounds many Muslim communities here in New York City, and examine how their civil rights are being impacted at lots of levels, from surveillance to street harassment to actual travel bans and other legislative measures. Civil rights. In 1967, just 4 months before a white supremacist bullet took his life, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said, "In the end, we won't remember the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends." So if you are in fact a friend tonight, we invite you to use your voice and stand with all sorts of marginalized communities. And tonight we're going to be talking about attempts to marginalize the Muslim community in particular. It's a question that we're taking very seriously. And as a friend, wondering what it is that we can do, and looking at the Muslim community, what that even means when we're talking about a group as diverse and dynamic as Muslims right here in New York. And speaking of diverse and dynamic, I'm now going to introduce you to the folks who've agreed to be our panelists tonight. All right? Yes, you're here with me? Yeah. All right, glad. They're alive. So, first up is Mehdi Hassan, who is a columnist at The Intercept. Thanks for joining us tonight, Mehdi.
Thanks for having me.
And he's across from a civil rights attorney who is working with CUNY Clear, and she is Naz Ahmed. Thanks for joining us, Naz.
Thanks.
And Dr. Debbie Almontazer is the president of the Muslim Community Network. Thanks for joining us, Doctor.
Thank you.
Across from the doctor is Imam Khalid Latif, who happens to be the head of the Islamic Center at NYU, as well as the NYPD chaplain. You serve as the Imam for New York's Police Department. Thank you for being here, Imam.
Thank you.
And down at the far end from me is a professor at Brooklyn College, as well as an acclaimed author, Mustafa, and I'm blanking on your last name.
Bayoumi.
Of course, Bayoumi. Thank you, Mustafa. And then we have an ABC News digital anchor, as well as the host of the podcast, Uncomfortable, Amna Namaz. Thank you for joining us, Amna.
Thanks for having me.
And finally, we have a historian, an oral historian, in fact, from the Brooklyn Historical Society. He is Zahir Ali. Excuse me, Zahir. That's the tough part. Okay, now we're off to the races. So these are the great folks that we've assembled here tonight, and they're all seated. I am, of course, standing, but I've got a seat at the table, and so do all of you. We've passed out some cards here, and if you have any questions, you can write them down and share them with us. And there's some audience producers who will be roving, and we'll make sure that you are heard tonight at this Be Heard Town Hall. But just to let you know who these guys are, in addition to their credentials, we want to sort of take the temperature a little bit and ask you from your diverse perspectives as journalists and faith leaders, attorneys, historians, looking at empowerment. I wanted to ask you guys, what's the biggest lie that we've been fed about Muslims from each of your unique perspectives? Do you want to start?
Me?
Go for it.
I'm going to go with the lie that I'm assuming many in this room will go with. The biggest lie is that Muslims in this room, Muslims on this panel, Muslims in this country are a threat to their non-Muslim neighbors. The idea that Muslims are a terrorist threat, a security threat, are hiding under every bed waiting to kill you when you go to bed at night. It's a huge lie. The facts don't support it. The statistics don't support it. For every American killed by a Muslim terrorist, 1,000 are killed in acts of gun violence. You're twice as likely to be shot dead by a toddler as by a Muslim terrorist. You're more likely to be killed by your furniture falling on top of you. You're more likely to drown in the bathtub. You're more likely to be hit by a lightning strike than to be killed by a Muslim terrorist. But we're told day in, day out that Muslims are the biggest threat to American safety and security. So I think without a shadow of a doubt, that's the biggest lie. Just very quickly, there's a worse lie, though. The worst lie I've heard about Muslims.
Well, you might be stealing someone's thunder.
There's a worse lie. Well, the person I'm stealing it from
Yeah.
is, I'm sure we can all share him out. Donald Trump said last year during his election campaign, he said, I saw Muslims celebrate. We're in New York. He said, I saw Muslims celebrating on 9/11. He said, I watched it on TV. I saw the video. There is no video. There is no tape. And yet he doubles down and again in this dehumanizing way, suggesting that Muslim American citizens were celebrating the worst attack in America's modern history. The irony is there was someone celebrating on 9/11. It was Donald Trump. He called into his local TV station to brag that his building was now the tallest building in New York after the Twin Towers came down. But that's the kind of dehumanizing lies that we have to face day in, day out, sadly.
Imam?
Yeah, you know, I would say definitely everything that Matthew said, I would echo. I think one of the biggest challenges that we face is a narrative that equates Islam to being from elsewhere. And when we don't understand that Islam is not only something that's 500 miles away or something that is based 500 years in the past, but has a deep legacy and history in this country. And I think one of the things that this country does quite often and regularly in its history, and unfortunately many countries around the world do, is erase narratives and histories of populations. And what we've seen is a complete erasure, I would say, not of American Islam only, but of African American Islam, giving people an indication that Muslims are not just people who come from Arab descent, South Asian descent. And part of the issue that comes from within that is that the otherization of Islam now lends itself towards that much more ease in broadly stereotyping and generalizing of the Muslim experience. That everyone is just Muslim in this one box, that the racialization of the religion has equated to being from elsewhere, that you're not able to somehow out-American an American when they say that Islam is un-American. When in reality, much of this country was built on the back of Muslims when they were brought here as slaves. And that legacy that is deep and rich in the African American narrative is one that you don't see really brought to surface because there's a constant otherization that places Muslims coming from everywhere else other than from here.
Zahir, I think he just opened the door for a historian.
He did. I think everything that he said, you know, the myth that Islam or Muslims are new to America, the myth that there's one profile of what a Muslim looks like, even well-meaning people, when they think about addressing the concerns of Muslims in America, and certainly even in New York, I've seen cultural institutions, not mine, but I've seen other cultural institutions, they've used this acronym MESA, Muslim, Arab, and South Asian, omitting and erasing the nearly 40% of Muslims who are of African descent, both immigrants from the continent, from the Caribbean, and people who are African American. And so I think that does a great service to people who want to portray Islam as new, who want to portray Islam as foreign, who want to ignore the ways that Muslims have shaped American life, as he said, from enslavement to the present. And so I think that is one of the biggest challenges in whenever we talk about Islam in America, whenever we talk about Muslims, to make sure that we're doing it in a way that we're not collapsing the diversity of Muslims into any one group of people. And that isn't to say that, the so-called, it's similarly the way that we talk about immigration and Muslims. Yes, there was a significant wave of immigration, of immigrant Muslims who came after 1965 when the quotas and bans were lifted. But Muslims as immigrants have been coming to the United States for well over a century. So you might look at someone and think that they're new because of they don't fit your profile of what an American is, but there may be 4 or 5 generations in this country.
Amna.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest problems I have with the way we talk about Muslims in America, and a lot of people talk a lot about Muslims in America, is that we refer to the Muslim community. And this is kind of feeding off a lot of the points that have already been made here. There's this idea of Muslim America as one monolith, right? That everyone practices the same way, that everyone believes in the same things in the same way. And Islam, like any other faith, has adherents at every part of the spectrum. You know, not all Muslims are brown, not all Muslims cover their heads, not all Muslims fast during Ramadan. And I think part of the problem in filling that gap of understanding with what it means to be Muslim in America and understanding what your neighbors and your colleagues live on a day-to-day basis is stopping that. Talking about Muslim communities, recognizing that in those 3.5 million people, just 1% of the American population, there's incredible diversity that, as has been referenced here, dates back to the very founding of this country. It's a huge problem, and it feeds into this otherization that the Imam talked about when you kind of link fear and violence with this community because you think everyone believes in the same thing, so one Muslim speaks for all.
So I'm looking at you, Doctor. Demolish a lie for us.
Absolutely. The one that gets under my skin is that Muslim women are oppressed. I can reassure you, I'm not oppressed. But what I hate about it is that I shouldn't have to walk around telling people I'm not oppressed. I want people to hear me. I want people to see the sophisticated woman that I am and what I have to offer. As someone working in the New York City public school system for over 25 years and working on a central headquarters level, when I used to visit schools, I can't begin to tell you how many times I've had safety agents say to me, 1 second, I'll get someone to translate for you. And then I have to look behind me to see who he's talking to. And I'm like, are you talking to me? And of course, they take a double take. So this whole notion of women being oppressed is something that really needs to be debunked. When we look at Muslim American women, they are on the same level of education as Jewish women and are quite prominent and sophisticated and in various professions within the American system. And so it's really critical that we, help our Muslim sisters debunk this lie.
Okay, prominent, sophisticated, educated. Naz, I think it's your turn.
Well, I think there are so many lies. My issue here is that
which to pick
is that everything about Muslims is pathologized in the same way that everything about being poor and black in this city is pathologized. So, if you're dragged into family court and you're Muslim, chances are you're being dragged in there because somebody's claimed excessive corporal punishment or you haven't sent your kids to school. If you're a poor black mom, you're being dragged into family court because you smoked pot. Whereas, the white rich woman in Park Slope, it can write openly in the newspaper about, oh, hey, let's recommend to Princess Kate Middleton or whatever, smoke pot after you have kids because it really reduces your anxiety. So the ways, and going off of the way Debbie was talking about, everything about you is pathologized. Everything is explained through the lens of your religion. So if there are situations of women there's sexual violence or sexual harassment in Muslim communities, it's explained by the fact that, oh, well, they're Muslim, that's what their culture or their religion tells them to do. Whereas right now we have perfect example in the newspapers of powerful white men who get away with decades of sexual harassment and abuse against women, and nobody's saying, oh, it's because he happens to be Jewish, or oh, it's because he's white, or it's because he's has money. There's not that single narrative attached to that story, and so that's my take on the biggest lie is everything is pathologized and explained by anything anybody wants to criticize about you. It comes back to the fact that you're Muslim.
Mustafa, you want to finish?
This question gets harder as it goes. Right. Just to make
You're the professor.
But I guess I would add, in agreement with everything that's been said, I would add that one of the things that really gets under my skin as well is this narrative that we hear, or this phrase that we hear over and over again, Muslims don't condemn terrorism, right? Which is, of course, complete bunk, and it's so easily refuted. A simple Google search will do it. Just simple talking to your friends would do it if you had Muslim friends. In fact, statistics show that still the majority of the population in the United States still does not personally know a Muslim. And that actually, I think, connects to this idea that there's this notion that Muslims don't condemn terrorism. In fact, Muslims condemn terrorism all the time. But what really is the case, I think, over these last 15, 16 years, is essentially been a denial of the Muslim experience in various ways, particularly coming from various right-wing corners of the political spectrum in this country. So as somebody who's talked about Islamophobia over the spectrum from the days of 2001, even pre-2001 until today, I can tell you that for a very long time, when I was speaking in public about questions around Islamophobia, I would have to prove to the public that Islamophobia exists, because there was a long narrative that said, oh, you're just exaggerating, Islamophobia doesn't exist. And in fact, what happened, I believe, is that with the rise of Donald Trump, suddenly now there's general acceptance that Islamophobia exists. And from the Muslim point of view, I gotta say, it's like, well, we're all glad you're here, but what took you so long? And in fact, it's really important, because it seems that what it is an instrumentalization, essentially, of a recognition of Islamophobia. So it becomes part of our political discourse, rather than actually acknowledging the situations that Muslim Americans and Muslims in this country are in.
I see Mehdi jumping out
I just
of
wanted
his
to jump. It's such a good point Mustafa made about the majority of Americans not knowing a Muslim. I think the statistics are 38% of Americans say they know a Muslim. But what's interesting is they say they don't know a Muslim. In actual fact, they almost certainly probably do know Muslims. Their doctor, their nurse, police officer, teacher. It's just they don't think of them as a Muslim, because that's not the Muslim they see on the news. They assume the Muslim to be the big bearded guy, or the woman in the hijab or niqab. So they don't think, oh, my doctor, my pediatrician is actually a Muslim too. They don't think in that. So then they tell a pollster, we don't know. And that's part of the problem with the whole diversity, having the stereotypical image of what a Muslim should look like. I don't know that person. I don't know any Muslims, which is not the reality, especially in New York.
So let's get outside of New York for a minute, at least theoretically. I've watched you go all over the country in the course of the election and bump into people who maybe didn't know that you were a Muslim, and they had the longest conversation that they've ever had with a Muslim person. But what is out there beyond the borders of New York in terms of the way people are relating from your experience?
Yeah, I think there's a very real possibility that there are a lot of communities in America where they have never met someone who's Muslim. I think there are cases, like Mehdi is saying, where you just don't know someone's Muslim. I know a lot of people talk to me, and because I don't fit the profile of what they think a Muslim looks or acts or talks like, they'll say, you're not really Muslim, right? And I get that a lot. So I've been in parts of the country, and I'm reporting on a story now in a specific county in America that actually had the highest concentration of Trump voters in the 2016 election. It is, not surprisingly, it's overwhelmingly white, it's overwhelmingly Christian, and I am legitimately the first Muslim that they have ever met. And that gets the full range of reaction. And that's not uncommon in my experience reporting before the election, before 9/11, and any community where people have not come into contact with something or someone that is familiar to them in some way, you get a lot of questions. And I will say that the one thing I have found that can overcome this idea of fear that is based on unfamiliarity. And for most Americans, it is unfamiliarity. They know about Islam in a very specific context and in the very narrow way that they've heard about it and learned about it. The only thing that makes a difference, that gets them over that fear, is that personal contact. It's connecting a feeling over the fear, where I know you, I get details of your life, I can humanize you beyond this idea that I've constructed in my head. That's the only thing I found that actually works.
Well, speaking of fear and construction and identity, we also got to meet two young women recently who are actually teenagers. One whose family came from Yemen just about 2 years ago, another born and raised right here in Brooklyn. And they've struck up an unlikely friendship that in the past year has become really strong, and they've discovered their unmutable voices through activism this last election cycle. So have a look at ZNN.
Hello, New York. Welcome to Radio Hakayat, where young Arab women from Brooklyn talk politics, culture, and feminism.
I have a friend. She said her mom, after 9/11, she said they're from Yemen, and that's a sad part, because Yemeni people are really strict about their culture. And she took off their hijab, and they changed their name. Her mom told her not to speak about Islam or nothing, because of that fear,
My name was changed, as you said, my mom or me or my sister doesn't wear the hijab, so lots of people don't even know that we're Muslim.
That's sad to, you know, hide who you really are. I mean, America is like religious freedom. You know, what's the point of religious freedom if you're not allowed to wear what you want to wear?
Say if I was to like describe you to someone and be like, oh, that hijabi girl, because like you're not just a hijabi girl, you're Zainab.
I mean,
it's a part of who you are. It shouldn't be
you
your whole
can label
thing.
me with the hijabi and my name, not just
That's
a hijabi
that's what I'm
girl.
saying. But you're saying like the first time when people see you, they'll see you as a hijabi girl. I'm saying,
and I'm okay with it because I am a hijabi girl. My friends for next year is gonna be my Novo phone. That's it. I'm not gonna make friends so much.
Stop! No, you have to.
Because I'm picky with making friends. I'm really picky of making friends.
How are you picky? You should have been picky with me. We're totally different.
I know, but we're not as close, to be honest.
Oh, so you don't consider me your friend, Zena?
I mean, I consider you my friend, but we don't chill often, you know?
Can you chill?
Yes, I can chill.
So why don't you tell me?
Because we're different, you know?
So what?
You wanna go in the pizza place? I knew that Trump was gonna do, because he was basically saying we're gonna ban all Muslims. You see, all those people came together.
all of the Muslims.
You know, at the airport and stuff. That made a difference. You know, we got encouraged. We can speak again, and why not? Why not keep on speaking till we make a difference, or probably will, you know, change something.
So I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Z and N. They're somewhere in the audience tonight. Where are you guys? They're right in front of you. She's got her face covered, but we've already seen you. Thank you for giving us a glimpse into your friendship. We appreciate it. So if that sparked any questions, or if you guys have been thinking about something, we're going to be going to audience questions in just a second. So if you've got them, hold them up and let us know. But looking at how a culture of fear sort of pervades communities, I have another, I guess, side of that coin. When we saw how someone perverted Christianity in Carolina and opened fire inside a black church, knowing our collective memory here in New York City, where we've actually experienced a terror event as well by someone who would have perverted Islam for their own will. How do you tell folks in the New York context who've seen that, who have the muscle memory of walking across the Brooklyn Bridge when they couldn't get home, to not be afraid? How do you overcome that fear of otherness to reveal a person on the other side? I see you shaking your head.
Well, I shake my head because I was in New York City on 9/11. I'll never forget that day. I don't think any of us who live in New York City will ever forget that day. I taught at PS 261, and my building actually faces the skyline. And I remember that very morning picking up my kids to take them to the class. The sky was beautiful. The two towers were so magnificent standing there, and just breathing that beautiful air in the morning, and then a couple hours later, seeing what had happened. And that fear began that very afternoon, when people in my school were telling me, Debbie, you can't go home by yourself. And a colleague of mine took me home with her that night. It was probably 5 o'clock after all of our children were taken home and the buses took them home. And when we were waiting for the red light, there was a man who saw me in my hijab sitting in the back seat, and her daughter and her were sitting in the front. And he started to yell and scream and point his finger, you did this to us. I couldn't wait for that light to finish. It felt like an eternity. But by the time it turned, I was just terrified and realized at that moment this was just the beginning. And shortly after September 11th, there was a great deal of backlash and discrimination. But I also want to uplift and highlight the beauty of our neighbors coming together and working in solidarity, from the escorting system that we did shortly after the days of 9/11, to the detentions and deportations where I and members of Brooklyn came together where we were actually protesting outside the Brooklyn Detention Center for 6 months, demanding the names and the charges that Muslim men were actually taken and actually detained in that center for many months. And so there was a huge, incredible movement of people standing with us. And now here we are again in that moment where we were first after 9/11 terrorized by the government, and now really more or less by people in general, such as the Islamophobia industry, and now of course the latest government that we have sitting that's actually terrorizing us and making it much more legitimate for people to act out on the very things that they used to just think, but now are acting them out. And so looking at where we are today, we are now again at a moment where those who actually sat in the sideline, not really thinking that they can help, have come forward. We've developed an incredible movement of people who've come together regardless of their race, religion, culture, sexual orientation, that are saying we are all American and we are all in this together. And so, you know, watching this video breaks my heart because I was that little girl one day. And I am now today an adult, and it breaks my heart that I still see this happening, this cycle of fear and feeling like the other. But I want to say to this beautiful young woman that I'm so proud of you, and I want to hear your voice, and I want to see you standing tall and speaking proud, and be proud of your hijab, be proud to be a Yemeni American. I walk around now double proud of who I am. I'm a Yemeni American and proud. I'm a Muslim American woman and proud. And that's what all of our girls need to hear today. And I want all of our allies, every time that you see any of us, lift us up and celebrate us, because we need it.
So Imam, she's clearly made it to the other side. How do you work with people who are still struggling in their feelings as the other, and people who would cast them in that role?
You know, I think we have to understand what the fear is rooted in is not simply an attack as atrocious as the attack was, but really how narrative gets imposed upon populations on a mass level. And there's not mechanisms at play that can match those systemic and structural processes that get populations to think about populations other than themselves without ever having actually interacted with them, right? I was just in Bangladesh at the border between Myanmar and Bangladesh visiting 500,000 refugees from Myanmar who are fleeing ethnic cleansing and genocide. And aside from hearing what it was like to witness loved ones be burned alive and homes be burned alive and acid poured on bodies of people and mass rape, etc., one of the most troubling things that I heard was that the Myanmar government was dictating how humanitarian organizations would talk about the crisis. And they said, you can't call these people Rohingya, because they don't want it to come across that there's actually discrimination coming. The second day we were there, relief organizations were told that you can't even use the word refugee. And if you will, we won't let you bring goods in to help the people in Myanmar. And somebody said to me, well, is that alarming to you? Like, can you imagine a government would do that? And I said, yeah, our government does it to all kinds of minorities. That's what they've been doing to black people since the country was founded. But where we understand the other, a lot of times comes from an us versus them mentality that's imposed upon us by individuals who have no interests other than their own self-interest. They take advantage of the fact that we don't come together so well, and they get us to think what it is that they want to think. So September 11th happened, it was a horrendous thing. 2 months later, Jack Bauer is created as a character on the show 24. And you could say, well, they're just trying to help the country heal, but very likely people know how their ad revenues will jump up because they want to take advantage of a population that has already been sensitized to a perspective of Muslims as being from someplace else. And the synergy that media then has with politicians that are utilizing words like Islamist, jihadist, terrorist, all kinds of things that start to impose upon that population an understanding of Muslims in a certain frame, that fear was there long before. and has gotten to a place where it's become unchecked and unfiltered because there's so many more people who have the ability to speak against it, and they're sitting back and they're doing nothing. I think personal narrative becomes really critical. So a story of a young woman that is courageous enough to talk about and make herself vulnerable is great, but that's not an expectation that we have of anybody else. Like, why does that young woman have to put herself out there like that? Why does she have to bear the burden all of a sudden of being responsible, of being anything other than who she is because we are a country that is heavily laden in prejudice. We have a deeply entrenched anti-blackness that everything is built upon. And the anti-Muslim sentiment that we see today, I would say, is symptomatic of that. But so many people become indifferent to those realities. And then you have governmental apparatus, people who are motivated by egocentricity and selfishness, taking advantage of the fact that our unfamiliarity creates immense opportunity for them to create more ignorance that lends towards fear, that distracts them from seeing the inequities that are getting imposed around.
So speaking of inequities being imposed, Naz, I want to go to you. The Imam just talked about some of the entertainment media's response, but a lot of things happened legislatively, executively, in the follow-up to 9/11, but in the 2017 context, where's the fire now? What should we be paying attention to most besides any round of tweets that just got fired off?
Well, 2017 feels like playing a game of whack-a-mole. I know a lot of people here, and Debbie and people who've been working on issues around the Muslim and refugee ban and all of the different things that seem to be coming down in terms of expansions of things that we've already seen. Because the thing is that a lot of the things we're seeing now are just built upon structures that were put in place maybe under Bush, under Obama. I mean, somewhat separately, but on the same topic, like the deportation system was built during Bush and solidified during Obama, and so that's why Trump can do what he wants right now. And so the Muslim ban is the Muslim bans have been an extension of, for example, the really long delays that Yemenis in particular, but a lot of people from Muslim majority countries would face in applications for visas for family members. The CARP program that USCIS was running that basically dictates that you will delay or deny applicants from Muslim majority countries or find pretextual reasons to deny them. The no-fly list, up until maybe like 5 years ago, if you were on the no-fly list and you were a citizen or a green card holder and you were stuck overseas, there wasn't technically a process in place for you to come back to the United States. There wasn't this like one-time waiver process, you know, and so all of these things like the visa adjudication, the exclusion of people, deportation, the use of detention shortly after 9/11, the use of like these very specific immigration laws, and watch lists, really people who are basically traumatized every time they go to fly. I can't tell you how many clients we have, and I've heard Imam Khalid talk about this, who are they avoid flying because it's such a hassle with their children. Everybody gets patted down, they get treated like they're all carrying bombs, but they've gone through this process so many times and nothing ever comes of it, and they spend years on these lists. And so I think that, you know, one thing that I would want to remind everybody is that so much of what we're seeing is just an extension of things that have been happening for the past 10, 20, 30 years, and we're just seeing them like on steroids.
All right, we're going to inject some town into the town hall and go to this question, but Mehdi, did you have something?
I'll add it after the
Okay. All right, so just...
Assalamu alaikum. Hello. So I have had interactions with people where when they find out that I'm Muslim, will say something like, oh, but you know, you're one of the good ones. And so my question is, how would you respond to people who tell you that Islam needs to reform?
I mean, this is the problem the challenge with the idea that this problem can be solved through interpersonal interaction, right? Again, drawing on historical reference, black and white people have been interacting forever in the United States, and it has not solved the problem of racism in America. And this goes back to what Debbie and Imam Khalid talked about, that fear is not just a naturally occurring thing. It is constructed, it is stoked, it is produced, it is funded. There is a whole apparatus that is funding both in policy, in discussions, in media, this fear and apprehension. So yes, if you have an encounter with someone who is like your doctor, your cab driver, the person serving your sandwiches on the corner store, whatever, of course you won't think of them as Muslim. It's the problem that because those people become exceptions to the rule. And the rule is being set by this apparatus. And so I think when we talk about how to deal with this, how to deal with fear, how to deal with, and I'm not saying that people's sense of loss isn't real, but I'm saying how that's constructed, how it's shaped, how it's targeted is very much fashioned. And so what we have to do is challenge the rule. Otherwise, we'll always be exceptions to the rule. You'll always be the good one, the good black person, the good Muslim, the good whoever, right? And so until we really get to these the way that these narratives are reproduced structurally, we're still going to have to deal with that.
So if we move past this sort of notion of exceptionalism and making it your responsibility to be the good Muslim and change the world's image, what are the systems at work that reinforce those things? I remember last year everybody was walking around with Michelle Alexander's book, The New Jim Crow, like it was the Quran or the Bible or something, where you could see systems built on racism and why it continues to play out. But in this lens, through an Islamist sort of way, who's benefiting from that continued Islamophobia and the bad images that are perpetrated so often? The systems at play instead of just personality politics.
Well, there's a very good point you make about the systems and who's benefiting. People think that Islamophobia is just a product of terrorist attacks, and we talked about it in this context. Terrorists blow something up and say Allahu Akbar, and non-Muslims say, well, I'm afraid now of Muslims. And actually the evidence doesn't support that view, actually. In fact, after the Orlando attack, which was until Las Vegas, one of the biggest mass shootings in modern times in American history, anti-Muslim sentiment went down, not up, partly because of the campaign, and we talked about Donald Trump, pushing people into realizing there is Islamophobia. There's actually studies being done that Islamophobia spikes not after terrorist attacks, it spikes in America every 4 years. I wonder what happens in America every 4 years. Politicians exploit this stuff, and we've seen the master of it, who's now sitting in the Oval Office, to get ahead, to win votes. And we saw this under every president of the modern era. We saw this for both political parties, not just a Republican issue. Now the Democrats are kind of coming around to this argument late, as Mustafa pointed out. But I remember Bill Clinton standing in the Democratic National Convention, well-intentioned Bill, saying, if you love America and you'll fight terrorism, you can stay with us. That was his message to Muslim Americans. If you love America, conditional, as if Muslim Americans don't, and if you fight terror, as if it's the job of Muslim Americans to be the front line of fighting ISIS in Iraq. That is the kind of mentality that doesn't help, and politicians do exploit this stuff. As Zahira's right to point out, this fear is not. I'm not denying that lots of people do have legitimate fears, but as a general rule, it's not some spontaneous response to violence. That's what we really need to push back against in terms of narratives, as Khalid said at the start. We do need to understand the role of the Islamophobia industry in pushing these narratives, these pseudo-experts who turn up on cable news, who can't pronounce a single name in Arabic, have never stepped foot in the Middle East, but feel qualified to pontificate about reforming Islam, people who couldn't tell you what was in the Quran if their life depended on it. These are people who are pushing political, financial agendas to construct this image of Islam, and it's a much bigger problem than just a terrorist attack or a single individual or a particular moment in time.
Yeah, I mean, there was a study called Fear Inc. that traced you know,
millions of dollars.
Millions of dollars there. You know, there's funding. The people who are hired as consultants for the Department of Defense, for the Department of State, for local police departments, with crackpot ideas, right? People who are hired as pundits on regular news programs, certain networks that thrive off of promoting these ideas, certain websites. I mean, we can name them, but they're very clear. This is not
rhymes with box.
Yeah, there's not, you know, this is not like conspiracy theory. There's like a clear line that you can draw connecting the money, the politicians. You know, we need campaign finance reform in order to stop that. Connecting the people who are consultants that are hired who have been fired. Like Michael Flynn was crazy, and he was one of those people. And
but
that's
that's the worrying thing. They're not on the fringes anymore. You know,
Yeah,
a few years
exactly.
ago, we would have sat and laughed at these people as fringe bloggers. Now they have offices in the West Wing of the White House.
That's right.
That is a real problem.
So I mean, you asked the question. I mean, if you want, we can start naming them, right? But this is how this, you know, to your point, why Islamophobia, you know, is a construction. It is something. It's not just a naturally occurring phenomenon.
But I think we also have to remember here, I'm going to push back just a little bit on what you guys are saying, because yes, while Islamophobia will spike every 4 years, I'm a journalist, I believe in the power of the people. Those people who are out there pushing those ideas get voted into office by the American public. And I think that part of the gap of understanding rests on media, on entertainment, on filling it with humanized versions of the characters that people have been fed for so long. And we're talking about Islamophobia, time-stamping it from 9/11, and we all know it goes way, way before that. I mean, there was a time in American history when whiteness was a prerequisite for citizenship. We're talking about people of Yemeni origin being denied citizenship as recently as 1950 or late 1940s was the latest case. So this is nothing new in a lot of ways. I know we're talking about the industry, and that absolutely exists as an accelerant to a lot of that fear that was already very, very deeply seated in America. So what we're up against is not a modern phenomenon. And I'll push back also on the idea that human-to-human contact doesn't make a difference, because when you've seen in American public sentiment things change on a mass scale, take for example the support for same-sex marriage, what happened over the course of that time? It was that more people knew someone who was directly affected by that policy. And when you look at Muslim Americans, you know, the studies show just 10 years ago, I think it was half of all Muslim Americans said that most of their friends were Muslim. That's changed. Now the last study showed that only a third of American Muslims say that most of their friends are Muslim. And as the community changes, as the community grows,
but the minority are always going to have more friends from the majority. It's the majority that's the problem, because the majority who say they don't know enough Muslims, who don't feel the need to get to know Muslims, and as with every group throughout history, it's always the minority who are expected to do the heavy lifting in terms of defeating discrimination. And a lot of younger members of minorities would say now, and this is not just a Muslim issue, it's not our job to get rid of your racism. It's not my responsibility to prove to you that I'm not a terrorist. It's your job to open your eyes up to kind of discrimination and inequality. And that's an ongoing American conversation.
That's why the new Jim Crow is a great example, right? I mean, when you see how the war on drugs is actually constructed, right? Crack is pumped into black neighborhoods. Politicians are utilizing words like thug and predator. You have TV shows like Cops that literally have white men in blue uniforms arresting black men on live TV, and the whole while mass incarceration is spiking like crazy, and the whole country's just sitting and watching, right? The war on terror doesn't build itself out in any different way, and what you've seen is the destabilization of entire regions of the world under the guise of certain premises, when in reality it goes back to everything that's being said. I do a lot of work in terms of interfaith, multi-faith work. I don't think that the idea that human interaction has like flaws to it. There's definitely things that are there that are valid. But to put the onus upon a population that is oppressed, to say that it is on you to break the oppression, when the oppressor has literally built that oppression in a systemic and structural way, I think is really problematic. That's like the notion that says if black people just worked harder, the situation would be different for them, right? But the ceilings that are imposed and those comments that are usually being made are not being made by the black people who are pushing against the systems. It's being made by the people who made the systems in the first place, right?
And when we can't recognize and understand that there's certain things that some people will go through that the rest of us will never go through, because we are not their skin color, we are not in their class, we are not of their race and ethnicity, but we can constantly tell them what they need to be doing in order to make their lives better, as opposed to recognizing that there's a lot of racism in this country. And a lot of that racism exists not just in somebody called me a bad name, but it exists on an institutionalized level that seeks to do nothing less than retain power and wealth within specific demographics in this country and not care whose lives will be obliterated. You're talking about hundreds of thousands of black people that were put unjustly into prisons. You're talking about millions of people whose lives have been devastated by drones dropping on countries all over the world. And we have a population here that lives in a space that only identifies minorities through what they see on TV, like not through real interaction. They are in schools that perhaps will teach them about African American history as an elective in college at some point, right? I went to Standing Rock and stood with the tribes there. What I learned about Native Americans in 4th grade is not what the chieftains of those tribes were telling me their lives are like. You know what I'm saying? But all of that converges, and then it gets us into this place where we readapt this notion of a good Muslim, bad Muslim, that says, I need to be the one that somehow brings you to a place of understanding of me, when in reality, like that one-on-one interaction can catalyze some change. But every day there are like massive movements that are solely built upon how do we continue to hold down people that we just don't really want to be in our spaces and places.
Well, looking... Well, one of the big furtherances of that narrative is something that happened globally and right where we live with the declaration of a war on terror. We know that there were at least 300 cases of folks who had cases and were brought before judges because they were specifically caught in FBI snares. These were sting operations. And behind each of those 300 is a family, is an individual whose life was affected. We're going to share a story right now of a young man who has been without a father for the last 15 years following a snare that happened in his home and in his life. And this is Abu's story.
The Justice Department has just concluded a news conference in Washington, D.C. involving the overnight raid of a mosque on Central Avenue in Albany.
36-year-old Yassine Aref and 51-year-old Mohammed Hossein were both sentenced Thursday to 15 years in federal prison for their involvement in a fake terror plot.
An opportunity was provided, a test. There was no question it was a test, and these individuals failed that test.
Let me say a word about what this case is and what it is not. This is not a case connected to the current terrorist threat. This is not a case where the defendants were discovered plotting terrorist violence.
My name is Hamza, and I am the son of Muhammad Musharraf Hussain. He was accused for money laundering, conspiracy against the government, and being a witness, something of that sort. Until now, I don't fully know what it is. I think I was 11. I was 11. We were in shock. We were in disarray. It's a destruction of a family. You take away the head, you destroy the family. Some people pitied me, and some people, they genuinely wanted to help me. Some people tried to take advantage of us because we didn't have a father and stuff like that. But I tried my best as the eldest son to protect the family as best I knew how, you know. And my mom was trying to make the best that she could do with whatever means she had. And she had to be so strong for so long that, you know, sometimes she would just break down and she would just, like, you know, bawl her eyes out. A few marriage proposals of mine got shut down. A lot of the friends that I had, they veered off from me. Like, they kind of found their own places. There have been times very rough times in which I thought to disassociate myself with everything and take on a new identity. Because of the pain and the pressure and the discrimination, right now the Muslim world is facing crisis.
So $1 trillion spent on a war on terror and one family broken up later. Are we safer for Abu's dad being in jail?
No, of course not. I mean, that's one very tragic story of innumerable stories like this now. And I think it really reveals a kind of stress that the Muslim communities currently in this country are currently living under. And the levels of law enforcement infiltration into our daily lives is something that I think is generally underappreciated by American society at large. And I think we really have to pay attention to it, if only for the fact that we also have the same kinds of revelations coming from the Edward Snowden leaks, for example, that we have the elaboration of the NSA into everybody else's daily life too. What's happening to the Muslim community is in part also a part of a larger picture that is happening to general American society. And I think it's actually a really dangerous element into our social contract. The basis of the American social contract is essentially that the government is meant to operate publicly so that you have the right to a private life. And what's happening with the war on terror is that there's a flip there, so that the government is demanding more and more secrecy, and they want us to be very public. They want to have access into every element of our private life. And so really what's at stake is not just the pain and devastation that happens to Muslim communities, but it's really at the very fabric of our constitution and our society.
Yeah, I think it's really critical to also mention, Mustafa was talking about the stress. This is psychological warfare on American Muslims. I think about the children, our children that we are raising, this trauma that they are experiencing, the fact that we have so many youth that are changing their name from Muhammad to Mo, and so on and so forth, is just truly, truly devastating. And this is because of the fact that we live in a society where Muslims are seen as the other, where people are supposed to fear Muslims. And so how do we raise vibrant, young, incredible people when there is all of this that they're experiencing, and then they see a story like this, or they have friends who've experienced this? I mean, this poor man can't even get married. This is just going totally against everything that is supposed to be the American dream of being able to have a family, to raise your children, to educate your children, and then we see stuff like this.
I would just say, it's a very good point you made about psychological trauma, and of course, it's not just Muslims who are the victims of it. I mean, one of the great myths about Islamophobia is it's something that Muslims experience. In fact, there's a human cost across the country to Islamophobia. Everyone is a victim of Islamophobia. Everyone is a victim of the war on terror. We have an entire society now living in fear, being told to be afraid all the time, being told, as I said at the start, that terrorists are going to kill you any minute now, when actually terrorists are one of the lowest down threats in terms of the threats to your life as an American. And that comes back to this whole narrative of the war on terror. You asked at the beginning what was the biggest lie. Another big lie was the idea that you need a war on terror to keep us safe, which is absolute nonsense. Over the last 16 years, all the war on terror has given us is more war and more terror. I don't think any American, Republican or Democrat, Trump supporter, non-Trump supporter, thinks that they feel safer today than they did on September the 12th, 2001. It's absurd. We've spent trillions of dollars, lives lost, fear, families broken up, people don't feel any safer. And now you have a president of the United States who is basically a recruiting sergeant for terrorist groups. He's the greatest gift you could ever give a group like ISIS. So it makes everything 100 times worse than it already was. And Naz mentioned earlier all the things he inherited. And yet he's putting them all on steroids, which is a great boost to both the terrorism industry and the terrorists.
Which is why I call Donald Trump vanilla ISIS.
Levity. Before we jump to this question, I wanted to ask you, Mehdi, about a piece you wrote following the events in the UK this summer when Theresa May stood outside and said, okay, we have a serious problem. I'm going to outline ways now that we can begin to combat Islamophobia, to which you said, what took so long.
Yeah.
So I'd like to just round robin with all of you guys and ask what needs to happen in America before we take Islamophobia seriously on that level.
I mean, the number one thing we need, you used a quote from MLK at the start, remember the silence of our friends. I think Mustafa made the point very eloquently at the beginning that people are coming late to this party. Now, we shouldn't be ungrateful. We shouldn't kind of mock people who are coming late. But on the other hand, there is a genuine sense of, yes, where were you? What are you going to do now? And how seriously are you still taking it? I mean, for me, Charlottesville, a lot of people watched what happened in Charlottesville. Many of you have seen the Vice video of those marchers shouting, "Jews will not replace us." Horrific images. And we're all shocked by the outrageous public anti-Semitism that was shown there. But a lot of people watched it and thought, that's horrific anti-Semitism. A lot of Muslims watched it and said, that's horrific anti-Semitism. But you know what? These same guys have been saying the same stuff about Muslims for years. The alt-right didn't start out as anti-Semites a couple of 2-3 years ago. They were saying much more worse things about Muslims. And I kind of think, a lot of us are like, it's very frustrating when your fellow non-Muslim says, this is outrageous. And you say, yes, but it's not just that group. It's this group, it's that group. And yes, Muslims have been the canary in the coal mine for a long time. A lot of these right-wing groups that are worrying people in America today by going after black people, going after Jews, they were going after Muslims a long time ago, but Muslims are fair game because terrorism, 9/11, etc., etc. So I think we do need to ask those questions about when are we going to take it, not just acknowledge Islamophobia, but take it seriously, accept how bad the problem is. I still see profiles of Steve Bannon and Sebastian Gorka and others. He's a nationalist, he's incendiary. The guy who got elected in Alabama the other day as the Republican candidate, described as kind of a firebrand judge. No, these guys are complete anti-Muslim bigots. He wants to ban Islam and criminalize Islam. Call them what they are. Let's not kind of mollycoddle these people. Let's not indulge them. Let's not stand around the fridges. Let's call it out. As I said earlier, call them out.
Yeah.
I think we have to just amplify the good voices, amplify the positive voices, amplify as many Muslim voices as possible, center Muslims in the storytelling of their own experience so that it isn't just one-on-one. So people are exposed to a multiple, diverse perspectives and voices. And I think whether we're working with institutions, strengthen our institutions to support that, work on funding it. I mean, I hate to sound like, about like nuts and bolts, but we have to develop a counter infrastructure, a counter hegemonic infrastructure that challenges the embeddedness of these phobias, of whether it's racism or excessive sexism or any of the other kinds of ways that people are othered. And I think we have to build that. It can't just be from the ground up. It has to be from the from the top down as well. And so whether your friends are parallel to you, your friends are, have positions of power where they control resources, or they can mobilize people who do. I think we have to do all of those things at the same time.
You know what we need in this country? Honestly, we need a real anti-war movement. Yeah. Because the fact is that war drives the war on terror, as Mehdi was saying. The State Department actually keeps figures as to how many terrorist attacks there are globally, worldwide. And I believe the numbers in 2001 were somewhere in the round 300 and change. And in 2015, the last year that was available when I last looked, it was 11,700 and some, right? Not a very successful war on terror, if you ask me, right? And the fact is, these overseas wars are fueling the Islamophobia that we are also suffering under in the United States. And these wars are terribly damaging to the American economy, to civil life in this country. Just in the September alone, under Donald Trump, they dropped 741 bombs on Afghanistan. When Donald Trump ran on the fact that he was going to withdraw from Afghanistan or slow down the war in Afghanistan.
It's unlike him not to keep his word.
And quite frankly, it's actually the longest war that the United States have been in historically.
And yet nobody seems to care in this country. This is the problem. There was a very powerful article written by Andrew Bacevich that came out just earlier this week about the fact that we have these longue durée wars that are not changing anything about the American propensity to go to war. This is actually our responsibility. We can blame the politicians as much as we want, but it's our response. This is our society. We have the responsibility to change the warmongering stance of this country.
We have a question here.
Okay. So, Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Thank you for sharing your knowledge. I think it's safe to assume everybody in this room knows what homophobia is, correct? And now, after this panel, it's safe to assume that everybody understands Islamophobia, correct? And then anti-blackness, for example, came up in this conversation, and Orlando came up in this conversation. Something that's missing from this conversation is acknowledging that there are queer LGBTQ Muslims, like I do, exist, and I was erased during these times when Orlando happened. When I went to the gay community are like, you're gay and Muslim? That can't happen, you know, don't they kill you? And I'm like, but didn't you hear that homophobia actually exists also here in the United States? And then in Muslim communities, even allies said, shh, we support you, but we can't say that queer Muslims exist within our community. So please, my ask to you is, can you say that LGBTQ Muslims do exist and that you will work with us hand in hand to combat all kinds of racism, all kinds of homophobia, and all kinds of any phobia or racism that we will face. So
Hear,
please.
hear. Absolutely.
I think that was a yes. All right. I also have a question card right here talking about diversity. Yeah, have a seat. Diversity and centering voices. So gatherings like this claim diversity as American Muslims, but African American presence is lacking. How can this be changed? So fully aware that a third of the Muslims in New York City are African American folks. So why are their voices not as present or centered or brought to the front? Looking at you, brown man.
Well, you know, I mean, I think it's interesting, the previous question about homophobia. Look, racism, homophobia, sexism, nativism, these are all American pastimes. And to the degree that we have all become American, to the degree that Muslims strive to demonstrate how American they are, we too risk participating in one form of othering or another in order to secure our own place in the, get our piece of the American pie at the expense of other people. And within the context of the Muslim community, there has been, I'll call it an anti-Islamophobia industry, where spokespeople have emerged, and they have gotten, plum positions. They've received plum funding, bylines. They are sought after by the media, but they don't challenge the kind of structural basis of phobia, which is inequity and inequality. There is there's a history of othering in the United States. The Irish faced it, the Italians faced it, the Jews faced it, the Chinese faced it, the Japanese faced it, and many people look at, say, the experience of how Catholics and Jews were excluded in American life as the model for, Muslim assimilation or integration into American life. But what they don't understand or they don't see is that, for many Catholics and Jews, what accompanied their eventual incorporation into American life was whiteness, which most Muslims don't have, right?
Also, those minorities weren't part of a community that was at war abroad.
Well,
the global war context with Mustafa is also crucial.
So, I mean, this is, the experience of African American Muslims is both, an immense resource. You look at the issue of NYPD and police surveillance. Well, Muslim communities, African American Muslim communities were under surveillance in the 1950s and 60s, under the Red Squad, under the Bureau of Special Services, under the FBI COINTELPRO. So there is a line that we can draw there. And so I think, we have that resource. But the problem, this is a challenge to Muslims, right? If you connect your life, your legacy, your struggle to the line of African American Muslims, you are potentially rejecting the promise of American assimilation and the narrative of the ascendant immigrant, right? And do you want to do that? You know, James Baldwin called it the price of the ticket. That the price of being able to become American was being able to become American against someone who was not, right? And historically, black people have been that not. People come to America and they say, who do I want to be? I know who I do not want to be, right? And for Muslims, we have to face that reality.
Well, I also, just building off what you had said before too, when you say you have to call people out for what they are, I think the onus is on all of us to be able to call out the very real things in our own communities that also continue to hold us back and feed into that otherization. And there is absolutely, as the guest over there mentioned, there is absolutely rampant homophobia. There is racism in a lot of Muslim communities. There is misogyny in a lot of Muslim communities, just like there is in every other American community. And I think when we acknowledge that, when we step up and say, I'm not going to stand for that, in the same way I won't stand for Islamophobia, that's where the power of the actual people comes from.
I completely agree with Amna. Just to deal with the question from the lady there before. I mean, the problem, of course, is that you're not having these debates in a vacuum, right? You're not. The context is still the war on terror, Islamophobia. You can't just wish that away. I wrote an article a few years ago about rampant homophobia in the Muslim community. A lot of Muslims reached out to me privately and said, completely agree with everything you said, but you shouldn't have written that piece. Why? Because you're fueling Islamophobia. You're giving a weapon to bigots to beat us with, which is true. You'll see now far-right activists who never gave a damn about gay rights now go on gay pride marches in Muslim community areas, Muslim majority areas, to make a point, to say, haha, look, you're all homophobic. So there is that context, and actually we'd be able to have a much more frank discussion as Muslims about our problems, and there we have many problems, if we didn't always have this external threat, this shadow that we don't want to be feeding the bigots, we don't want to be giving them weapons to beat us with. Islamophobia is actually the #1 block to Muslim communities having these honest conversations. One thing I just got to say on the other question, I'll say this about the question about black Muslims. I mean, we're talking about black Muslims. Let's just be very clear. There are no black Muslims on this panel. That's a problem.
Hello. Let's just, wait, I mean, I am black, so let's just. But here's my point. This is the fact that you said there are no black Muslims here. Okay. This is the kind of erasure that happens because we have a certain assumption of what a black Muslim is.
And
right?
I say that as a British Muslim immigrant. I agree. My impressions and impressions of people watching at home. There may be people who wonder why are there not black Muslims who look like me? Why are there not more black Muslims on the panel? And that's my point. I think there is an issue. I was on a TV show in Britain once where there were 3 of us invited on the BBC. It's important because if we talk about the media, everything comes back to the media, I'm sorry to say, as a journalist. My industry is responsible for everything. Right? I was on a show in the BBC in England and there were 3 of us South Asian men from different South Asian countries, but who cares, as we say, South Asian men. And the presenter said, and there was no women, there were no black Muslims, there were no Arab Muslims, 3 South Asian men, and the presenter said, Mehdi, who speaks for Islam? Who speaks for Muslims? I said, apparently the BBC does, because you decided this panel. Muslims at home didn't decide this panel. And I think that's important to come back to the point about power, the point about how much decision making we make in these decisions. And I think, a lot of the things we do, we have these debates about all women panel, should you go on an all male panel? Just as a journalist, forget that. Similarly, we should have debates about race and gender and all sorts of other identity issues. And I agree with Amna, that's important to have, but we shouldn't forget the shadow that's cast upon us.
Yeah,
and I apologize profusely for my ignorance.
Yeah, I want to add to the point that was made by Zahir as well as Mehdi, is that we have to realize that Islamophobia does not permit Muslims to be humanized. We have been cast as the boogeyman. And so for stories like the sister here that just shared, nobody wants to hear that, and nobody believes that even exists, because we're supposed to be this specific description of a person that is supposed to be feared, that is going to kill you, that it's going to do all these things to you. And so our stories, for us to be humanized, has not been given. One, based on the media. The media decides who to pick and choose. And I could tell you for sure that there is racism right there where we don't see African American voices. Why? Because they don't want Muslims to be seen as a part of the American fabric, as a part of the history of this country, which comes back to the African American Muslim experience.
Well, this branch of the media does believe that African American
thank
Muslims
you.
exist. As a matter of fact, we ventured to Harlem to one of the most influential mosques in all of New York City that is actually a legacy of Malcolm X himself. So now I want to direct your attention to this video with Imam Talib.
The dominant emotion in the African American Muslim community is not fear, it's resistance. Because there's nothing that anyone can say to us that we have not, been there, done that.
You're living at a time of extremism, a time of revolution, a time when there's got to be a change. People in power have misused it, and now there has to be a change, and a better world has to be built.
Because I was raised in a spirit of resistance, and because this congregation was born out of a spirit of resistance, we have always reflected that in our worship, in the sermons that I give here. Because we are traumatized people, man. I know that. We're traumatized people with all kind of hurts and pains. We do face a kind of double whammy discrimination. That is our reality. We are black twice in America, as if being black once wasn't enough of a challenge. The forces who exploit fear and ignorance in America have always used those things as tools of division. So we must combat them by coming together, by combating division with unity, by combating hatred with love, by combating otherness with sameness. God have mercy! They violated all of our rights. We came to America in different ships, but now we're all in the same boat.
All right, that was Imam Talib. We have a question here.
Yes, I'm a visitor to your city. I'm only here for a few days from New Zealand. And I just wanted to share to you my experience of traveling to America. I have got a British and New Zealand passport, but because of my Iranian parentage, I had to apply for visa. My visa waiver program was cancelled. And that obviously doesn't make Muslims like me, Iranians like me, feel welcome in New York. But I was in Museum of Modern Arts this morning, and I was really moved that next to a work of masters, the Museum of Modern Art has decided to display work by Iranian artists, just to make sure that people like me feel welcome in the city and to affirm the fact that New Yorkers welcome Muslims. So I just wanted to thank you, all of you, for that. It really just reduced me to tears. Also, this idea of mono-identity, I struggle with that. I'm often told that I'm not a real Muslim. And I just wanted to say that, yes, the media is responsible and they do have a big share of responsibility for that. But I'm also disappointed with a lot of my Muslim friends and family members who shy away from associating themselves with their heritage and their Muslim religion because although they identify with it, they don't want to be defined by it. So I think it's very important that we try and encourage other Muslims to feel proud and step forward, because by stepping away, they're creating more room for people who are fundamentalists to occupy that space and create that kind of stereotypical vision of who a Muslim is.
Thank you. So Amna, I've been diving into your podcast recently, and you feature a lot of voices from all over the place in the Uncomfortable podcast, available on iTunes. But I wondered, when you are looking for those voices and you're centering those who are othered, What is your criteria? How do you bring people to the front that aren't atypical?
I think in a lot of ways, the podcast is sort of, it's like a manifestation of my own experience, right? I am not the idea that people have of what American Muslims look like. And when we split years growing up in Pakistan too, and over there, I didn't really fit in. Over here, I didn't really fit in. I think one of the things I'm hearing in these conversations and from everyone in the audience is that we all have to be better about recognizing that full spectrum of identity here. That's what I've been trying to bring forward on the podcast, in addition to talking to some white nationalists and white supremacists and other people, but that's a separate conversation for a separate town hall. But look, one of the recent voices that I featured was an imam who is out in California who is talking about raising up the next generation of American Muslims, about what it means to redefine, not that it needs a redefinition, but sort of like with every generation, communities change. What is the next generation of American Muslims going to look like? And there are things going on in different communities here that, statistically are interesting to me that affect how we practice Islam here. The fact that, only about half of American Muslims, people who self-identify as that, regularly attend a mosque. I don't think that's something most people know, and yet how many times do people go to a mosque or an imam and talk about, you speak for the community, you're the spokesperson for this entire place. And I think what the efforts being made by that imam, the efforts being made by people, the hosts of the Good Muslim, Bad Muslim podcast, another couple of people we have coming up who are young Muslim Americans who are now running for office and would be making history if they do win in their races. Those are all just sort of signs of the times, of the way that the communities are changing, of the way our engagement is changing. And it's, you mentioned before the word dynamic. I can't think of a better word to describe American Muslims right now. For all the Islamophobia, for all the fear, for all the suspicion, and let's be clear, it is a terrible time to be Muslim in America. There is so much change and dynamism within the communities too.
That religious figure you talked to from California, he spoke about reclaiming his name from J to Jihad and becoming the man that he is. And I'm looking at you, Mustafa, your book where you talk about young people who are coming of age or who have come of age post 9/11 and the struggles that they're dealing with. Where do you think they find their place in this American experiment with the push and pull of a culture and an outside world that's othering them at best and really pathologizing them at worst?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I've spent a lot of time talking to young American Muslims over the years, and including when I was writing my book. And what I've really found too is an embrace of their Muslimness. And a lot of that, I feel, comes out of a need to be able to define yourself in a culture that's trying to define you. So you see actually, rather than the people running away from their Muslimness, there is some evidence of that. If you look at the polling data, they'll say maybe 15% or so. They actually have a way of polling that. But on the whole, it's actually, especially with young people, it is a sense of trying to embrace their identity, trying to understand their identity, and really trying to forge a future knowing that identity. One of the really interesting things I also found when I was writing my book was a constant invocation of this troubled American past that has this constant, repetitious sentiment of racism, whether all the different groups that Zahir was laying out earlier. And in fact, a lot of young Muslims constantly point to that as well. And I actually found that very optimistic, because it really meant that young American Muslims were also historicizing rather than exceptionalizing their predicament. They really understand that they are at a kind of historical moment in this country, and they're moving forward, and they are, in a sense, on the vanguard of the country, pushing the country forward as well.
So you're an optimist?
My book came out almost 10 years ago, so maybe...
I could certainly say I'm an optimist, and I'll tell you why. On October 18th, and actually since the Muslim ban was announced back in January, leading the charge has been American Muslims. On a national level, on a local level, we've been out there organizing and mobilizing because we need to. And our role models and the people that we look up to are a part of the African American experience. Our Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, looking back at history and what those people did and what can we use from those lessons today. So for example, we are doing a national mobilization on October 18th, where cities from across the eastern region are going to mobilize to Washington, D.C. in front of the White House, protesting against the Muslim ban. And it's the first day of the Muslim ban to be instituted, but we're going to be out there with our allies to make sure that our voices are heard, that we refuse to accept this. And we will resist, and we will resist until this ban is taken down.
But isn't the problem that the resistance is clear, and we saw in some of the videos earlier, clearly there's been massive activism in response to some of the stuff we've seen recently. We saw the airport protests were some of the most inspiring things I've seen. People around the world saw that, probably did more to counter anti-Americanism than anything in recent times. And we saw the Women's March. We've seen these great demonstrations that are coming together. And there is a silver lining, but I think, as Amna pointed out at the end of her last comment, we can't forget the cloud that goes with the silver lining. Yes, there's a silver lining, but the massive cloud is what depresses me. I mean, the challenge we face is so huge. It's not a modern phenomenon, I agree, but to have a president of the United States, to have a media that, for example, after the Muslim ban, I think 90 guests appeared on CNN in the 7 days after the Muslim ban, 9 of whom were Muslim, or 10 of whom were Muslim. Why would you have Muslims talk about Muslim ban? Madness. But it's such a big challenge that we face. As a parent of 2, my children are British and American. I've got 2 American Muslim daughters. I don't want to have conversations with them about Islamophobia. I don't want to have to tell my daughter not to talk about religion or politics or Trump on the bus. I don't want to have to ask her, what did your teacher say today about politics? Because 1 in 4 Muslim bullying cases involves the teacher. I don't want to have, Muslim kids are not born with thicker skins than other kids. And I think we have to recognize we are in a unique moment, and I want to be an optimist, but I'm deeply depressed about that, at least in the short term, I'm deeply depressed about what's happening and what Muslims in this room and beyond are going to have to go through, and shouldn't have to go through. We've almost, even as Muslims, we've almost become normalized to the reality of Islam, talking about it for years and years, doing panels like this, and we shouldn't have to. Every time we discuss it, we should be equally outraged and equally unaccepting of this.
Yeah, but I think there is reason to be optimistic. And I'm gonna go even further. Debbie said that this was being led by Muslim Americans. I'm gonna go a step further and say this is being led significantly by Muslim American women. And I think that is very significant. You look at the work that Debbie's doing, and you look at like Lyndall Sarsour and other, the Muslim Arc, the Anti-Racism Collective, Marjorie Hill. I mean, I have been so encouraged. Yeah. Our panelists, I've been so encouraged by the seeing how significant Muslim women in general and younger people have been in leading this. And I like Mustafa's idea that they are historicizing. They're seeing themselves as part of a historical heritage, right? And part of that is understanding you might not win in your lifetime, right? But you advance the ball.
Of course.
And that, I think, is a very kind of real sense that I have sensed from talking to people who are organizing. And so I think that I'm
not questioning anything. I agree with every word you said. And I said the silver lining, I recognize. It's just the cloud. Let's be very clear. We haven't seen anything yet. If the guy in Las Vegas had been a Muslim, this would be a very different discussion right now. Nas very eloquently pointed out all of the measures that predate Trump. But those measures are going to look like, candy floss compared to what this administration.
But that's the thing. He wasn't Muslim, and I think.
But inevitably, at some stage, God forbid, there is going to be a terrorist attack on Trump's watch. And I think the community needs to be prepared for what's coming down the track.
Here's where we need to insert ourselves into the conversation and say this is not an issue. Excuse me, of Muslim terrorism. This is an issue. This is an issue of militarism. This is an issue of. This is an issue of toxic masculinity. This is an issue of the prevalence of guns. This is an issue of the resorting to violence to get your point across, whatever it is.
Agreed.
See, and that's where we have to kind of insert ourselves and shift that narrative. I mean, if you read the New York Times, to your point, you read the New York Times story of the shooter from Las Vegas. They went through all kinds of we have to find a reason to explain this. They couldn't, they didn't want to say what it was, right? And that it was whiteness. It was toxic masculinity. This man was like a slumlord. He stood outside his building to shoot people during the LA uprising in '92, right? So, but they're like, oh, he was this, he was that, he was this, and see, this is where the role of the media really comes into play. And that's if all we do is say, whew, because I did that too, whew, I was just like, thank God he's not black, thank God he's not Muslim. But we have to go beyond that and say what it is.
I agree.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, and I also want to point out to your point, Mehdi, about that we have to get prepared. Why do I have to get prepared? As a Muslim American, no, let me finish.
I'm saying that's the reality of the world we live in.
Why do I have to be prepared? I want my fellow Americans to see that I am just as a victim as anybody else. And that I want them, when people say, why aren't Muslims condemning this? Why don't we say that when there is white supremacists saying, why don't Christians condemn this?
Let's just
so
be
we
clear.
need to shift the narrative.
I agree with everything you're both saying. I've written this for 15 years.
Right.
I teach a course on terrorism, Islam, and the media. I agree with everything. All I'm saying is in the real world, we have to accept that things are not going to be easy in years coming forward. I want to be an optimist, but I just think sometimes we don't quite recognize the nature of the threat that faces us right now.
So one of the things that may be able to unite us. No, we're closing in on 4 minutes, and you guys are just waking up. Thank you. No, now we're actually 2 minutes away. But one of the things that can save us potentially is the squad, the coalition that we build, as is evidenced by the struggle for civil rights, for gay rights. So who's on the squad? What are the solutions that we can empower ourselves with when we walk out of this door 2 minutes from now? Naz, I heard.
Thanks, Myrna. Really, thank you. Sorry. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm just still thinking about like optimism and what we were talking about earlier about like face-to-face contact. I just go back to the fact that my cousin, who was raised Christian in this country, voted for Trump. So I don't believe in that. I just don't believe that like human contact is going to be the salvation for us. But in terms of like going forward, I don't see any of this changing until we actually address and dismantle white supremacist toxic patriarchy in this country. Like, I don't see that Islamophobia is gonna magically disappear if we ignore anti-blackness, if we ignore white supremacy, if we ignore toxic patriarchy. Like, it's not gonna go away unless because those things exist in all, like Amna was saying, they exist in all communities. They're not specific to any one community. And so until those are dismantled, I don't see a future. Sorry.
We cannot end there.
Quick, say something positive, somebody.
I think there's a lot of reason to be pessimistic. I think recent years have really fed that idea, right? That there's not a lot of reason to have hope for a lot of different reasons. But let's also remember that what American Muslims are going through right now is what a lot of other minority communities have been going through for generations. And the only way that any change has come about has been when individual people take it upon themselves to take whatever is within their power to act, whether you vote, whether you mobilize, whether you don't click on a story or click on a story. Like, there are so many ways in which individual Americans have grabbed that arc of American history and bent it. And that is the only way that things end up changing. And I want to thank you early for your shout out and whatever change you think I'm bringing about. I want to remind everyone I'm a journalist, I'm not an activist. So I follow the discourse. Absolutely. And you know, I have the benefit of working with incredible colleagues who come to me and ask for input now. And being a voice in that community is what I think I'm contributing to the conversation. We all have our missions. We all have our ways of acting. We have to grab onto them and do it.
Well, speaking of voices in the community, I just wanted to acknowledge Imam Talib, who is here from Harlem. Thank you for being here, Imam. And now, I'm going to ask you to just give us something to go home with the last 5 seconds of the broadcast as we're wrapping up.
Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, I would say a couple of things, right?
One thing.
One thing. It'll be a couple of things. I don't think the challenge that people have with Muslims is rooted in something theological or legalistic, right? They can understand that Muslims have a God the way other religions have a God. There's a prophet, holidays, etc. The distinction that is there has to be understood is based on issues tied to race and class. And if we don't understand that,
that's going to be part of the problem. The second thing that I would
That's
say...
going to be the final word because we're right up against our 9. Everyone in the room will get to hear it, but you should have been here at BRIC House. We appreciate you for watching. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. The premiere of Going In with Brian Vines, Being Muslim in Brooklyn, is starting right after this program. We encourage you to continue the conversation and check out everything we do online. Thank you again for being here. We appreciate it. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.